Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican boys, verbis Latinos.
There we go. Good morning. Good morning. Happy, what is it? It's Tuesday today, all day today. Tuesday. Thank you, Matthew Harris, for that. Oh no, I clicked on the wrong thing, and guess what happened? I lost, who was it? Who was it?
Stolen.
No, we have to find this. No, I lost who had chat. Who was first in chat? I'm thinking it was Dallas-born, Boston-bred. Am I right there in recalling that? I need to know this. We can't proceed unless somebody's taking care of the internet this morning. Let me see here on the bottom. Who was first in chat? It is, yes. Okay, I was right. Congratulations, Dallas-born, Boston-bred, for being first in chat. I think you said hi. And then I went and clicked on Matthew Harris's horse comment, and I lost it. So thank you, Dallas-born, Boston-bred, for being first in chat. I will say we are so close to having a new system for roll call that will speed it up.
I was kicked back, taking it easy,
and make sure I get everybody. My son, my brilliant son, who, this is the reason you have kids. You have kids who are smarter than you so that they can take care of you in your old age. Well, in his brilliance, I said, look, I have this problem. And he's like, okay, do you want me to write it in Python? I'm like, I don't care what you write it in. Just make it work. So he wrote a program. I just don't know how to run it. So it's sitting on my desktop. I've got all the tools, and it's not working. So tomorrow, I think our roll call tool will be working. I'll have everything set up for that. Super excited. My son's amazing. Thank you very much. And now I'm probably missed a million people in chat. I will say it was a crazy day yesterday. Again, with the judge indicating, I believe, that he follows the channel, that he's a subscriber. Just want to say good morning to Bruce, Judge Bruce Schroeder, who's probably with us right now, a lurker, I believe. I believe he's a lurker, but good to have you here, sir. Hopefully you have a great day today. Appreciate being able to spend time in your courtroom. Let's see. We have a few people to call out here on the roll. I'll try to do as quick as possible because we do have a case coming up. We have court begins a little early this morning. So we've only got like 27 minutes before it starts. That's my understanding, at least from the judge last night. Yesterday, before we do roll call, yesterday we had, now we can see Dallas. Yesterday we had the judge do his little head scratch thing. And when we asked him to indicate that he was watching, thank you very much for that idea, Weather Watch. I was just checking this morning, and we have some new followers. Obviously, Brandy has brought over a lot of her followers from Twitter over onto our channel, and in doing so, let's see. I need to find 1 second. Wait for it. In doing so, we've got a few of them who take our content and the highlights and post it for other people to see who maybe have not discovered the channel yet. So that happened. I just want to give credit where it's due here. So just 1 second. Jay is one of them. Appreciate Jay for that. Tracy Griffin. Let's see. The one I want to... Jams. There you are. Jams posted a little clip of me doing that whole judge. I posted Weather Watch's clip, and anyway, she took a screenshot of that 30 seconds. It's had over 88,000 views on Twitter so far. It's going nuts. It's just blowing up. Jams, thank you so much. Appreciate you, all the 13th jurors who've come over here. Thank you, Brandy, for inviting, for trusting me with your followers and making the recommendation. Love it. It's been fantastic. Anyway, Hip Hop Flip Flop, good morning. Michelle Phillips, Jiggly Jules, Suzanne, Sunshine Sarah, good morning. Ritz, Laura, One Man's View. Jenny Says is here. Toxic Orchid, good morning to you, Toxic. Maggie Carr, Mac, Last Poet, Michelle Phillips. True Celtic Mutt is here. Good to have you here, sir. Kutch, Shirley Barnett, Lost Souls Paranormal, Mary Kay, Not One Man's View, also here. Cheryl Myers, let's see, Shirley Barnett, got you there. Suzanne, Dre, I'm not sure if I'm going to have time to do this. Bama Girl, Last Poet. Don't do this to me. I know I'm on a time crunch already. I can't get these things done. Scottish Lassie, a.k.a. Karen, is here. Good to have you, Scottish Lassie, a.k.a. Karen. Be Kind, love that. Kiefer in Texas is here. Oh, man. I'm feeling the pressure. Well. I feel like the judge is like breathing down my neck saying, hurry, we have to start court now. Laura, Toxic Orchid, Jenny Says.
Barbara Christina Healy just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Barbara, thank you very much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. It is cool. I love it. Thank you for kicking things off this morning that way. We have to stop, I guess. I don't know how to, until the program's working, I don't know how to do this. We've got so many people, so many new people. I do appreciate all those who have been here maybe a little bit longer for making it a welcoming place for all the new people who are showing up. This is a fun place to watch. The reason why it's fun is because we're civil with each other. We're nice. We enjoy the same thing. We like true crime. We like following cases. And we like having civil discussion without the name calling and the toxicity that
Lori Pavsik just sent a super sticker with 3.99.
Lori Pavsik, thank you so much. I appreciate that as well. Reminding me of the mug. Yes, I need to do the mug. So here's your ASMR warning. I need to have water today. And toilets across America are flushing. It's cold. It's so cold. It's so good. Speaking of cold water.
I'm not a camel.
I ran to the mailbox the other day, and I had this awesome letter from, it says MHL, Matthew Harris Law, which I was not expecting. Matthew sent me a cool can koozie. But since I don't use cans, I discovered it works perfectly on my water bottles, which I need to keep cold before I pour them in my mug. So I now have a really cool Matthew Harris Law can koozie to help cool my water or keep it cool while I'm waiting for a refill time. And he also sent me some other goodies, a cool calendar as well as an awesome pen. And I'm a big fan. I wouldn't say I steal pens, but if that were a crime, I probably would be doing life. I don't view it as stealing a pen when I visit a established business, and I see a really cool pen with their name on it. I think, I want to support this business. And what better way to support this business than showing this pen off everywhere I go? And so I just take it upon myself. They don't even need to ask. I will go ahead and use that pen everywhere I go just to let them know, to let everyone know that I support that business. And it's not really stealing, right? It's not. I like to think it's not stealing, but that might be my one downfall. Thank you for the calendar as well. Now I have no excuse. I'm always looking for a good pen. Taking it easy. But Matthew Harris, thank you so much. I think he was our first lawyer on the channel. Not just who spoke on the channel or called in or has been a guest on the show, but he was the first one. And sorry. Nicole says, recovery addict, I'm lying in bed until the comfort of my bed is outweighed by the discomfort of having to tinkle. Water pouring isn't helping. Sorry, Nicole. It's morning. Good morning to you over there in California. I realize it's early, but we have a lot of things happening today. We have closing arguments in this case. We've been here forever. It's been weeks. It's been we thought it would be 2 weeks, and it's been like 4 or something. But closing arguments are here at last. We may be in verdict watch right around lunchtime. I mean, the lawyers would have to be brief. They would have to, both the state and the defense would have to really sort of condense their thoughts a little bit for that to happen. But they are starting a little bit early. The judge, I think we'll get through at least the first argument from the state and the defense before lunchtime. But it's a hard stop because the judge has an appointment he has to go to, and then we'll have a 2-hour lunch. I'd like to have the jury have everything at that time. That's just my personal preference. I'd like for them to be able to think it over on lunch, have the judge come back from his appointment, and ta-da, happy birthday to you. It's done. Speaking of birthdays, don't we have a birthday today to celebrate? Is there somebody whose birthday it is, or was it yesterday? I think it's today. I think somebody in chat has a birthday today. I'm not going to name names, Mr. Victor, but is that you, or am I a day off? I could be a day off. Good morning, Eric. Good to have you here. Nurglerot, appreciate you checking in this morning. We should do a poll for how long the jury will be out. We will definitely do that, Diana. That is a great idea. Morning from Charlotte, Justin. Good to have you. I'm gonna scroll through. Instead of doing the roll call, I'm just gonna try to answer questions. Early is an understatement, says Goodman Law Firm. It's dark out still. Well, the sun is up. It's actually right now. I get a little bit of sunlight in my eyes. It's shining through the shutters on the house here. I actually have to shut the shutters because it messes with my green screen. The light. I have to film in the dark. It's crazy. Let's see, Diana. Oh, Diana pointed out that the numbers are growing fantastically. We picked up a couple hundred new subscribers to the channel yesterday, and it's awesome. We are. It's crazy. We're probably going to hit 8,500 today, which we just hit 8,000 on Friday, and 7,000 the week before. It's been a crazy couple of weeks, and I appreciate every single one of you. It would not be the same without you. Appreciate you guys. I know of all the options you have on the internet, of all the places to go, of all the things to watch, of all the places to engage. Mine is just a little one, but I appreciate you considering that and spending your time here. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Let's see. New shirt. No, I went casual. This is actually it's like a long sleeve. I wear out metal detecting is what I do, so I don't get sunburned. But I did get a new shirt that my wife chose, and it looks amazing. It's fantastic. It's a nice button-up shirt. It's sort of casual button-up shirt type thing of the style that I like. You know, I'm sort of like Zachariah Anderson. You know, I wear the same sort of thing all the time. I don't branch out very much. And so when I get something new, it's because my wife suggested it, and she's always right. I mean, I'm not just saying that because, you know, I'm married, but she really has good taste in clothing. And so she found this shirt for me. It's amazing. And yesterday's show, I'm sitting down in front of this. I'm looking at the screen. I'm like, something's wrong. And it's because my shirt, the new shirt, matched the key behind me, the green screen. And you could see right through me. You could see the benches. So if I were to take this view, it would just be like floating head is all you'd get. Anyway, so that we didn't want that. So I will wear that shirt sometime, maybe when I'm out metal detecting. You'll see it that way, but I can't do it in front of a green screen. All right, let's see. Cakesby just came in with 5 gifted memberships to kick things off, welcoming the new members with memberships. That is just amazing. Let's see who won here. Looks like Barbara Christine Healy, Jojo Peter, Mel Mack, Danielle B, and Alpaca Renee. Wonderful. Good to have all of you, some of you back in with green names, and others here for the first time. But thank you so much. Those who did just win a membership, courtesy of Cakesboo, please go ahead and take your seat on the front row. We've had some busy times, Eric. 1,600 live viewers at one point yesterday. It's been crazy. I think at one point we've had like 2,000, which just means that the mods are doing an incredible job. Just making sure that the trolls stay out of the way and let us just have our fun and everything without problems. Thank you so much to my great mods who reside all over the world. We have some, you know, in the UK, we've South Africa. We have some in Canada, in the United States. I think we have one in Australia as well. Just amazing. Some of them are up very late. Some of them are up very early. But just really appreciate the great work the mods do just to answer questions and keep things going. A lot of times I miss things in chat, and they can reach out to me and remind me as well, and they're fantastic at that. Thank you, Big Mike, for gifting a membership as well. Love that. Let's see who was the lucky recipient, and that was, it looks like Michaela R., a new member, I believe. Michaela R., congratulations. And thank you, Big Mike, for that, for the generous donation. Pat Hall says, how many little RA children do you and Mrs. RA have?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
A little children, 3, but I've got 3 big ones as well. So, so we have 6. My oldest is old enough to move out, and my youngest is not. My youngest is young enough to still be exploring life and doing everything we ask him not to do.
I'm not a cat.
Carolyn says, I have to log in to see Recovery Addict today now since I found this channel. Now I'm a recovery addict. Thank you. Carol, it's good to have you here as well. A shy lurker, another Carol, but subscribed for over a year now. I've had to say all the excitement here. It's great. It is wonderful. Let's see. We've got good morning from South Carolina. Ivan is here. Is it? Yes. It's Ivan's birthday. That's what I was talking about. Happy birthday to Ivan Victor. 21 again, I think, is by my count. He's 21 years old again. Wives should always dress their husbands. This, with very few exceptions, this is right. This is true. Is there anyone else's birthday that needs to be included on the birthday shout-outs today? I'd hate to be missing any of you, even if you're a lurker, even if you've never really popped up in chat and said anything.
About stuff that is not relevant.
I think it's Ivan's birthday. Yes, it is. Okay. If there's another birthday we'd like to include it as well and do a shout out, that would be great. Meanwhile, Court has already got a live feed of the badger, the turnip badger. So just one second here. Let's get that up on the screen. Need to make sure the audio is good on that channel. Okay, we're good there. All right. Okay. There we are. So that's the courtroom as we see it right now. Any minute now, we could be hearing some audio, so that audio is going to be turned on now as well. So we'll be good with that. Good morning from Alabama. Good to have you with the butterfly Bama. That looks awesome. I love the butterflies. Let's see. It's cold in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina today. It is a little chilly. I've got 38 degrees up here. I'm going to miss Judge Schroeder. Ginger, here's what I'm going to do. Judge Schroeder's... look at audio from the courtroom. So the clapping and the test. I think it's just an audio test right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Podium. Okay, so we are getting a little bit of sound. Okay, is that working? Where's my link? Okay. All right. So I forgot what I was saying. Oh, you're going to miss Judge Schroeder. Yes. Judge Schroeder has a clerk. Her name is Paula Yu, and I have her phone number. And I'm going to be reaching out to Paula Yu because the least I can do right now is send Judge Schroeder a mug. And I think I'm going to design a new one and send him the new one. But I want to send him a mug. It's been fun to be in his courtroom. I realize some people don't like his style, and some people have been really frustrated with how verbose he is and things like that. He does things differently than we've seen in many other trials, especially the how much the jury gets to see of the sidebars, literally, as well as how he explains and how he thinks out loud. Anytime he's thinking something through. Some people found that frustrating. Other people have loved it and said, we've always wondered what happens in these pauses as they're thinking or the quiet times when the mics are turned off, and now we get to hear it. So it's sort of a win-win, a win-lose, I guess, depending on how you view it. But it's been fantastic. I've loved it. I really have. I've loved being in his courtroom, even though it has been somewhat slow at times. That is court. That is trial. There are slow parts. There's times when you just have to admit evidence for 6 hours, and like we saw, like in the Pike murders case. But overall, I think this has been a fantastic experience for us, even though the system itself has been a circus. The events in this court have been bizarre and just unbelievable. You could not make this stuff up because no one would believe it if you did. But that's what happened, and it's been amazing. Linda, welcome. Good morning. Thanks for having you here as well. Shiza is here as well. I'm just trying to call out a few people, make sure I don't miss anyone. What is going on in court today, said Jojo? We've got closing arguments first. We've already had the majority of the instructions to the jury have taken place. There's probably about 5 minutes or so left. That's usually referred to as charging the jury. That's when they're saying, okay, you have all the instructions, now go forth and do, type thing. And that's just a little formality we'll go through. They'll probably step through the actual charges themselves at that time, but there are 4 charges. It should be pretty quick. Eddie, good morning. Truck driver from Las Vegas. Good to have you. Stay safe on the road, my friend. Thanks for checking in. Used to work down and cover that area in Vegas, driving on I-15 quite a bit. So I feel your pain sometimes. Sometimes the traffic can be a nightmare down there. Not so much in like the barren stretches, but right in the cities it can be crazy. Lurker, but good morning from Texas, from BBN Turned Up. Good to have you here, BBN. Let's see. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anyone else's. Yes, we've got Aiden Fucci's sentencing happening today. That's going to be, for those that haven't followed, Aiden Fucci is the teenager that's accused of killing his friend, stabbing his friend, and it was the worst. It was the worst. He was caught on video running the whole, carrying his shoes, bloody clothes. The mom washed his bloody clothes to clean him up and everything. It was just an awful case. And at the last minute, as it was going to go to trial, he decided to change his plea and plead guilty, which I think was the right thing to do. Just because that was brutal on the family, and the idea of going through court again is horrible. And even the sentencing, that is going to be horrible for the family, reliving some of this stuff. But to drag it out and when he was what I believe is clearly guilty, I think that was the right thing to do for him to plead guilty. Anyway, so the sentencing is going to go on. The sentencing hearing, they'll go over the facts of the case. It'll take 2 days to present the different things and the arguments, and they'll have a little bit different content than if it had just been a regular trial. But instead, it's going to end with a sentence. So we're gonna sort of follow that, but primarily we're going to follow this here. So we'll keep an eye on that a little bit. Did the defense prove ZA was getting his taxes at the time of the murder? No. Oh my goodness. At the time the murder happened? No, Carol. And we're hoping at some point that Nicole, if she's the one giving the closing statement, which I believe she should, if Nicole can wrap this up together and take those little bits of testimony that we got and fill in the blanks a little bit, because I think that's what she's going to have to do. We didn't have a complete picture built from testimony from all these witnesses. It did not cover the gaps. There's little islands of information here and there, and she's going to have to logically connect those in a way that doesn't look like she's stretching to make the truth fit. But I expect to see that from her today. I think she is incredibly smart. I think she is a very gifted lawyer, highly skilled. I would not want her against me in any case, but I'd like her to defend me maybe. But let's see, got some audio from the courtroom. Anyway, I think she's going to be able to put it together. But we didn't hear from the stand exactly what that taxes and the timeline proved. Maybe Brandy could make more sense with a timeline and show us how it relates to other evidence that we heard earlier.
Stole it as well.
Lee the Girl says, anyone from LNC or CNL or Court TV reach out to you about Judge? No, not yet, but I'm going to send, I told you about the judge's secretary. I'm going to send him a mug and reach out and just say, hey, thanks. I'd love to talk to you on the channel. Obviously, he can't talk about the case, just like any other judge. But if he does follow this channel, I would love to just talk to him about him being a judge and about maybe some highlights of his career and things like that, which I honestly believe is probably coming to an end as far as criminal court goes. Let's see. Rita, love your channel. Thank you very much, Rita. I appreciate you being here. Under Your Scars, good to see you here as well. Okay, if you have any comments or questions, oh yes, for crumb's sake, maybe that's the one we have to send to the judge, for crumb's sake. I have a tiny tot trying to break into my office to watch you too, says Amber. Hey, it's a family show. We try to keep it family oriented. Sometimes the judge replays audio that's not family friendly quite a bit. I quit birthdays. I was addicted for a very long time. Hey, you have to quit something, right? Weebug says, I'm getting motion sickness watching chat. I'm sorry. I can try to slow it down a little bit, but the problem is we have so many members in chat, and I believe members are exempt from the timeout. It's already going slowly. Maybe it's how fast I'm clicking on the screen. I'll try to do that a little slower. Thank you, Weebug, for that little suggestion. Listening, and we've got some voices here. I think they're clerks. I love a good hot mic.
Exactly. They'll get down there eventually. Yeah.
Okay. Big Sky DMC. I don't think they will do the closing seated. I think they'll bring the podium out. I think they had a podium for openings, and I think they'll do the same for closings. But they'll be facing the jury. They should have a microphone on the podium. I'm hoping, please have a microphone on the podium instead of using just like a ambient sound, pick up every noise in the courtroom microphone, which we've had throughout court. That's the one major complaint I've had with this court is the audio has been painful to listen to, and I apologize for that. I've tried to fix it as much as I can. I've used different high pass, low pass band filters. I've used all sorts of different equalization to try to make the audio just a little bit better for you. Obviously,
you're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Constantly writing the volume up and down as they jump back and forth between a hot mic and a quiet mic. But okay, Judge Gangsta has gone full gangsta now, and he's hanging with us. That is awesome. Let's see.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Happy birthday to Judy. Where's Judy's message here? Let's see. Judy. My birthday today also. Wonderful, Judy. You're sharing a birthday with Ivan. Anybody else, let me know. I'd love to call out your birthdays. I do that because my birthday's this week, and we share a birth week and a birth month. Yeah, Diana, the facts of the Fucci case are horrible, and his reason for doing it is he just wanted to type thing. He planned it all out and lured her to the spot and killed her. It was bad deal. Let's see.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I am kicked back, taking it easy. All right, so let's see. We'll shout out good morning to JB as well up in Canada, a good friend up there who is not able to join us in chat yet. His son's going to teach him how to use chat. He loves the show and just he eats it up every single day. He's watching, and he calls occasionally on the weekends. We have a good talk on the burner phone. And it's good. Little Miss says, "Look how early I am. You are here. Court is about to start, so you're on time, I guess."
Cole, I need your autograph.
Someone needs your autograph? Let's see. Okay, we're getting set. I can't wait. Waiting for the judge to start talking or something. Why the name Recovery Addict? Hi from UK. Collie05, first, thanks for being a member, supporting the channel. The name Recovery Addict I chose on this channel years ago when I was using it just for metal detecting. I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. I do have a time period in my life when I was addicted to video gaming severely. Embarrassingly, looking back, it's horrible. It nearly cost me everything that I love, and that is that was then, and I'm a different person now. But at the same time, I can't go back there. So Recovery Addict for me was a creative name. I didn't realize at the time I selected it how it would be like a flag to people who are going through addiction and recovery.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Thinking of like the AA process and things like that. I do encourage everybody. We have several actual addicts who are recovering themselves who are here and found me that way and stuck around. So that is great as well. But I chose it originally because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground as a metal detectorist. Creative B, thank you so much for a new color. Look at that, Debbie. You've got green next to your name. It looks fantastic. Creative B. Debbie is actually the creator of the plaque. Oh, that's this shoulder right here that sits over my shoulder. The best YouTube plaque I've ever received. Thank you so much. She sent that to me when we reached 5,000 subscribers, and it was wonderful. It seems like just yesterday. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate your support. Debbie has an Etsy channel where she, or Etsy store where she sells items like this plaque, and they're fantastic. The quality is amazing. It showed up. I was just floored. It was wonderful. Cheryl Meyer says, recovery addict judge's mug suggestion, all rise on one side and court is now in session on the other. I like the all rise. 15 years clean on April 8th. Glad to be in with a fellow recovery addict. Wonderful honor to Amber. I appreciate you being here as well. Good to have you. It's fun to find people here in chat that I follow or read frequently over on Twitter as well. Jenny Adams, thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support. You have the benefit of being able to take a seat, like India Artworks did here. Indie Artworks. I had an extra A in there. Indie Artworks. Sorry about that, Indie. And that allows you to move right up to the front seat with your friends. Matthew Harris says, when I hit 5,000 subscribers, I'll be hitting up the Creative Bee for my very own plaque. You will not regret it. It is amazing. She does some great stuff. And she has stuff that's like not just YouTube plaque. I mean, like if you have companies that, your jams. Oh my goodness. Yes. Jams on Twitter. I keep saying TikTok. On Twitter. Your post went viral. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's been amazing to watch that. Anyway, I was saying Creative Bee has other plaques. If you're a business owner or you have a team that you work with and you want to recognize somebody in just a meaningful way, talk about this is a personalized little plaque to thank them for something is just amazing. And she does such a good job. I mean, the quality is like off the charts good. Highly recommend it. If you ever need, Abby just posted here. If you ever need her Etsy link to see some of the stuff she does, you can just type B in chat like this, and there's her link. It just pops up, and that's Debbie, the maker of the plaque over my shoulder. Puppy dog Sherpa. It's not yet. It's not.
One with a post-its across the bottom. That would just be you need to cut that exhibit.
But I will promise I'll keep it right.
Oh yeah, that would work.
So we can hear defense there clearly. Can you tell us what is the etiquette on metal detecting? Example, can you do it in state and on federal land? You cannot detect on national parks. Obviously, you don't want to detect on any sort of historical site. Those are generally national and protected. I can't do it on like a national seashore. I can't detect on the national seashore at the Outer Banks. State parks depend on the state. Most states require you to get a permit. In North Carolina, where I live, the rule is no, you cannot. Most state parks have to do with like the Civil War, and you're basically finding unexploded ordnance. So there's a danger there, of course. Yeah, you don't want to find an unexploded Civil War cannonball. Although some people do, and they love it, and they drill them out and defuse them and everything. But somebody's actually been killed doing that as a metal detectorist. Kiefer, congratulations! That is awesome. So proud of you, my friend. One day at a time, and they just add up like that. Thank you for sharing. I can talk to you offline about metal detecting. I love it. It's sort of funny. I have the channel here about metal detecting, and some companies are reaching out to me to test metal detectors, and they've sent me a couple. And when I'm done with them, I want to give them out to somebody who can use them because I have 6, and I only have 2 arms. I can only detect with 2 at a time, and even that doesn't work. So soon, hopefully, we'll be able to give away some detectors to some of you who have interest in that. I'll try to figure out how to do that. Let's see. Is the jury deliberating already? Not yet. Not yet, Crispy. Chris CP1. Sorry. We still have closing arguments that start soon. It sounds like the clerks and the lawyers are just going over.
The exhibit itself stands. We just didn't, instead of giving all 4 pages, we took the page that was objectionable, is my understanding. Thank you.
It's like paperwork right now. There's nothing really juicy happening. But if it does turn to something juicy, I'll shut up in a heartbeat. You don't detect on Indian burial grounds. Feels like bad juju. Yeah. Anytime there's a cemetery or a holy site or things like that, I wouldn't detect. Although old churchyards, not like the cemetery, but old churchyards are fantastic if you can get permission to detect them. A lot of them are in private hands, and you can detect those, and it's just amazing what you find as far as old jewelry and coins. Personally, when I detect a property, my general rule is everything I find belong to the property owner already. So I give them first dibs on anything. Usually what I find they would view as junk, like old cruddy coins that need to be cleaned up, and buttons and buckles and things like that. Occasionally I've found some jewelry. I usually find a ring about every 2 hours, metal detecting on the beach. So you find some cool stuff. Anyway, Rita Williams says, I've been watching a cat and catching up. Good, because we're almost at the end here, so hopefully you can get caught up quickly. Let's see. Does she do custom plaques? I think she does.
Well, people testified about this, the reddish stains. That's not the same one. That's the A1.
So that's A2?
It's A something.
All right.
They're debating all the exhibits, getting ready for today. Jenny, that sounds awesome. I would hit her up. I think her email is available on. Let's see. Her email is Debbie the Creative Bee, all written out, like full spelled.
Barbara Christina Healy just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate the super sticker. Blowing a kiss looks great. Thank you. I appreciate it. It matches your picture. It looks like you're going to blow a kiss as well. But Debbie the Creative Bee at gmail.com is where you can reach Debbie. Let me see if I can.
Yep. Nope. That's not A1.
You ready for a screenshot here? Let's do this. Let's see if I can. There she is, right there. Can you read that? That's amazing that the camera can focus like 4 inches in front of it. Now I have to change it back to be on me. There we go. But I say yes, she could probably do a custom one because mine is customized, so I know she has the capability. We're getting ready. Can you give a quick summary of the trial? Says Francisca. Yeah, what we have is an ex-boyfriend who is accused of murdering a new boyfriend, not the girlfriend, but a new boyfriend. That's basically the accusation. The charges he's facing are, murder, two counts of stalking, one for the girlfriend, one for the victim, and 1 count of desecration of a body or moving a body or something like that, because the body was never found. In addition, the weapon, the murder weapon, was never found. So we have no body, no weapon, just somebody who we believe is unalive because of the amount of blood at the crime scene, which was very, very gory. It was a very violent crime. A rug is missing from the victim's apartment. We presume that the victim was probably rolled up in it to be removed from the apartment. Because of that, the vehicle that he was taken from is of interest, and coincidentally, maybe, the defendant has very recently,
Alex stole it.
like right around the time of the murder, done a little cleanup job in the back of his van where there's bleach stains on the carpet. Some of the carpet has been removed from the back of his van, like cut out, and you can now see the floor. And basically it's all clean back there. He went to Walmart and went down the murder aisle and bought like gloves and sardines, which I believe were open in the back of the car. If I heard that correctly? He bought garbage bags, a whole bunch of garbage bags. Hang on. That's the judge.
And stop it in mid-word. But
They know to bring him?
Bring the jury.
They have to make sure the jury's fully here.
Is the jury here?
I can't do anything until he gets here, yeah.
So we're waiting for something. Judge is in the room, though, so we're close. We're 8 minutes over, which is about normal for the judge to show up. The van looked absolutely filthy. It was dirty. Let's see. There's some other circumstantial things. We know that the defendant wore basically the same outfit every day. He wore Levi jeans and a white shirt, and sandals. We know he borrowed work boots from his grandpa and didn't return them, and they're missing. And then in the defendant's yard, there was a burn pit still smoldering when he was arrested 2 days after the murder, or the alleged murder, that contained remnants of clothes being burnt from two steel-toed work boots, a pair of Levi's. The buttons from Levi's were there, or actually two pair, I believe. I think it was two pair of Levi's had to have been burned if they're all the same, if they're all zipper fly, because a zipper fly Levi's only has one of those big buttons on it, and it had two in the fire pit. So two of those, at least a sock, a Hanes sock, Fruit of the Loom underwear, all found in the garbage or in the trash burning. So that's suspicious as well. Carol Williams, thank you very much for the super chat. If there's anything you'd like me to shout out or answer, just ask me. You don't need the super chat to do that. Always appreciate it, though. Let me know if you have a question specifically I can answer for you, Carol. Thank you for your support. Was there a murder down there was a murder down the street from me, and they used the rug and got busted in 3 days. Mr. Washington, this is an important part. Yeah, Rockin' Dawkins. Obviously, the defendant has been in jail. He's been held on $750,000 bond, which he has not been able to pay. I believe that's accurate. So he's been in jail. He's had a jail cellmate who has come out and testified and agreed to testify in return for leniency on his own drug charges. And that guy says that the defendant talked in his sleep and was saying, die, 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 beep, and basically confessed to everything of what he did. And then we had another jail cellmate, not really a cellmate, but another person who was in jail at the time, come forward and say, actually, that one is lying to you. And he told me he was going to do this and just make something up to get on the case and things like that. So we have competing stories from jail. We've got, obviously there's a chainsaw that was in his possession that apparently people think that might have been used to cut up the body. I don't see that. There would be so much debris and stuff. I don't know how you could do that. What's significant about the sardines? They smell. It might cover any scent. He Googled Walmart in the area on the burner phone. Hey.
And
good morning, Judge.
And yesterday afternoon I did send draft number 2 of the instructions and draft number 1 of the proposed verdict forms. Did everyone get a chance to look at those?
I received nothing. Oh, that's an honest statement. I did not receive anything from you.
That's not good.
I just see now an email from 413, but honestly, I did.
The judge.
Well, the instructions are as they were given. This is the written form. And the only significant change from the draft number 1 is the addition of the ones that hadn't been in before, the removal of the references to defendant's testimony, 205, and the others you requested other than prisoner as a witness. And those are the only changes on the instructions. The verdicts are very, very common.
Yeah, I just reviewed the verdict forms. Look good to me.
Okay, I'm going to share this link, Jill. It's actually a Twitter link, but I'm going to share it in the chat here. Just 1 second. Okay, so I just shared the Twitter link that has like 88,000 views on it.
Okay, the district attorney's giving me a thumbs up, so that's good.
That's over 90,000
so,
now,
are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
The judge does have his laptop up. Oh, wow.
Yes,
Courtroom
Judge.
is full. How did I miss that? And the camera's just a little bit crooked. I think it's a tripod issue. If it pans a different direction, it might straighten out just because of how the...
Hello?
Good morning. Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Man,
Thank
we're
you.
underway right away. This is awesome. Judge might be reading chat as we speak. So he's reading right now that the judge's laptop is up on the bench. His volume is probably off because we would hear it over his microphone if the volume were up. So if he's looking at chat, he may see what you're saying, and if he's obviously reading what's on the screen, what we put up is probably going to be noticeable as well. It's all in the timing, says Lisa. Part of me looks at that and says, this could be pure coincidence. The fact that we said, hey, scratch your head. Yeah, he scratches his head. There are other times he scratched his head. But the timing that matches up with the delay on YouTube, it was perfect. I mean, if it was coincidence, it was a perfect coincidence. And I would say it was all a coincidence, except for the fact that Friday he was, playing that video on the thumb drive. And as soon as he pulled it out, what goes live in the courtroom, it was my audio from the live stream here with you guys. And we heard ourselves. If you go over to Law and Crime or Court TV, you hear me in chat and people are saying, hey, who said the fireworks are not done? Who said that? That was me. So we know that he has had the live stream pulled up on his laptop for some reason. Let's see. I saw the laptop open right there, right in front of him. That's gray on the bottom right-hand corner. That's his personal laptop.
We're going to hear the closing arguments of the attorneys, and because this is not evidence, no note-taking will be permitted for the duration of the trial. We follow the classical format, debate format in the courts. The district attorney.
Lillian, I think you might be back up in the timeline. Hit the live button and catch up with us.
Because of the allocation of the burden, will be entitled to give the first argument, and then he will be given a second rebuttal argument.
They wanted to split it
to answering
between the
defense in its presentation, so it'll be the state defense and then the state again. And then I'll give you those couple of instructions, and the case will be turned over to you. Anybody have a problem having some food brought in? Okay, I'm going to do that then. Surprise. So take care of that, please. And with that, Mr. Gravely, you have the floor.
Here we go.
Thank you. Your Honor, counsels, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just want to please start by expressing, without really having the words for it, the gratitude that I think we all feel for your service on this case. I mean, so many weeks, way beyond what you were expected to do. So just as simply as I can, please let me just be part of expressing my just profound gratitude for your time and your service and your consideration in this case. I want to start with just a couple of housekeeping things about the charges, and then I'm going to get into the crux of the argument. A couple of the charges are stalking offenses, probably not something you think about all the time. Stalking involves two or more things happening, so a course of conduct where two or more things are done by the defendant. We're talking in our stalking allegations today about the April 24th peek-in, using his daughter as one of the peek-ins over at Sadie's place, the planting of a phone to track her on May 8th, again peeking in or listening in on May 13th at Rosalio Gutierrez's place, and then of course the homicide committed on May 17th. So we're asking the court, you guys, to consider all of those things as acts of stalking, as well as the emails sent and the texts sent, the communications, the recordings of Sadie Beecham as well. So what needs to happen for a stalking is you need to have an impact that a reasonable person would have, and it's called, the part that we care about is serious emotional, suffering serious emotional distress, which means that you have to feel harassed or tormented. That a reasonable person has to feel that. The stalking statute also requires that the individual involved, the person who is suffering at the other end of that, also has to suffer serious emotional distress. In other words, personally feel that they have been harassed or tormented. And you heard in the texts and some of the discussions, both Rosalio and Sadie wrestle with the consequences of this, right? Talking about it. Sadie has a text where she says, I hope this, doesn't mean that you will, want to end this relationship because of this harassment. At points, Rosalio is trying to be comforting to her. At points, he is feeling aggressive, right? I'd like to go break this guy's legs. What's his address? The kind of human emotions that people have in response to feeling like their personal liberty, their space, everything that they sort of care about in their privacy is being compromised by this other person. And so those are the emotions that both you heard expressed in the text messages from both Rosalio and Sadie, and the question of what a reasonable person would think about that. Another just small housekeeping along those lines is hiding a corpse. We're suggesting to you that when Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on the 17th at around 10 p.m., the placement of his body in the defendant's minivan is the beginning of a long stage of hiding a corpse. And so that is where that hiding a corpse begins in terms of our allegations to present to you today. So I want to first cover this idea that there are two separate but combined sets of facts that allow you to know that there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Rosalio Gutierrez was murdered on May 17th, 2020 at around 10 p.m., just around 10 p.m. at his own apartment. And I say that because there are two things that happen. One, there is a bloody, bloody scene. A scene that has pools of blood that I'm going to talk about a little more in a second. But also, there are the circumstances of Rosalio Gutierrez's absence from the life of everyone he cared about and who cares about him. Rosalio's phone shows he gets home at about 9:08 p.m. He's just dropped his kids off back at their mom's. He's expecting Neridia Macias. Her last text to him is at 9:37 p.m., and that text is never answered. She stays at the apartment building. Remember, she's at the wrong building. She doesn't see what is happening. But she stays for about a little more than a half hour, and she's texting and calling, essentially expressing to him, I'm here, what's going on? And none of those are answered. None of those are viewed. So at this point, from 9:37 on, Rosalio Gutierrez is no longer answering anyone who is concerned about him or interested in him or who care about him and his life. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1,039 days later. And what I just described to you is still the circumstance today. Rosalio loved his kids. He loved his mom, who he was in communication with as a guy almost 40 or around 40 every day. Every day he was in communication with his mom. And that suddenly ended at just around 10 p.m. on May 17th. He planned and proudly was ready to coach his promising son in baseball. And he never got a chance to do that. He had a summer camp scheduled for him and his children called, and it's a summer camp that's common for folks in Kenosha. And that summer camp was already planned. It's in his calendar, and that never occurred on the 19th of May. He no longer attended any of the holidays or events or visits. He no longer had any experiences with his children. He was a father whose daughter had a little love note to Dad on the pillow when she left. He was a father whose son shared his love of baseball and emulated him in every way he could in that love. And all of that has been gone for every day since May 17th, 2020. So combined with that bloody scene, you as a jury know he was murdered. You know that because those two things together show you.
It's called a reasonable inference.
So you know that there is a quantity of blood and a magnitude of blood in this case, which certainly tells that story. There is blood pooled on the floor by the couch. There's blood pooled on the couch itself. There's blood sprayed on wall after wall and on the ceiling in multiple areas and on almost every surface of his main room and the hallway by his door. There is a quantity and magnitude of blood which is absolutely consistent with Rosalio Gutierrez being murdered there at his own apartment. And every bit of that blood that's been tested in those different areas all come back to the DNA of Mr. Gutierrez himself. So that quantity of blood and his absence from any contact, any social media, any financial records, any of the people who care about him, any phones, any in-person contact, all of that is gone over those 1,039 days. And so we know and can say as a legal conclusion that a reasonable jury will find that he is murdered.
Hey guys, we're going to have to stop talking about her attire. You're going to get my my channel struck.
So what else do we know about this crime based on the evidence that's been presented in this case? And I want to suggest to you first that the next obvious and real conclusion is that this is a highly planned, thought out, and executed crime of murder. And so I want you to think about who there is in this case who has shown a propensity, right? Who has shown day after day in the conduct that we have outlined patterns of that sort of planning, that sort of obsessive conduct, that sort of refusal to follow any of the limits and rules that most of us would govern ourselves and who we are willing to use to accomplish our goals in our lives. So when I say who, I mean, of course, the defendant, right? Because here's what we know about him in terms of other things happening in the very few weeks that we have a glimpse of his overwhelming, out of control, no limits jealousy towards any new love life for his ex, Sadie Beecham. What are those pieces of evidence I'm suggesting are signs of an obsessed planner that are the signature of this crime of murder?
The judge
well,
watching
one
his
is
laptop.
Olivia, and this is uncontroverted evidence, right? This is unchallenged evidence in this case in the record. The daughter tells you that her father had conceived a plan with her. And it is a truly sinister plan of having there be a day when Sadie had brought the boys and the daughter over to visit their dad. And then when they figured out that Sadie was gone to visit her new love life, then those children would be returned. And when those children would be returned, the daughter would make a call to her father saying, fraudulently, falsely, well, I don't know where mom is. We are abandoned. And then he would falsely save the day. He would report this. She would be a child neglect mom because of the false information and the horrible use of an 11-year-old girl to accomplish his sinister aims.
Yeah, let's
Who comes
focus
up
on the
with
trial.
a plan like that?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Who offers that as something that an 11-year-old should do for them? What sort of mind is capable of putting that plan and that use of an 11-year-old out into the atmosphere as something real? And I'd suggest to you it's the same person who could commit and did commit this homicide. So what other evidence do I have that, this is a obsessive planner, knows no limits? Well, what about the daughter telling you that when she was urged to peek in that window at her mother, when her mother, a consenting adult, did not have the children over, I'm talking about April 24th, when Rosalio is over at Sadie's home, it's the evening, neither of them have their kids with them, they're consenting adults, and they're in the living room. And when the daughter peeks up over that into the window to look in at her mother, which the father has urged her to do, the defendant tells her, think about this as a small snapshot in this case. He tells her, hey, keep your shirt up so that you don't steam up the glass so that you can't be detected from inside. Who would even have ever thought of that? What sort of an obsessive planner has that in their brain to share to an 11-year-old? Who is there who is already thinking about cover-ups and avoiding detection in that kind of profound way? It's a snapshot, right? It's just a little moment. And, of course, it is the kind of thing I'd suggest to you an 11, 12-year-old would never have the capability of giving that kind of detail in a lie or frame up or some kind of false story that she was put up to. Think about all the computer files that this defendant has that are about Rosalío Gutiérrez and the high amount of planning that is. All those snapshots that he stored on his computer, all the lookups he had done of this individual, and didn't just peek at them, stored them. You know, had a file for them. Had a file where he included the picture of the tracker. What about buying trackers at a point where you feel like you're losing control of Sadie Beecham and even though you have another girlfriend that you are wanting her to have no one in her life? The buying of the tracker itself is a sign of a planner who's willing to put a lot of obsessive effort into this. And then what about May 13th? You get your directions on your phone. Your phone puts you on May 13th right where Rosalío Gutiérrez lives. And then you text Sadie the same sentence that has just come out of Rosalío's mouth. So you're overhearing from right on that patio what's being said inside. Okay? Doesn't that yell out to you as a jury that that's a dry run? That that's a reconnaissance mission to figure out what the terrain is, so that the next time you come down, just 4 days later, you don't have to have your phone, right? You already know now how to get there. You've got the directions from your prior visit. You know how close your van will have to be when you kill this man to be able to remove his body from that location. You already have had a chance to think about and put together a plan that is informed. This is the planner that is necessary to carry out the plan of what you have heard about the evidence that happened on May 17th. And you know that this is a highly planned incident. You know that because the defendant leaves his phone behind in Mequon. But he's also off the grid. He's not answering or texting or web searching. There's none of the usual activity happening on his phone. But he leaves it. And what that tells you, folks, knowing this obsessive planner in terms of the other glimpses we get at him, is that this is done for a purpose. Because he must be able to cloak where he goes, to hide where he goes, because of what he will do next. And so if that is the plan, of course he brings gloves. Okay? Of course he brings the weapons he needs to be able to accomplish this murder. Of course he brings the tools that he will need to dispose of this body, right? The bags, any other tools he needs to finish that. Of course, this obsessive planner, this person, will have already thought about what the location is that he will place this body. What the dumpster is, or what the location is, will be something that has no connection to him, that does not require him to in any way deviate from any kind of timetable or plan. All of those things will have been thought over.
Objections are allowed, but it's...
Is it an accident that
bad
he
form.
picks a day of a heavy rainstorm when people aren't going to be out and about, or certainly aren't going to remain out and about? I would suggest it is not an accident. So what happens? Well, the first thing we know is that in that hallway of Rosalío's apartment, the blood tells a story. And I'm going to suggest to you a reasonable thought process for you is it tells a story of a blitz attack in that hallway. Someone hiding, ringing a doorbell, probably having no idea that Rosalio is expecting company, right? And so is a person who's going to be prone to open the door. But it is going to be somebody who Rosalio doesn't know, because you're not going to blitz that person in the hallway and cause all that blood. If you know him, you're going to be inside. You're going to figure out a way inside to get yourself into a more private location. So it's going to be someone who will not be welcome and who you don't know. Rosalio doesn't know. And so you know from the evidence in this case that there are at least 2 blows, blunt force trauma blows. A hard object hitting Rosalio Gutierrez in a way that makes him bleed. And not only makes him bleed, but makes his blood fly into the air to hit doors. And you know that when that blood flies, that door in the hallway is open. So Rosalio has not yet managed to go back in or to close that door when he is first attacked. And so that is the blitz attack that evidence leads you to. Remember that Officer Van Wee told you that he knows that door was still open at some of the points that the blunt force trauma blows are happening, because there's blood on the interior of the entry part of the door, and that when that door is closed, either in the hallway or inside, that part of the door would not be exposed. So you know there's a blitz attack, and you know there's a couple of blows that happen out there, and then you know whoever is the attacker, the defendant in this case, the planner, needs to get himself in that apartment. And why is that? Well, he needs to get himself in there because 2 neighbors, at least, may start to hear a ruckus, right? A neighbor, when she is talked to in some detail, when it's not just a cursory sort of canvas, but when she's talked to in some detail, says after 9 or around 9, I hear a scream in the hallway of pain and surprise at a time period right around May 17th. Marissa Swanigan, who testified, told you between 10 and 11 on May 17th, I heard a loud banging for about 5 minutes against my living room wall. Something big was forced up against the wall. Now the defendant knows that he's got to hurry. Okay? The blunt force trauma attack to get Rosalio Gutierrez in a position where he can be killed, that blunt force attack has to be finished as quickly and efficiently as possible, because the defendant has no idea whether someone will come any moment soon. All of his preparation needs to be hurried. And so there are continuing blows. There's another blow now on the inside at the door that is a blunt force trauma. Again, blood flies onto the wall, onto part of the ceiling. Over by the dining room table, so a few steps further into the apartment, over on the wall over there, there's a table over there, and that also has a blow that is suffered right by it. And then there are additional blows at that table right at the entryway, and then another blow at the couch. These are all blunt force trauma blows, and Officer Van Wee said conservatively there have to be at the minimum 6 of those based on their locations and the differing blood that has splashed and spattered onto the blinds and all those surfaces and the ceiling and the wall. 6 blows of attack. But blunt force trauma is not an efficient way to end someone's life, right? You can immobilize someone. Maybe they'll die eventually. It is not an efficient way to quickly end someone's life. And so I'd suggest to you that the rest of the evidence in this case is certainly consistent with someone then changing weapons. And one of the things we know is that at least the handle of the object that was the blunt force trauma instrument, right? Whether it's a bat or an axe with a wooden handle, whatever, some kind of hammer with a wooden handle, whatever that first blunt force trauma object is. We know that there's such magnitude of blows, such force, whatever, that wood shatters. You know that the blows being administered to Rosalio Gutierrez eventually shatter that wood, because there's a shard of that wood that you see that has hair of Rosalio Gutierrez on it and the blood of Rosalio Gutierrez on it. Literally something that certainly seems like impacted his head, right? And there are other shards of wood found at other locations, right? On the couch, there's a couple of shards of wood. So we know that particular weapon got busted. And so some new weapon likely was employed. And I'd suggest to you a knife or a sharp object makes perfect sense. There's arterial spray, which is something that happens if you puncture an artery, which a sharp object will efficiently do for you and cause a spray, not the same blunt force trauma splashes and spatters and stains, but a different one. And often if you stab someone in their vital organs, because it's close to them, and if they're down and not fighting anymore, all you will have is blood flow and the drips and draining of their life out of their body. And so there would be no other and distinct evidence of this murder when you turn to the knife. And when you finish Rosalio Gutierrez, because he no longer in any way, shape, or form is able to fend off any blows. You have to hurry. People have already heard a little bit of a ruckus. You have to hurry. You have to finish him. And so you finish him and maybe get a little arterial spray, some blood drips. Your plan, the defendant's plan, was to make it look like he disappeared. And so he was going to stage this in a way that made it look like maybe this is a disappearance. And eventually people would figure that out, but that would buy some time, right? It's a Sunday night. This guy might be working in the morning. People might be coming over to his house first thing in the morning. How am I buying time would be your first plan. And so you are trying to create a plan. The defendant, the planner, is saying, I am going to try to stage this. But there's just so much blood, folks. And he's got to hurry. So he grabs up the wood pieces he can grab, but he misses one or two, right? He straightens up a couple of pieces of furniture that either fell over or got, repositioned as Rosalio Gutierrez is staggering, or maybe even, trying somehow to fend some blows off. Those moments of quick staging occur. You had an idea already, and so you follow through on taking his credit cards and his phone. You don't want to leave with those. You are afraid that those leaving might give some clue to where you've gone next, right? But if you hide them in the freezer, the battery will die quick, and there's a high likelihood that at least for a period of time, if somebody doesn't have their phone present, if somebody doesn't have their credit cards present, maybe they just left, right? So your half attempt to stage a disappearance, the defendant still chose to follow through on. Of course, the problem is there's just so much blood. And this staged disappearance will not allow you to leave that area rug, which is so saturated with blood, that some of that blood, before it was moved, has already spilled off into a larger pool that remains on the side of where that rug was. But what do? You take his glasses, because if a guy disappears, of course he takes his glasses. You take his boots, right, a pair of his shoes. You take some footwear, because of course if somebody disappears, they took that. So you take some basics to make sure you've staged it, but you got to take the rug. And you've brought supplies to be ready for this, right? You have made sure that you're going to minimize any kind of problems you'll have in your van and all that, but you didn't bargain for that much blood on the rug. And so you've figured out how you're going to transport him over. I don't know if you're using a tool or if you're just lifting him yourself. Whatever way you are moving that body that you've planned for, the body of Rosalio Gutierrez, wrapped in a rug, utilizing the duct tape and the rope that you brought, that your own daughter said was down in your basement when she left on this very same weekend, using those supplies, you are leaving. But when you take this unwieldy, dead man, when you take him and you place him in the very back of your van, Rosalio Gutierrez and his DNA splash up. When you take him and you set him down, there's the tiniest of splashes. It's on the passenger side, halfway up that console. There's the tiniest speck of a splash that falls off as you set Rosalio Gutierrez's body down. It's almost imperceptible, but it's there, and it's in exactly the same location as the cutout carpet as that body was stored. And in the end, it reveals much of what a jury needs to know. So, while Rosalio Gutierrez is still wet with blood, while that carpet is still wet with blood, before it dries, when it would still be wet enough to splash because it's been seconds or a very few minutes since Rosalio Gutierrez shed that blood, that's when that speck of blood tumbles to that location in your van. And because you planned it, you do exactly what we would expect you to do, right? You wore footwear, maybe the steel-toed boots that you borrowed from your grandpa working at the tree farm just a day before. Maybe you wore those. You took them off. You put on some other footwear. You, of course, have now taken off your gloves. You've taken off that outer garment, the same that same plaid sort of very light sort of outer garment that both your daughter and Sadie say was the last thing they saw you wearing in the late afternoon on the very same day that Rosalio goes missing. So just about that they saw you wearing about 4 hours before, 4.5 hours before Rosalio's death. You take those items off, and of course you package them up. This is your plan. You're not going to operate your vehicles with those things still on you. You've planned this, just like you left your phone at home. And so an investigation that is hoping that you were not a planner, an investigation that was expecting that you were not prepared for those type of basic things, is never going to detect you in that situation. Right? Only things that are going to detect you are the things you could not have planned for, things you could not have intended. Now you get home right away, okay? And I'm going to talk about the timing in a few minutes here and how absolutely impossible it would be for the timing to fit together this well and you be an innocent man. But you're home by 11:19 p.m. You've been radio silent. You've been off the grid for more than, for about almost 4 hours. Now you're on the phone. You're constantly on the phone from 11:19 to about 1 a.m. And so you are establishing your credibility and your bona fide that I've been here. Okay? Just like your plan was. You got back home almost immediately so that you could be sure that if anybody ever looked at you, that you were accounted for in a way that was helpful to you. But then after 1 o'clock, you're again off the grid for about 3 hours. Okay, now it's the middle of the night, so a lot of people are doing nothing during that period of time, right? But from 1 to 4, you're off the grid, and that gives you plenty of time to dispose of Rosalio Gutierrez's body in the planned location and to do some of the cleanup. Now, maybe you're in a dark location. Maybe you can't do all the cleanup you wanted. Maybe you find that when you start to do the cleanup, that some of the blood has actually saturated through whatever you thought was going to contain it, and it's actually seeped into part of the carpeting and matting in the back of your van. Okay? So maybe you are finding that plan A is not going to be exactly workable. And so maybe you didn't have the tools for that bit of your preparation now not working perfectly. And so by 4 a.m., you are again trying to figure out where you can get cleaning materials early. And so you end up at Walmart and you buy more rubber gloves and more garbage bags and cleaning supplies, and you go to a location for 3 hours where it's people with family connections to you. It's a location you know no one else is going to be at, and you can finish your cleanup, again bagging all the items, again being meticulous about making sure that you don't leave any evidence, and of course at your own house over the next couple of days you must run that fire pit and start to destroy some of the rest of the evidence. Because even when you do the cleanup, right, even when you do the cleanup, you are concerned that maybe the personal clothing that you are wearing will somehow be able to be tied to you, right? If somebody finds some of this stuff in a dumpster or buried somewhere or somewhere controlled, you can't leave your clothes, which is certainly going to have your DNA on it, right? Your pants, your socks, the boots you were wearing. You've got to get rid of those in a way that is DNA proof. And you know how you do that? You do that with fire. You burn those things so that no DNA will ever exist. Okay, so that's why the burning pit is going on in the rainstorm for a couple of days. Because you're burning steel-toed boots. And we find at the very top of that burn pile steel toes and shoelaces, right? You burn your underwear, and we find a fragment of your underwear. You burn your jeans, and we find some buttons. And in fact, you might even burn 2 pairs of jeans, right? Because you might have changed jeans once from the time you committed the offense and then when you did the cleaning of the van in that second situation. So you might even you might even need to burn multiple pairs of jeans. And you burn socks, right? The ones you wore when you wore those boots. And so at the very top of your fire pit, there's bleach, and there's those kind of clothes consistent with that set of garments that you could have. Okay? Those things are found in the fire pit. I want to talk about some of the major witnesses in this case for just a second, because I think that they're I want to have you hear me talk about sort of how I think they responded on the stand and where they sit in terms of your ability to adopt what they have said.
Slip sound.
So I want to speak first about Sadie Beecham, okay, who was, I think in every way you heard her, right, on the stand, confronted on cross-examination, in her texts, on the phone when you heard recordings of her. She is part scared, part at wit's end. She is frustrated. There are times she is trying to appease and make nice with the defendant. There are times she's trying to just manage a conversation, just trying to say anything she can to end the endless string of texts or end the hours-long phone calls. And in the meantime, there are family issues, right? There are a couple things happening in their lives which do not allow her to cut off all contact with the defendant. Do not allow her to have some rule that says, you know, when I tell you you're not welcome in my house, that means you can never, ever be over here because I need help sometimes with my daughter. And so she is a woman just trying to have something of her own. She's trying to have some relationship in her life that is not about the defendant. And he deals with that with such obsession, with such hostility, with such fury, that she tries every strategy that anyone has ever come up with to try to deal with that. And that's exactly how you folks on the jury would expect someone who is being stalked and who is being dealt with in that way day after day to behave. Sometimes she wants to curse at him. Sometimes she wants to try to say nice things to see if that'll work. Sometimes she wants him out of her house. Sometimes she needs him to help on something. This is real, but it doesn't mean that it's not overwhelming, oppressive, and something that she is truly scared of. I want to talk about the daughter in this case, who now is 14 years old, right? So you heard a 14-year-old who was, I think I'm going to call her sassy, who was courageous, who was absolutely adamant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, absolutely adamant about the things she told you, about things like that the back of that van was not cut out when I last saw the back of that van on the weekend of the 16th and 17th of May. Like that my father made me his spy, that he stole things from the car. All of those things she said. She was adamant about those things. When challenged by the defense, she gave extra details that she remembered, and she, in tone and in bravery, made it absolutely clear to you as a jury that she is her own person and that she knows what she is talking about. Now, is she perfect? Did she say exactly the same thing in exactly the same order as she did back in 2020? That would be impossible to do. As a 12-year-old and now 14, of course, some time has passed, right? But as to everything that truly matters, you will see a couple of things that were inconsistent, and they will not be things that for you truly matter. Was she coached? Was any of what she did something where an adult has ordered her or dominated her to provide that information? I would suggest to you she's the exact opposite of the personality of some 14-year-old who can be coached in terms of what she will say. Exact opposite. I want to talk about Marquand Washington, the inmate who came and told you what the defendant told him when they had a cell together for about a little more than 5 weeks. And I want to contrast him with Mr. McAtee, the inmate that the defense called to talk about Marquand Washington. And I think it's constructive to talk about them together for a second, to talk about what matters in terms of your thinking about and assessing that information. So Marquand Washington knew the defendant's home was in Mequon. He knew it was a home in poor condition in a rich area. That appears to be the case. He knew details about the defendant's family that have been unchallenged in this case. He knew about circumstances of the case which are sort of unimportant circumstances, but they're details that might lead you to understand that he has insider information. So what do I mean? Well, he says in the raid that the police found a lot of cash. The police found $47,000 plus, but only a little bit of weed. Okay? And sure enough, that is a summary that would be accurate in some, from some perspectives about what happened in a collateral part of the case. So these are the kind of details. He knew what his job was. He knew he had worked for, in construction and in cable, laying cable. So these are things that Marquand Washington knew about the background of the defendant. So he knew some personal facts. And then he talked about what, of course, he told him about the offense, and he told him this was a private conversation. No word was ever said to me where another person was ever present. He only told me a few of the facts. He did not outline everything that happened in the case. That he also told the defendant all sorts of details about his case. You heard Marquand Washington say he's never cooperated before. So this is the first time he's ever done this. And again, that is unchallenged in this case, that he has not been a person who from a jail has ever informed on an individual before. There's absolutely no evidence of any other cooperation along those lines, where in the context of hearing something in a jail, he decided to do something with it. He also told you that if he lies, if he's caught in a lie in this case, that the agreement that he currently has will be eliminated, will be destroyed. So really, he is at huge risk if Marquand Washington decides to say anything that is false in this case. He's at huge risk to have everything that he's hoping for in a federal agreement be destroyed. So here's the contrast with Mr. McAtee. And I think it's so helpful that you got a chance to see Mr. McAtee, because now you get a chance to evaluate what a jailhouse sort of operator looks like in contrast to what Mr. Washington gave you and showed you. Okay? So they're similar. They both have a federal case, right? So they have surface similarity. Mr. McAtee has 11 priors. But Mr. McAtee has two recent in time situations where he has fraudulently caused pretend legal mail, so pretend documents, to be sent into the jail where he was fraudulently involved in this under attorneys' names. So there would be these innocent human beings on the planet who would be supposedly the person who sent these documents into the jail, and they would have drugs in them. So theoretically, two other human beings, in this case lawyers, right, would be individuals who would be, of course, under high suspicion, right, of having caused drugs to come into the jail. And what the defendant, what Mr. McAtee admitted to you is, yes, I was involved in those plans. In the second one, after he's caught the first time, he actually goes to the legal computer in the jail and completely forges a legal envelope and the legal mail. In both cases, he uses cellmates, okay, people he's been incarcerated with, as part of his fraud. So you know about Mr. McAtee that in the jail setting, he is a documented forger and person who's trying to fraudulently do things, that he's willing to risk totally innocent parties in that fraud, and that he forms alliances with fellow inmates to do things that are not proper in these circumstances. Does not sound like somebody who could be relied upon. What else do we know about Mr. McAtee? Well, he was asked, he claimed that he had a deal with, that he'd been offered by the state. When surprise was expressed about that, as I recall it, the judge asked his attorney, who was in the gallery, and his attorney said, no, there's no deal. So Mr. McAtee was contradicted by his own lawyer about the circumstances of his coming to testify in front of you while he was here. I don't know how more clear it can be that Mr. McAtee cannot be relied on by you for any information. And then finally, Mr. McAtee, and I tried to be very careful when I did this under cross-examination. I asked Mr. McAtee, so tell me where this man was who was yelling to you or telling you in above a conversational voice, essentially giving you a tutorial on how to be a snitch in the jail. And he said, I was in the upper tier, as was this other gentleman, okay, this person he's talking to. We can't see each other because there's mesh there. The cell fronts are obscured, but we're talking and he's across from me, upstairs. Well, when we looked into it, Marquand Washington was never upstairs. So, again, the most basic reported fact by Mr. McAtee is false. Whoever he had a conversation with across from him is not Marquand Washington. If that conversation ever took place, he's got the wrong guy based on where he told you this person was located. Because Marquand Washington moved in a couple of different places, but he was always, there was never a time he was in that upper tier. Okay? McAtee is just plain wrong about the basic detail that he tried to give you. In fact, you saw the pictures. They're on the complete opposite ends for all but 6 hours of the time they're together. And even then, they're not on the same tier. So literally, you'd have to have a situation where guys who are all the way across from each other, where Marquand Washington is willing in the security part of the jail. Remember, these are people who've already misbehaved in the jail. Is that the environment where you think it's at all reasonable to believe that Marquand Washington, a guy as careful as he sounded in this courtroom, is going to scream out instructions on how to get yourself out of a case, how to be a snitch, with other inmates obviously able to hear that same thing? When McAtee himself told you federal inmates who snitch are in danger. So why would Marquand Washington advertise that? And remember, Marquand Washington had never cooperated at the time this was talked about. So you'd have to believe he was literally giving advice, even though they got the location wrong. He was literally giving advice on something he had never done that would put him in mortal danger. And your authority on that is a guy who's fraudulently sent legal mail to get drugs 2 times using other inmates. Okay, so I also want to talk about the 3 crime lab analysts for just a second, right? So you have Lisa Treffinger, Ron Watucky, and Julie Avila. You have more than 70 years experience at the State Crime Lab. All 3 of them tell you, and this is undisputed, there's no competing evidence in this case, all 3 of them tell you that stain in that van, okay, it's A1 in their lab stuff, right? A1, that stain in the van of the defendants, is
not
blood.
A1 sauce.
Every one of them offered you the opinion it's blood. 70 years of experience. Okay? People who go to crime scenes as their job every day over many of the years of their careers. Okay? 3 different experts tell you it's blood. 2 of them also tell you, so now you also know, again, undisputed, it's the DNA of Rosalio Gutierrez. So it's blood, and it's undisputed evidence in this case that that is the DNA of Rosalio Gutierrez. Lisa Treffinger, an expert on this field, tells you that she did the testing. Ronald Watucky, who reviewed those findings, told you about his conclusions about this case. And then 2 of these 3 experts are asked, and so now this is Ron Watucky and Julie Avila. What else can you tell us about this speck, this red brownish speck in the van? And those 2 individuals, Ronald Watucky, who's been working at the State Crime Lab since before they started doing DNA, and Julie Avila, who has 22 years there, said, we've seen lots of blood. Not only does it look like blood, but it looks like it is splashed on there. In other words, it is not transferred blood. Again, this is their expert opinion. It hasn't been smudged on there or wiped on there. It's not, in other words, something someone planted there. It's splashed on. When that blood was still wet, it's splashed on.
I do appreciate you guys not talking about the attorney's attire.
3 crime lab analysts
It's
give
been
you
distracting,
such
but
important evidence in this
we want to
case.
focus on the case here.
Okay. So we've talked about how this evidence is organized. We've talked about what the evidence is. The burden of proof is on the state in each and every aspect of this case. Okay, so in no way let any argument I have said in any way, shape, or form indicate to you that there's any other burden of proof but the state of Wisconsin, each and every element. You're allowed to consider the evidence and organize the evidence in any way you want, right? You can think about it and organize it as a group and in your own minds in any way you want. And I'm going to ask you to think about the evidence in this way as one of the ways you do consider it. Could all of the things I'm now going to go through, could all of them be true for an innocent man who is falsely accused? Could an innocent person falsely accused have all of the things I'm about to outline to you happen to them? Is that in any way reasonable? Is my question to you. Okay? So, Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on May 17th, 2020. His body's found on May 19th, 2020. Okay? If the defendant is an innocent man and falsely accused, this should have zero effect on him. Right? He lives in Mequon. That is an hour's drive away. There's absolutely no way the death of a person in Kenosha should impact him in any way, innocent and falsely accused. Okay? Now, here's where it starts to get more and more unlucky for him, more and more unreasonable for him to not be the person who committed this offense, right? Because it turns out that this person who should be a random person in the life of the defendant is actually the first man that Sadie has dated since she ended her long-time relationship with you. Okay? So now we have, it's not just a random city, it is the guy who Sadie has been Sadie's first kind of real, some kind of relationship since she broke it off with you. Okay, again, if you're an innocent guy, you're falsely accused, you have your own girlfriend, you're not, you've said you're not jealous in any way, this really shouldn't impact you, right? This is a guy she's dating, but so what? It should have zero reason to cause you any concern or be a problem, a situation that's a problem for you. However, here's a problem for you. Here's where it starts to be so unfortunate if you're an innocent man and falsely accused, right? Because even though you have a girlfriend, even though you are not a jealous guy about this new relationship Sadie has, when the police start to do digging, they find all sorts of documentary evidence that you are extremely jealous. There are, for instance, on your own devices, recordings of you talking about how jealous you are, that the state played for you in this case. There are legions of emails that we showed you and texts that show how jealous you are of her relationship. And so, unfortunately for you, there is a body of evidence that documents that even though you have a girlfriend, you are very extensively jealous in obsessive ways about what happens in Sadie Beecham's love life. And so here's how unlucky you are. Those kind of obsessive acts of jealousy that you have also begin to show that you don't know any limits. Here's how unlucky you are if you're falsely accused here, right? Because on March 4th, you go into Sadie Beecham's home where her babysitter finds you looming over her, wakes her up before 4 a.m. in the morning. You are screaming about how Sadie Beecham is a whore, and you are accusing the babysitter of being a whore as well in your fury. And it's all about jealousy because Sadie Beecham, who is broken up with you, had the audacity to go on a vacation and not let you know, and she surely is cheating on you. It's got to be that she is cheating on you. And you go wake up your you go and wake up your 12-year-old daughter, and by the way, it's a school day that next day, and your 4-year-olds. You go and wake them all up, and you, knowing no limits, make them a breakfast, a 4 a.m. breakfast on a school day. You don't know any limits. And by March 4th, we are already getting a flavor for how you behave when Sadie Beecham refuses to be under your thumb. So it's unlucky that you would have done that just a couple of months before, and somehow Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on May 17th. But here's how much more unlucky you get. because that date of May 17th turns out to have a bunch of significance if the person involved in the murder is really focused on Sadie Beecham's love life, right? Because May 17th, the date of the murder, is one day before Sadie Beecham meets Rosalio's kids for the first time. And if you're monitoring Sadie Beecham, if your antenna towards Sadie Beecham is obsessive and controlling, and anything she does hits your antenna like a rocket ship, right? Then when
because rocket ships hit antennas
kids,
all the time,
you have a whole nother degree.
He was searching for the word lightning bolts
and fury. And in fact, the day Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered, Sadie Beecham texts Rosalio and says to him in a text, "I would like to take our relationship further." These are the words that the defendant cannot allow. He cannot tolerate these words. He will not let this happen. Is it an accident or just horrible random fortune that Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered at the same time that her obsessive ex would be learning and beginning to find out that all the steps and signs look like she is moving on? Is that an accident? You are horribly unfortunate and as an innocent, falsely accused man if that's the case. And so here's how bad your fortune is if you're innocent and falsely accused. Sadie Beecham, who remains at the scene on the 19th when this bloody scene is discovered, reveals to law enforcement, hey, I think my ex has been monitoring me in a variety of ways out of jealousy. And this should be easily cleared up. Okay? So this should be an opportunity for an innocent, falsely accused man, right? Because the defendant has already told Sadie in a variety of communications, and Sadie herself told you, he's already told me none of these things are true, right? On the 24th, I have a very good excuse for why I was at your house and peeped in, although some of it involves a premonition. On May 8th, I accidentally must have dropped a phone in your car. I never did that on purpose. I'm not monitoring you. And then on the 13th, it's just pure accident that I texted something to you that's the same thing that Rosalio said. I was never anywhere near you. Okay? So, assuming this is true and you're not an obsessive ex who's been doing all these very disturbing things, this should be able to be cleared up. It should be able to be cleared up. Here's how unlucky you are if you're an innocent, falsely accused guy. All the electronics in this case back up Sadie Beecham. Okay? They back him up. She says, we were videotaped. That's what I've been told. Sure enough, there's video. She says, I believe he was tracking me on May 8th. I don't believe him that he dropped it accidentally. What does his computer show? That he was actually tracking her. Not only that, but the places that he tracked her, he took screenshots of those trackings, okay, of that phone, and he put them in the Rosalio Gutierrez file on his computer. So he's lying to her. Okay, he's lying to her about that. And then on May 13th, his phone, his own electronics, puts him in Kenosha at the exact time that that text is made to her that repeats the words Rosalio just said to her. So every time the electronics finds, rather than clearing him, that he's lying. And that those obsessive, boundary-breaking moments are all true. Okay, so here's another horrible piece of luck if you're an innocent guy and falsely accused. After you found out Sadie was seeing someone, you purchased 2 trackers, okay, to track vehicles with no explanation for that is in the record, right? That we don't know of any reason, but it certainly is coincidental timing. And you know, here's one thing that would be lucky for you again. Here's an opportunity you could clear yourself, right? If those 2 trackers could be found, surely they would show that they haven't been mounted on Rosalio's vehicle, they haven't been used to follow him or make sure that you know he's home at certain times or any of that. But one of those two trackers can't be found at any of the search warrants. We found one, but not two. We ordered two. We know two were delivered based on the electronic information. One is missing. What horrible luck if that tracker would have again been able to clear you. Okay, here's horrible luck. Marquand Washington, who you roomed with for 5 weeks, only time he's ever cooperated, says all the things he says, including that you ended up stabbing this man in the end, that you used garbage bags, that you'll never be found, that he'll never be found, and that he suggested the way to kill someone is to surveil them and keep tabs on them and use the devices you can buy, like trackers on Amazon. Here's horrible luck. You yourself bought trackers on Amazon. You yourself have been documented in all the ways we just talked about on each of those days as being involved in surveillance of the victim. So all of the ways you said would be the right way to prep to do a murder, to do a mission of murder, are actually confirmed by your own devices. That's really bad luck. It's horrible luck if you've been falsely accused. Okay, so, you know, here's a moment where you'd think that, that you've been monitoring this guy. You do admit to the police that on April 24th you did peek in the window, but you took your 11-year-old to witness it. Your 11-year-old who was about to turn 12. You took your daughter to witness that. You used her as a tool, as your fellow spy in there. And so, again, you're unlucky because a jury hearing that will know that you don't have any of the limits that they would expect for a person who was innocent and falsely accused. Now, here's another one, right? You're accused by Sadie as part of these accusations of taking items from Rosalio's truck. His registration and a letter to a person named TJ. The daughter also confirms those things. But you didn't do this because you're not jealous and you are not controlling, and of course you do know limits, and you're just being falsely accused. So again, here's a moment where if you're an innocent falsely accused guy, we're going to be able to clear things up, right? Here's a moment where we're going to be able to show, okay, we've now looked at what you did, what you're saying, that you didn't do these things, and we're able to verify. But in fact, just the opposite is true, isn't it? Because what we find in his electronics are, we find that not only right after you would have returned from Sadie's place on April 24th, so in the early morning hours of April 25th, you're already doing searches of Rosalio's Colorado plate and the name of Rosalio's stepdad, a name on your registration document, okay, which was in the truck. So you are searching for a name that you shouldn't have unless you have a document from his truck. And then, again on a device, we find a snippet of that same registration document which has the stepdad's name on it, and in the defendant's own handwriting, he has the handwritten address of Rosalio Gutierrez. So again, we have a portion of the document you stole from that truck on your electronics. And so we know you're not telling the truth again. And again, we know you're not telling the truth, and you know no limits, and you have obsessive jealousy, and it's focused on Rosalio Gutierrez. Okay, so, you know, again, you claim it was an accidental plant of the phone on May 8th. You know, again, this should be able to be cleared up, but I told you it's on his computer. So again, that shows you're lying, and again, horrible luck if you're an innocent guy falsely accused. Here's horrible luck. You're an innocent man, right? You're not jealous.
He's not supposed to
none
walk
of this
around.
stuff is true. It's just a horrible set of coincidences and circumstances. But you have a file on your computer that is named Rosalio Gutierrez. You had to write that name on there. And in it, is not only a picture of a tracker that you've included in that file, but all sorts of pictures of Rosalio Gutierrez and his kids. On the defendant's computer are pictures of Rosalio Gutierrez and his kids. We pass those through you guys as a jury. Horrible luck if you are not responsible for his death. Horrible luck that you were bothering to put things like pictures of his kids in your computer, that you had to take off of some internet source, right? Facebook or something. You had to screenshot each one of them. You made a choice each time that that was important to you. It was important to store that. No limits on the defendant and his behavior. On May 13th, again, we should be able to clear you on May 13th. Sadie says, listen, he texted me the same thing that Rosalio just said when I was at his place. There's no reason that the defendant should be over at Rosalio's place when I am visiting him on May 13th. Well, your bad luck is that your phone puts you there. At the same time she says that text is being made, your text is the same words she claims are on there, and it sure looks to a jury like you are rehearsing, like this is a dry run for the murder you will commit 4 days later. Yeah. So here's how your bad luck continues, right? Because there's a crescendo of activity that seems to be leading to a homicide, and it's bad luck that these are things all from you. May 14th, okay, 3 days before the homicide. Do you want me to stop by to meet Junior tonight? Not a little later, half hour later. So you're saying I can stop by and meet someone later? You're taunting Sadie. You're taunting her and thinking gloriously about what will happen when you meet him. Remember what your daughter told us? Remember what she said on the stand? Let me get to that. Let me make sure you guys hear that one more time. She says, my dad said something about showing him who the man was. That sounds like what you're up to on May 14th. May 16th, 1 day before the homicide, folks. 1 day before the homicide. You have the kids over when this text goes out. You're not a jealous guy, right? You're an innocent man falsely accused. And what you're bothering to text Sadie Beecham is, this is 1 day before the homicide. You race down to Kenosha every chance you get to lay down with some Down syndrome Mexican version of your father. That's how you choose to address her 1 day before the death of Rosalio Gutierrez. Awfully, horribly unlucky and inconvenient if you are an innocent man falsely accused. Here's where the bad luck gets profound. Here's where it becomes patently unreasonable for you to believe that the defendant is an innocent man falsely accused. Because on the murder, the evening of the murder, okay, around 10 p.m., the defendant's phone, at the exact time period necessary to commit this murder, is off the grid. In fact, all of his devices are off the grid from 7:30 to 11:19. What are the chances? What are the chances of the exact time period needed to drive to Kenosha, wait around, wait for Rosalio Gutierrez to get home at a little after 9, murder him at around 10, and then get yourself back to Mequon? How is it that that amount of time is the exact period of time you're off the grid? That would be the worst luck in human history if you were a person who was innocent and falsely accused.
That's where the tax trip comes in. We'll hear that from the defense.
Here's the absurdity of any conclusion other than that the defendant is involved. Okay? Tell me how this portion of bad luck could even exist in the world. The defense put in some evidence about the phone changing position. You remember it went from up to the side? And the time period on that was 10:11 p.m. on May 17th. Okay? I'm going to suggest to you by far the most logical reason why that phone would change positions is it's been placed in the freezer. right? That's why it's changed position. It's now being hidden in the freezer at 10:11 p.m. Okay? Well, we know from the defendant getting directions on May 13th. Remember, you heard the recordings of those directions? That the directions that the defendant got on May 13th were just a minute or two over an hour. 10:11 p.m., the phone changes position and goes in the freezer. You got to take care of a few more things, right? You got to straighten up things, maybe pick up some wood. You've already moved the body. Now you're doing the last staging, right? Okay, I'm going to leave the wallet on the couch, but I'm going to put the credit cards on the phone. You're doing those last seconds of staging. So maybe you take a couple minutes to do that. You're home, back in Mequon, answering your phone at 11:19 p.m. An hour and 8 minutes from when that phone changed position. Can that be an accident? Is that just horrible luck? That one of the final acts, one of the things that makes sense to have be the final act of your staging, exactly times you to get you back to Mequon to use your phone as quickly as you can, so you're back, so you can start to get your alibi running and going? I would suggest to you the chances of that timing being true for an innocent, falsely accused man with all the rest of what I've said is astronomically impossible. It's impossible. What else? Well, remember, this is an evening. Here's how bad luck it is. Your girlfriend, Miss Remsburg, is expecting you. She is texting and calling you throughout the time you're off the grid, saying, hey, thought you were coming over. Here's what I was making. Here's the movie I was planning. Okay, I guess you're not coming. She gets madder and madder as these go on. Clearly does not know you're not arriving. In fact, she said that on the stand. So a night when she expected you, on the very night Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered, you're not in the place where you were expected. And you, even when you do get in contact with her, you have a long call with her around midnight, you still don't go over there. You don't go over to make it up. If she's mad, you don't do any of those things, because you need that time to dispose of that body and get rid of evidence. So horribly unlucky that that would happen. Okay, here's something unlucky. It's the 19th now of May. You're arrested, right? You have taken out on May 15th $50,000 from Wells Fargo Bank in 20s. So it's in cash. You still have a little more than $47,000 at your place. And so you're unlucky because a jury could reasonably guess that that's your cash money for if this murder somehow goes wrong. Right? You have an escape fund that is ready. You are ready before the 17th with a bunch of ready cash so that if you need to not use a credit card, not show ID, pay just like you paid at Walmart on the 18th, you have all the cash you need to be on the run for a good period of time. That's horribly unlucky if you're an innocent guy and falsely accused. Horrible unluck that you need to burn some clothes and it is heavy rains and you still are operating a fire pit. Do you remember that one of the witnesses in this case, who's a friend of the defendant, said, yeah, I went over there on the 18th, pouring rain, he is operating a fire pit even then. And so you have this fire going through the heavy rain. Here's how unlucky you are. The very top of the ashes, the top level of the ashes, have jeans button, Hanes sock, underwear, bleach bottle, and steel toes for boots with laces. That's at the top of the burn pile. This is what you have been burning most recently in terms of things they can see. And it all sounds like the type of things you might need to burn to cover up DNA. That's horribly unlucky. That you would be involved in a burn in heavy rainstorms for days, and that the top level are the very things that seem like you are trying to destroy DNA. Boy, you're unlucky that the back third of your carpet is cut out. You're horribly unlucky. And you're horribly unlucky that your 12-year-old daughter and now 14-year-old daughter reports that isn't how it looked when my brothers got out of the vehicle. I saw what my dad put in there. I saw what my dad had. And the carpet, in terms of bleach stains and the cutout, she was adamant with you folks on the jury that that back third was not cut out when she last saw that van on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th when she left. Her mom picked her up on May 17th in the afternoon. Remember, Ms. Remsburg also said that van cutout. We showed her a picture. She said that van cutout did not exist when I last saw the van as well. So 2 witnesses told you that that third of the van had not been cut out. So what horrible, horrible luck for the defendant if he is an innocent, falsely accused man that for some reason he cut out that carpet. It's in the exact place that that speck of blood of Rosalio Gutierrez is. And here he is with that carpet cut out. Now, again, if he cut it out recently, we probably would be able, you'd think, well, he could clear himself, right? Because we'd find that carpet somewhere on his property. But that carpet cutout is gone. Again, it's missing. And it could clear him, right? Just like Grandpa's boots could clear him. Just like the shirt might clear him. All these things that could clear him are missing from this case. That's because they would never clear him. That's the real answer. But what a horrible circumstance for a guy who is falsely accused. So, you know, you think about the ultimate bad luck in this case, and I already talked about the DNA evidence, so I won't belabor it. I just want to say, what are the chances that in this exact square foot on the planet Earth, the exact square foot on the planet Earth, a man who's innocent and falsely accused would have the blood of the man who died on May 17th? How could that happen? What is the astronomical, unbelievable bad luck to have that in his van right under where carpet has suddenly been cut away, right, you know, in the same van back as the bleach stains? How could that be? And your daughter, how could you be so unlucky that your daughter is also willing to testify that you were focused on this guy, that you were stealing from him, that you were spying on him in all sorts of different ways, that she was being asked to spy on him, and that every time she saw you, this is what you were obsessed with? Could you be an innocent and falsely accused man who has your daughter say all those things, including, I may just watch him or follow him to his house one time just for the fun of it? So I want to end this sort of idea that you can't be an innocent man falsely accused with this piece. Unchallenged evidence in this case is that 2 individuals, Mike Campbell and a buddy, go to the defendant's home before law enforcement is ready to come in and arrest and do a search. Mike Campbell, this is unchallenged evidence in the record here, says, I told the defendant, I thought at the time he was his brother, that's what he had told me, but I told the defendant, hey, we're looking for our buddy in Kenosha. He was dating your ex and he is missing. So now the defendant knows, okay? If he's an innocent and falsely accused guy, he knows, okay, people are concerned about a guy in Kenosha who's missing, and he is an ex of, he is dating my ex. And of course, he already has a computer file on this guy, etc. So, you know, there's no way the defendant doesn't put 2 and 2 together about who they might be speaking about. So now Kenosha law enforcement are now going to talk to the defendant, okay? He's been visited by people who told him, hey, our buddy from Kenosha is missing. He knows that it's Sadie's new boyfriend. Now police are speaking to him, okay? There's no way the defendant on the 19th of May does not understand what a big moment this is, okay? Here is his opportunity by telling the whole and total truth to clear himself, right? He will be able to clear this up. You just got to tell the truth. You just got to be honest about what the circumstances are so that we can clear this up. because this is a big deal. This is no one playing around. Someone's missing. What does he choose to do at that moment? And you tell me if an innocent and falsely accused man would behave in this way. Okay? They ask him about what car he operates. You know what he says? The Audi. He goes with the Audi. They keep pressing him. Oh, yeah, okay, well, there's a van, but I hardly drive that. They press him some more. Everybody drives that. Well, you know from Remsburg that the defendant at this time period is using the minivan. You know from the Walmart video the defendant is using the minivan. So the defendant, for some reason, deliberately tries to avoid talking about the minivan. 2 days after the homicide, knowing Rosalio Gutierrez is missing, he doesn't want to talk about the minivan. He's trying to steer the detectives to the Audi. Why would you do that if you're an innocent man and falsely accused? They ask him about the different circumstances. They ask him about whether he placed a phone on May 8th. Rather than sharing that, you know what, I have monitored the phone on occasion, there might be something on my computer, I've put it in Rosalio Gutierrez's file, he denied that on May 8th that he had done any placement of a phone. The electronics show that that's not true. He chose to lie to law enforcement about that incident relating about what Sadie and he had talked about. He said, I never videotaped on that April 24th incident where I peeked into Sadie's window with my daughter. Never videotaped. Well, why would you say that when we have that video on your devices? When you, the jury, got to see at least snippets or a glimpse of that video, what we have of that video. Again, he chooses to lie about that rather than saying, yes, here's all the things I did, but I never did the piece that I don't have anything to do with this person in any other way. He said, I've never seen this Rosalio other than the one time I saw him through the window. Well, we have the directions to Rosalio on May 13th on the defendant's devices. We have the text. We have the phone that shows he's at that residence at that time. He's asked about, does he know who Sadie is dating? Okay, now this is an easy one. He's got a file in his computer that he has labeled Rosalio Gutierrez. He's looked up Rosalio Gutierrez's background in all sorts of ways, right? This ought to be a softball question. Here's what the defendant does. He says, I think his name starts with last name starts with a G. He's called Junior. He might be a contractor. He acts like he doesn't even know this guy's name, which is completely false and is not what you do if you're an innocent man and falsely accused. And then he is asked, members of this jury, he's asked, where were you 2 nights ago? Not 2 weeks ago, not 2 months ago, 2 nights ago. Okay? And he says, I believe I was with my girlfriend. They press him a little more, Christine Remsburg. I believe I was at her house. Now, he hedges later, but he goes with a false alibi. He goes with a false alibi. And you know what? When they go to talk to Christine Remsburg, she also begins. She's been with him the last 2 days since. You heard her say that. She also goes with a false alibi when the cops first talk to her. And she doesn't change her mind about that until after her sister, who also testified, said, you know what, that did not happen. I remember my sister had been stood up and she was mad. And then when they went back to Christine Remsburg, she said, okay, you're right. I was mistaken about that information. You as a jury are supposed to believe that they both gave a false alibi about something that happened 2 days earlier, and they both gave the identical false alibi by accident? You're supposed to believe that's just another horrible coincidence for an innocent man falsely accused? So I'd suggest to you, if you lie about what car you use, when the car that transported the body is the one you are avoiding, when you lie about whether you are doing any activities regarding Sadie and Rosalio, when your electronics tell us you are, when you lie about where you were 2 days ago, because during the time period we care about, Rosalio was being murdered, those are the type of lies you don't tell. If you know how serious it is and you are an innocent man falsely accused. These things could not all happen. Those 40-plus things I just went through with you could not all happen to
Only
some
40.
unfortunate, innocent person who's falsely accused. The only reasonable conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, is that those things have occurred to one individual on this planet, the defendant, because he is guilty of the offenses before you. That's
think
the
he's
only
wrapping up
reasonable
here.
conclusion. No way all those things could happen, all in combination to an innocent man. You have 1,039 days of proof that Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered. His blood in that van is proof who murdered him. The electronics of the defendant himself demonstrate his obsession and his more and more concerning pattern, and that he knows no limits. And they tell you that he has a gap off the grid, which is exactly the amount of time that is necessary. And the defendant's lies to law enforcement confirm, because they are on such major matters, they confirm for you that this is not an innocent man falsely accused. And when you put all this evidence together, you will say to yourself, it was quite a plan, but it is not a plan that in the end can succeed, because it is betrayed by that speck of blood of Rosalio Gutierrez, it's betrayed by the electronics, and it's betrayed by the defendant's own lies. And you will find this defendant responsible, and you will hold him responsible despite this plan, that he tried everything he could to avoid responsibility. Thank you.
Okay, that was somebody's ringtone going off
10-minute break,
in
and
the court.
please don't talk about the case during the break.
Okay, here's what we know. We know that the judge has a hard stop for lunch at noon, I believe. He's taking a 2-hour break. So we have a fixed time limit. I think defense can probably get their case done, or their closing argument done in that time. Let's see if there's... I've got the audio still going here, so if the judge wants to address something while the jury's out, we'll hear that. We'll jump back. Very interesting. I personally think the defense did a great job on that presentation as far as... Oh, holy cow. Matthew Harris, he said to turn the gift setting on because he was feeling generous. He just gifted 10 memberships. Awesome. Thank you so much, Matthew. Let's see who won here. In the Trenches, Bradley McKay, Fur Baby's mom, Mags, Manon, Celtic Queen, Puppies and Pizza, Christy Wright Kennemer, Marla Finch, and Toyo Toys. Awesome. Toyo Toys. That's awesome. Glad to see you got on there too. That's just great. Thank you very much, Matthew, for your support. Great mod. Appreciate you having giving your legal analysis and input in the chat as well. Matthew's been a friend of the program for a long time. Has another YouTube channel, his own YouTube channel, where he shares some great videos. I highly recommend. You'll see the link here in chat for that if you would be so kind as to go over and give him a subscription. That would be great. Okay, so defense. Yes, here's what we're going to have. Defense. This is part one of the defense's closing. Defense gets to go first and last, and in the middle we have the state gets to go first and last. Defense gets to go in the middle. I was confused on that one. So we're going to have Nicole, I believe, give this closing. That's my understanding. I would think it would be surprised if it's anyone else, but Nicole. I think Nicole is extremely talented. Her ability to think things through rapidly. We see this in anytime there's an objection, and how she's able to change her questions, her line of questions, so it gets around an objection. It's absolutely fantastic. She's probably better at that than many attorneys we've seen in a long time. G. Smith says, "Yay for gifts! Thanks for being a supporter for 1 month." Let's see, you've got the light blue courthouse next to your name. Appreciate that, G. Smith. Thanks to you very, very much. I think she's good. Because of that, she's able to respond to what she heard in the opening closing statement from the prosecution. You're going to see her incorporate that and answer and what she can Specifically, I think the timeline, that 1 hour and 8 minutes and things like that. I think we might hear her say something about the tax trip and about how much time it would have taken to go somewhere else and things like that. So I think she's going to work that in. I think she's going to have a much more spicy, a fiery delivery, much more punch to it instead of just a laying out the facts, because honestly, they don't have many facts on their side. They have a lot of doubt. They should definitely do what Matthew Harris said and list and say, did you? Well, the DA was accusing you of murder because he was facing the jury and then speaking as if he was speaking to Zach, saying you did this, and yeah, it was weird. He said, did you listen to how many times he said I don't know or maybe or just how many big gaps there were in his story, in his own story? He says, I've tried to put the pieces all together and here are all the holes in my story. Is there room in all those holes for reasonable doubt? Are you convinced with all those holes if they don't know what's going on? Let's see. Excellent closing for the state. I agree. I think the defense is going to do a good job too. Ivan says, defense lawyer should open up with my client as a scumbag stalker and a lousy father, but not a killer. I think they almost have to surrender on the stalking charge. It's just that is very well proven in this case. Love the spot cans this morning. What did I do? Did I do like this? Well, I don't know why I was doing that. Nanu. I don't know what the the reference was. Let's see. Does it take 4.5 hours to drive to Menominee Falls to Kenosha? Cass, I'm not a big. I'm not up to date on my maps for Wisconsin, so I'm not sure the distance. I could Google it and ask Siri to tell me. Let's see. They fought for that to be dismissed. The state is bringing up this the DNA in the back of the van, and the defense did not have any answer for that in trial. We don't have any testimony that can tell us why that was there. As a matter of fact, it goes against what the defendant has said, that he doesn't know who this guy is, that he didn't know him at all, he hadn't met him or something like that. There's no chance for that blood, for Junior's blood to be in the back of the van, and there's no explanation. How do you get around that? I mean, they can't just ignore this with the jury. They have to answer this. So I'm curious to see how they'll handle that. Let's see. Can't wait to hear the defense. I think they'll do a good job. I appreciate you guys not talking about the lead defense attorney's clothing. It's distraction, and just talking about it and mentioning that you're not talking about it brings up more arguments. So if we just don't talk about it at all, that will be better. If I have to position my my little overlay on top of her, I could do that so it's not distracting to people. We understand that some people feel that was either appropriate or inappropriate for court, but that's not what we're here for. We're not the court of fashion attire. So thank you very much. I appreciate you guys just honoring that. I have asked the mods just to delete all the comments that reference that, whether it was a bad one or not. It's not a smack on you. We don't want to start the conversation, because if one person sees a comment about it, then they sort of go, and it sort of explodes. We're trying to put out the fire before the sparks ignite. So I appreciate your willingness to support us on that. Mods are doing a fantastic job today. You guys are doing a fantastic job, everybody. Nicole Goodman says, recovery addict, no reasonable doubt here. Common sense can assist the jury in closing gaps. He will claim Sadie was calling him babe, mixed signals, and he's just a concerned dad. Stalker's playbook. Junior was literally at Zia's house to mess up his vehicle as revenge. Charlie, we heard that in the opening statements, but we did not get any evidence that occurred. As a matter of fact, there was no evidence that he was there that was presented that I can remember. I cannot recall any evidence from the trial. We heard it in opening statements. We heard what we were going to hear, but then we didn't hear it. So that concerns me, because I think that's the smoking gun. That's the only smoking gun they have. The rest is all just coincidental, circumstantial evidence. Other than the stalking, he's flat out guilty on that one. Let's see. Taco says, "I like that you're one of us and not an attorney." Yeah, I never even crossed my mind to be an attorney, as far as looking for professions in life. Let's see, still undecided, says Les. Just got in. What did I miss? Elizabeth, you just missed the first part of closing statements. So we heard the state give their first part. And generally, this is the calmer of the two. If they get really over the top and theatrical in the first one, it might be easier for the defense to attack it or to poke holes in it. But here they're just laying out facts, and that makes it very difficult for the defense to come in later and say, actually, that's not true. When the jury has heard this evidence has been presented to them, it was very much almost a timeline. It was very chronological, which we like. It helps us understand what happened when and put the pieces together and see the relevance to each other. So I think he did a great job doing that. Maybe even could have used, I know I've talked badly about PowerPoints, but he could have used some sort of exhibit to show, to just hammer those details in, especially the chronology and everything. But he did a great job. Great job. Let's see. So you missed that. When the break comes over, the defense gets to start. Prosecution closing has put all evidence together. The defendant looks bored. Not a good look. I agree. The defendant has not, I believe, been mindful of. Let's put it this way. I once had a boss who told me that that appearances are important, basically, and the fact that I could work, slouch down and type really fast, was not important to her, because when people walk through the department and they see me slouch down typing really fast, they don't see me typing that because my hands are behind the keyboard. They just see me kick back, taking it easy at work. And even though I'm getting more work done than all the rest of the employees, the boss is like, hey. Appearances are important. Okay, it matters. That matters to people, and people make decisions because of that. Appearances are important for the defendant as well. The jury throughout this trial, there's almost probably at every moment there's one member of the jury watching the defendant, saying, "I wonder what his reaction is here," or "Really." Or what's going on? What's he thinking? Type thing, and they're going to pick up on what you're doing. And if you're sitting there looking like, I could care less. At moments where the jury thinks, the average human would probably care about this, they might pick up on that. I think he could have done a better job. Maybe if he had watched one of Matthew Harris's videos about how to act in a trial as a defendant, and how your body language. I know we're not getting deep into body language, but how your body language can be picked up on by a jury. That might have helped him a little bit. Appreciate you guys being respectful to each other. Thank you so much. Let's see. This case has been triggering. It's horrible. Let's see. I'm excited to hear Nicole's closing. Yes, his facial expressions are being watched at all times. He has done a better job, Jojo. Early on in the trial, Zach was very... this was before the accusations of mouthing words and zipping your lips and things like that. Before all those accusations, he was very animated. He was like shaking his head, and he'd be saying things. And his attorneys, there was one time, if you go back, there's an attorney, the one who sits on his left, that always is on the computer. At one point, he says, "Stop it." To it, it's just like stop. He's saying, "Look, I'm trying to help you here, and what you're doing doesn't help." And it has helped that now when he's talking to his attorney, he covers his mouth and just whispers, and that's okay. They're allowed to whisper. They're allowed to confer. They're allowed to pass notes to each other during the trial. It's perfectly acceptable, and I think he's done a better job at that. But he hasn't really changed his outward appearance. He's bored, he's tired, he's angry type thing. Those things show up. Appearances do subconsciously control the jury's decisions. He says, Goodman Law Firm, recovery addict during verdict watch. I'd love to hear a comparison of why no reasonable doubt here as opposed to the Murdaugh trial. The problem with both trials, we have a speck of blood in the vehicle, if you look at the similarities. Alex had a drop of blood or a blood stain, I believe it belonged to Maggie, on his steering wheel. And Zach had one drop of blood that belonged to the victim in the back of his van. The problem is, in Alex's case, they're family. There's a million opportunities for blood, for even blood to be deposited in his vehicle, where someone regularly frequents and maybe drove his car and had scratched themselves or had a nosebleed or something. There's a million ways for blood to get there in Alex's car, but there's really no explanation for the victim's blood to get into Zach's car. That is a tough hurdle that the defense is going to have to try to get over. I don't know how many people have dealt with a stalker, but they are unpredictable. They are capable of anything. I'm lucky to be alive. Jen, glad you are as well. It sounds scary, very scary. I would not want to deal with that. The few times I've, as a homeowner, as a parent, I've got kids in the house. The few times I've thought there's somebody in my yard type thing. That's not stalkerish, but just there's somebody in my yard. There's somebody at my back door that shouldn't be there in the middle of the night. Hang on, we've got some judges opening up a can. Let's see what he's got here. Soda.
Great. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to echo what Mr. Gravely said earlier, because we do share the sentiment that you've given us your time. You've taken time out of your lives. You've gone much further than we thought we were going to take in this case, and you've been incredibly patient. And it's a very important thing when we're talking about how jury trials function in our society and why they are so very important. And I know that all of you take your duty very seriously and have steadfastly taken an oath to do your duty properly. In our country, of course, it's part of our system that we don't leave it up to a prosecutorial agency or any one individual or even just law enforcement collectively to determine whether or not somebody is guilty of a charged offense. We bring in people from the community that have no bias, have no predisposed opinion about what the outcome should be, and we ask you to listen to testimony and examine documents because you are the finders of fact. What the judge did yesterday before we took the break was that he read jury instructions to you. Now, just so you know, you'll get a copy of those jury instructions because I know it's kind of hard to listen for half an hour to all that legal stuff. But that's really basically the structure, the outline, and how the trial is supposed to work, giving you some guidance on what the law says. But there's nothing in those instructions that tells you what facts you are to find. And that's why you're here, is to focus on facts. You'll also notice right before we started, the judge said no taking of notes during closing arguments. That's because what Mr. Gravely says and what I say is not evidence. The evidence part of this case has already happened. There's a theory that what the lawyers say in closing argument shouldn't even matter because we're not presenting facts to you. That's already happened. Now, I obviously take my obligation to represent Mr. Anderson fully, completely, and with the amount of attention that he deserves. So I am going to make some comments here. But I want to focus first on the fact that we are here to discuss what the evidence is. We just heard a 95-minute speech about what Mr. Gravely thinks the evidence shows. It was layer upon layer of conjecture. He used the words, maybe this happened, or I propose to you, or I suggest. And that's what argument is. It's really putting a spin on the facts. But the most important thing, and as you paid attention over the course of the past 3 weeks and a couple days, when you took notes and you paid attention, you are the finders of fact. Now, very soon, extremely soon, you're going to get to go back into that deliberation room and finally start this process of talking about the case. At the end of every day and during every break, the judge has told you, please don't talk about the case. And I know you've been dying to. As the developments have occurred and as the testimonies come in, it gives you an impression. Certain facts will stand out to you. Certain other things will catch your attention, and you wrote those down. Then that is your opportunity when you finally go into deliberations to compare notes and to debate what the facts of this case are. But we are urging you at the outset, let's focus on facts, not guesswork, not theories or anything else. Now, Mr. Gravely's right. He concluded with the fact that the burden of proof remains at this table at all times for each and every element of all the offenses charged. It never shifts to the defense. And some of his comments actually did talk about, why didn't the defendant do this? Why didn't the defendant do that? It's the state's obligation to present all of the evidence, both the burden of production and the burden of persuasion. In fact, it's been said, it was said at the beginning of this case, the defense doesn't need to call any witnesses. The defense doesn't need to say a word. And if the state does not carry its burden of proof, the only correct legal answer is not guilty. Right from the beginning, right from the outset of when this case was initially investigated and then the nearly 3 years that followed, this has been a process whereby the investigators and those prosecuting this case have had horse blinds on and are looking at one man only. And we've seen the process. That's why there was such careful examination, cross-examination, getting into the details of all of these events, including electronic evidence and everything else, all the surrounding circumstances, many, many witnesses in this case, because there was a fashioning of how this investigation was going to go. And I'll get into that a little bit later. Missed opportunities, things that are, frankly, shocking that they weren't looked into. Let's talk a little bit more about the overall background here. And what we do know from the evidence, this comes as no surprise, there's nothing disputed about this. Zachariah and Sadie were in a very long-term relationship that lasted many years. Together, they share 3 children. This was not a perfect relationship, not one made in heaven. And as you heard, there were ups, there were downs, there were a lot of things that are part of a normal relationship. And every relationship has its own dynamics. Over time, there had been periods of time when they were together, then they weren't, then they were doing other things, but they always remained part of each other's lives because, naturally, they shared children in common. One of the things they talk about often are making plans so that Zach could help Sadie, Sadie could help Zach in these situations where they each had other things to do and they wanted to see their children and remain part of their lives. Now, over the years, we get to a point where, as Sadie testified, she was starting to develop a relationship with Rosalio. And this, again, as you heard, was they met on a Facebook dating site. They had started kind of talking. They had met. But this was at the very early stages of a relationship. It had only gone for a few weeks by the time all this happened. And as time progressed, we come to what I have to agree appears to be a tragedy here. Nobody knows where Rosalio Gutierrez is. Nobody knows what happened to Rosalio Gutierrez. And when we hear his mother talk about how she misses him and his friends that have not heard from him, I understand that pain. I understand that anguish. There's a big question mark up in the air about what has happened here. But all of this evidence, if you want to even call it that, all the facts that have come in, as we analyze them piece by piece, we're going to see that this is not a case where the facts themselves, the evidence itself, establishes in any way that Mr. Anderson is guilty. I want to start off by talking about stalking, because that's actually more complicated than the other 2 charges, because as we know, there's 2 counts of stalking. One alleging that Mr. Anderson was stalking Rosalio Gutierrez, and another count that he was stalking Sadie Beecham. There's a count of intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. And we all know what intentional homicide means. The instructions are very clear. It means the allegation is that there was an intentional killing of another person with the intent to kill him. And then hiding the corpse is very obvious as well. There has to be a corpse, and then there has to be an effort to remove it, hide it, to avoid prosecution, detection, etc. Fairly straightforward. Stalking is one of these weird laws where there's so many different ways that it can be shown. And you have to consider, as we have said, and we've talked about here, a pattern of conduct, things that connected together form an effort to basically cause somebody to have serious emotional distress, not just annoyance, not just why are you bothering me, or can't you just please go away. It has to be serious emotional distress and or fear of injury or death. That's stalking. Okay? It's not just problems in a relationship that we might normally expect to see, especially when there's a dispute going on about who's going to have custody of the kids. And leading up to this, as Sadie talked about, there had been a discussion, an argument really, about what the status of the custody of the kids was going to be going forward. In fact, it had reached a head sometime shortly before this. And I know that Mr. Gravely would like you to believe that all of these efforts that Mr. Anderson was engaging in was in order to have this masterful, intricately laid out plan of murder. But another way, and a more reasonable way of looking at that, is this is a man who has 3 children with Sadie Beecham. He knows that they are not together at this point, and he knows that she is seeing other people, and they talked about it. And by the way, I heard, I think about 25 times Mr. Gravely say, if somebody's out there saying, I'm not jealous, I don't care, how can you believe that? Well, the testimony was, and you heard some of the recordings, that Mr. Anderson was honest about his feelings for Sadie, and he did admit that he had jealousy. He said that, yes, I admit it. And he was talking about that in the context of sending her flowers, telling her he loves her, and all of the other things that might happen when a long-term relationship is not on its highest level. Discussing where their future is in the context of their kids. So would it be surprising in that context when somebody goes on one of the easiest search sites that you can do, CCAP, the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access Program, when you figure out the mother of my children is going to be spending time with this person, my children eventually are going to end up having contact with this person, let's check him out. What's he all about? Does he have a criminal record? Is there anything going on? Is there anything that would cause concern? And it's an easy, takes 3 minutes to do that. And also just checking this person out because it's somebody who, as we heard, we're going to call her OA, you know her name, but OA is what we call her because she's a minor and because, of course, this is being broadcast everywhere. There had been problems going on with OA, with some problems, with parenting type problems, parenting type issues that they were having. There was some discussion about that. And Mr. Anderson was concerned about who she was hanging out with, what she was doing, what kind of influences were going on in her life. And this is all part of his effort to basically make sure that his daughter wasn't in a dangerous or bad situation by checking it out, by investigating, by looking. Now, probably one of the most important statements that we got from the text messaging that occurred here, when the state is saying that Mr. Anderson, when Zach was supposedly stalking Rosalio Gutierrez, did you hear any evidence that Zach ever had any direct communication with Rosalio ever? No. Did you hear any evidence that Rosalio was actually afraid? Not a shred. Did you hear any evidence that Rosalio was being intimidated, threatened in any way? Not at all. In fact, the statement that Rosalio uses in the context of what Sadie is reporting to him is, quote, I'm not worried. That in and of itself tells you that Zach is not guilty of stalking Rosalio Gutierrez. Likewise with Sadie, although she used the word fear on the stand, she did say that. Look at everything else that happened. This is someone who may very well have been annoyed by the fact that Zach was still trying to convey the fact that he still had feelings with her. He understood and said out loud, I know I have jealousy, I just want you to know I still love you. Again, all in the context of the children. But does it rise to the level of actual harassment, criminal harassment, is the question. There was a lot of bickering. There was an argumentative tone, antagonistic talk. They're swearing at each other. We heard that. There's name calling, none of which either of them are proud of, I'm sure. especially to have it played out here in court. But it was, for lack of a better term, a mutual process whereby they were both upset with each other about how the relationship had ended or is ending, and issues about the kids. You have to ask yourself, how afraid was Sadie and Rosalio? If Rosalio's giving Sadie advice, you know, you got to build a case, and he's talking about an expected upcoming custody battle with the kids. And by the way, some of the things I tell you, you better delete them from your phone because they're working together. And a lot of this, it's almost in a joking tone when they're dealing with Zach. Not afraid, but hey, maybe he needs a taste of his own medicine. Maybe give me his address. Let me know where he lives. These types of things. Not the kinds of statements that are made by people that are truly in fear. And that has to be shown, that there's legitimate and genuine fear. Now, we did talk about in the instructions, and I know that Mr. Gravely touched on this point as well, but it's not just you do something, someone says, I'm afraid, or I fear injury or death. We have to look at, in that context, not only would it cause a reasonable person to be in that state of fear, but it has to have actually resulted in that fear. So it's beyond just the hypothetical. There has to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt that that fear was actually caused, and that it's not just based on, I'm afraid of this guy in general. It's got to be specific as it relates to harassment, fear of injury, death, etc.
So, Judge, I'm going to object to the argument. It does not, the stalking statute does not require that you feel fear. There's a set of subsections. Fear is one of them.
I'll correct that then. Mr. Gravely's right. Fear is one of the things. It has a list of things that you can feel. Fear is one of them. Okay.
First objection.
Now, I just want to comment that we heard it in opening statements, and we heard some development of this concept through the questioning of witnesses. But this whole concept that there was this major step in the relationship between Rosalio and Sadie, this major step where she was meeting his kids, and how that shows how advanced the relationship has gone, how close they had become. And that may have been Sadie's understanding, but we did hear evidence that essentially Rosalio was talking to 3 different women in one day about various different things and not being forthcoming with any of them. 3 separate things going on. So it makes you wonder, how close was this actual relationship, and what was the design behind all the information that was being shared by both. Now, again, there's no evidence here that Zach Anderson threatened anyone with violence. Never said, I want to hurt that guy, I want to kill that guy, I want to do something bad to that guy. Words that were never spoken, never conveyed, and non-existent here. What we did hear is Rosalio talking about breaking his legs. We saw the text between Becky and Sadie where they talk about how something will be taken care of in the context of how to deal with Zach. They're talking about how to deal with this, how to address it head on, how to take action. Not the kind of thing that someone does as a result of being stalked. But all of these were efforts that were aimed at him, things to do to him. Sadie felt that she just wanted Zach to stop saying I love you. She wanted Zach to stop sending her flowers. I'm sure that's happened before, and I'm sure those people haven't been charged with stalking. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about OA, because Mr. Gravely made the argument that this is someone who was very clear. She may have been emotional. She may have been, I forget the word he used, but a little bit imprecise in some of the things that she said. But I think Mr. Gravely's acknowledging the fact that OA did give inconsistent statements. And this is important because at the beginning of the process, what OA talked about was the fact that she was not being honest with her mother or people that were asking her questions that it happened. She said at the outset, I wasn't being upfront. And what we can glean from that is that it's fair to say that OA didn't particularly like her mother dating Rosalio Gutierrez. We talked about the fact that she actually was the one that did the looking up on the computer of the location. And we talked about the fact that she was involved with looking at what's going on. And again, Mr. Gravely said that this is the opposite of someone who could be coached, yet his theory is that Zach coached her. It's an interesting part of that. There was also a stipulation that was read into the record about OA changing her story, giving inconsistent statements. You had your own opportunity to observe her on the stand, and I think it's fair to characterize this that she went a bit rogue when that happened.
Yeah, I don't
now,
like attacking.
Let's talk about the actual apartment.
Don't think that
where
plays well with the
Rosalio
jury.
Was living. Mr. Gravely talks about how unlucky someone would have to be with all of this stuff, all these theories as to what had happened and the things that he suggests to you and the maybes and the what ifs. How unlucky it would be to be a target of that. It's also interesting to note that a killer would have to be the luckiest person on the planet to be able to do this crime and not leave any DNA behind at the scene. That is impossible.
Well, they didn't find anyone's DNA.
We also heard testimony from Detective Ben Wee, which he was talking about the fact that there was the pooling of this blood on the carpet and that it had left this imprint. He used the words, the pooling was there in such a way that it had been there for, quote, a prolonged period of time. The theory that we just heard would involve somebody acting so quickly, so fast, with such precision and down to the second detail to barely squeak it into how this theory may have worked, that it wouldn't be possible for someone to have been lying there for a prolonged period of time bleeding. So that in and of itself is a huge chink in that theory. It doesn't fit the timeline. We also heard testimony, and I know Mr. Gravely commented that it's possible that somebody did hear a scream on the night around the time of May 17th, and it was never clearly established what night that was. In fact, an original statement had it a completely different night. And there was nobody that law enforcement were able to uncover dealing with any actual hearing or seeing anything unusual during the time period that happened. Also, as it relates to the timeline, we can see from the evidence that was gathered, including descriptions of the walkthrough video that happened, that it's logical that Mr. Gutierrez, when he's there, he has time to turn on the television, he has time to turn on his diffuser, he has time to have at least one, maybe another beer, cut up some limes, relax. And that time period isn't really accounted for in this down to the second theory that the state has about how it could have happened. We heard a lot of testimony about evidence that was gathered from a variety of different places. And I want to point out the places they looked, and they found nothing that connects Zach to this offense. They looked in the sink traps. You remember that testimony about looking to see if there would be blood or any other kind of material in a variety of different places that would be collected in the sink trap. They looked in dumpsters all around the scene, dumpsters in other areas. They looked in these two fire pits. They looked everywhere inside and out of this apartment with Mr. Gutierrez. They did a full home search. They did a full search of the tree farm. There was the Zion, Illinois landfill. There was drone footage that was used. There were Crime Stopper tips. And none of this produced any evidence that is directly linked to Zach. Now, there are some things that Mr. Gravely gleaned from these, such as some buttons from some jeans, a bleach bottle that was partially burned, things like that. But in spite of looking at all these places where we would expect to find some DNA of somebody who was involved in some way in this, in all of that, it should have been found. Also, look at the relatively short time period we're talking about. If the murder did happen on May 17th, and if we're talking about 2 days later, this investigation really getting going, it's a very limited period of time. Police had the ability to investigate all of Zachariah Anderson's whereabouts. You couldn't have gone too far or done too much during that period of time. But the fact that they're focused on him and him alone and come up with nothing should tell you that they were looking at the wrong person. Very clearly. The evidence, the testimony was that if we look at the overall police investigation here, there were 5 locations that were searched. There were 8 warrants granted for property searches, 15 different law enforcement agencies, 100 officers involved, a couple of thousand man-hours, over 400 items of evidence processed, and 35 warrants for information that were granted. As we heard discussion from Detective Correa, this was the largest investigation he's ever been involved in. And I believe he said the largest one he's ever heard of. All of that effort was to find evidence that Zachariah Anderson is responsible for this murder. All of that was also directed towards finding a body, finding body parts, finding Rosalio. With all of that effort focused on one person, and the fact that they didn't find any of that should tell you they've got the wrong guy. They got the wrong person. Now, one thing Mr. Gravely said that was very interesting is that, you know, again, when he's saying, I suggest to you, and maybe, and let's get in the mind of this, of whoever this killer is. And it's someone who was meticulous, did a lot of planning, did a lot of research, did a lot of all these other things. And he suggests to you that there was a meticulously done process, including rearranging of things at the crime scene. Things moved around. And what he's not accounting for is where in the timeline that he suggests to you would there have been time to do that. Again, according to him, it really comes down to a matter of seconds where it's even remotely possible here.
Hey, Charlie, I love your input. At the same time, I've asked them to delete all the comments that are about defense attorney's looks and the side chat. That they're following my request there just so we can focus on the trial.
Passenger side of the van in question. And by the way,
they're doing it to everybody.
I just want to comment before I get there.
It's nothing
personal.
personal.
Back to it later. Some of the statements
just want to focus on the trial.
Involved who was driving, when they were driving, where they were driving, and things like that. But this was a work van. It's very clear. This is something that was not a vehicle that you'd take to go out to dinner at a fancy restaurant or pick up a date or do anything like that. This was what you'd throw junk in the back of when you're working on a demolition of a work site, putting stuff in there, building materials, garbage, stuff to haul away. And as was explained, it was common for Zach as part of his demo jobs that he would do in construction work. He'd take all that stuff and then eventually burn it. And it was an ongoing thing. Burning was something that happened all the time at his house. Now, let's remember that in spite of what Mr. Gravely says, there was not evidence presented that, scientifically speaking, this little teeny tiny dot was in fact blood. What we do know is that there are scientific tests that are available to do that, but they weren't conducted in this case. There was an explanation for that because they didn't want to waste this tiny minuscule sample and have it entirely consumed to determine if it's blood. Now let's think about science and what we want from scientific tests, things that use actual science, machines, measuring, use chemistry, all these other things that are involved in the process of producing a result that forensically, evidentiary-wise, we can say, yes, indeed, the science shows that that thing is blood. Okay? That would be a scientific test that was not conducted here. That would also result in a report that would say what they did, how they did it, the quality control measures that were used, the fact that machines would have been calibrated and everything else to produce a scientifically reliable result that we can say, yes, that is blood. What Mr. Gravely presented was something that wasn't in a scientific report and was based, if you paid close attention, on the color being this brownish-reddish color. That was it. That was the sole basis for them saying that, in their opinions, that this was blood. Now, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but this is a factor where when we rely upon science to do those things, we would like it to be done in such a way where it's not guesswork. There was evidence. One of the analysts said that it could be skin cells. But if we're talking about scenarios here, and remember, outside of Rosalio's patio door, we talked about how there were so many cigarettes out there. And these were cigarettes that weren't tested for DNA, but both sides talked about how this is an area where a person or persons were smoking and leaving their butts right there. And yes, we talked about the fact that this didn't appear to be a smudge of whatever it was. It appeared to be an impact, something that was expelled, something that was traveling through the air. And that was based merely on the shape of it. Now, someone who smokes can end up having phlegm, stuff that they spit out when they're coughing that may not be, clear, could be brown in color. There's other reasons why something could be a reddish brownish color and not be blood.
Yum.
We also heard, with all those officers that I just talked about and all the processing of this crime scene, so many officers involved with collecting, preserving, transferring, transporting all of this data, all of this evidence. And it's got to be odd and questionable that there is one teeny tiny speck in this van that the state is saying means that there was a murder committed by Zach. Because wouldn't you expect to see much more throughout that van? All the other places that they said this might be blood, and it wasn't. In fact, there was no test that showed anything in that van was blood. There was no test that was done. Now, it's also important to note that the DNA test here actually was based on, we heard testimony about this, familial DNA. What that means is that it wasn't from a known sample that was a direct match of that person, but somebody that shares common genetics, and that's how that process occurs. Now, the significance of this is that we must remember that Rosalio was talking to Sadie about wanting to break into Zach's van. Wanted to know his address. He wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. If Zach had broken into his car, he wanted to break into his.
Objection. That was absolutely never testified to.
That's
never said
it.
anything about breaking into his van.
Very heard the evidence. I'm not myself allowed to comment on evidence. If the statement is not supported in the evidence, you must disregard it.
Right.
Thank you.
And much like
Mr.
Gravely took liberties with his spin on things, I'm talking about a logical inference from things that were said. And by the way, let me point out, the evidence in this case, a lot of evidence has been admitted, meaning that it's there for your review. You can wish to examine, read, look at anything that's part of this case. And I know we've just spent over 3 weeks doing this. And that is something that you absolutely have access to. The way we normally do it is we wait for you to ask, to see something. But please know that you have the ability to do that. And that if you want to take a closer look or a second look at something that is in evidence, you should feel free to ask for that. Now I do want to talk about how we've heard so much testimony about this violent crime scene, blood everywhere.
Do you have an exhibit?
A violent attack. These are all exhibits that were offered and received into evidence. This is Defense Exhibit 340.
This is good.
These
for
are the
defense.
photographs of Zachariah Anderson's hands right after he was arrested. There was a talk about a little tiny scratch, hardly even, not really even visible in these pictures. A guy that does construction work. Here's a close-up, and you can see for yourself. These do not look like the hands of a man that just committed a violent attack on somebody else 2 days before. Someone that would have used a knife and some other blunt force instrument.
It's on his right hand, right there on the back knuckle. It's that little scratch.
Defense Exhibit D342. Again, close-ups of Zachariah Anderson's hands. Nothing of note. Defense Exhibit 343. Right here, we can see what appears to be an old healing scratch, much like might have happened when you were doing construction work, but nothing along the magnitude of what Mr. Gravely suggests would have happened here. Number 3, Defense 344, now a picture of Mr. Anderson's left hand. Again, pictures that don't match with what the state is theorizing here. D345, another picture of the other side of his hands. D346, the other side of his hands. D347, again, close-ups. D348. Now, interestingly, we didn't hear any evidence of any attempts to collect any DNA from underneath Mr. Anderson's fingernails or to process any of that information in any way. And I noticed that Mr. Gravely didn't make too much of a big deal about the whole Walmart scenario, because in his opening statement he did talk about the fact that in his view the evidence would show that Zach parked someplace very far away, and it's unreasonable that someone would be so far away from the entrance when it's raining. Well, we showed the video. The video is actually shown, and he parks right next to another white car, and there's other vehicles in the area. So the theory that he's somehow trying to hide the contents that's in his van is not supported by the evidence. We also hear a lot made of the fact that he buys gloves and Clorox wipes right when COVID is going on, and those are things that everyone was buying then. And by the way, what is the logic behind cleaning up blood, messy blood from yourself and everything else with wipes, with bleach wipes? And that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, the fact that Mr. Anderson was looking for a store that was open early, again, this is during COVID. This is when he had to go out to a job site, which he did go to, and needed supplies and things. So he did a search to see who was open. And he went to Walmart, where we know he shops a lot. He shops there often. His clothes are pretty much all Walmart clothes, which, by the way, when he went there, he didn't buy any new clothes to replace any old ones. He's wearing these flip-flops that his daughter said he wears all the time, everywhere, constantly. Now, I know Mr. Gravely said that there's this issue about these grandpa's boots. And there was a picture of boots, same type of boots, that were found when they looked at the tree farm. So to suggest that there's a missing pair of boots isn't borne out by the evidence. Also, you'd have to ask, if someone's going to use a bunch of garbage bags to dispose of a body, why on earth would you buy 13-gallon, what typically kitchen-sized bags to accomplish that? That makes no sense. Now, we heard testimony from the work being done at that Cedar Grove home and the woman that owns that place. She talked about how there was lathe removal going on, and guess what? When they go to look at Mr. Anderson's place, there's a bunch of lathe and other building materials that completely matches that description of events, that he was doing a demo project. Significantly, and I know you've all heard this, she testified that she specifically observed that there was no carpet in the back of Zach's van on a date prior to May 17th. She specifically noticed that. So their theory that it was cut out at some later point. Now I know that they say OA has a version of events about that, where now in retrospect she has focused in on that point after having met with the DA's office numerous times, and as she said, she's talked to so many people about what happened. When she described on the stand how she was having difficulty remembering what exactly happened, her explanation was that she's talked to so many people it's hard to keep track. We also heard from a number of different people that Zachariah Anderson has significant back problems. He's been experiencing them for some time. And I'd ask, how is it possible for a man that has a history of back problems to wrap up a large man the size of Rosalio Gutierrez into a carpet soaked with blood, which adds who knows how many more pounds of weight onto that, and somehow lift that person out without dragging it, by the way, because if it had been dragged, there would have been a trail of blood. This would have to be someone who is strong enough and big enough to hoist a body rolled in carpet up over his shoulder or carry it out without blood being dragged out of the scene. How does somebody with back problems accomplish that?
Thank you, Alyssa, for gifting a membership. True Celtic Mutt, you received it.
We also know that
awesome.
Zach was there at the property in Cedar Grove on May 18th doing work. His phone pinged there. And incidentally, later that day, he goes to pick up his taxes. Is this what somebody does when they've just murdered somebody the night before? Just going about doing normal things, normal business, normal work. Now, one thing about this case that is utterly hard to explain as to why this occurred and why law enforcement and the prosecution chose to not view this as terribly significant was this whole concept of geofencing. And we heard what that is. It's a little bit complicated, but it has to do with utilizing cell phone data from carriers and being able to give locations of people who may have gone to a particular location. So geo as in geographic, fencing as in a designated area. Who came in and out of this area in a given period of time? And we heard testimony that Detective Correa admitted he kind of made a mistake when he was looking at gathering this evidence because it simply came up with too many hits, too much to sift through, too much to really have any meaning. But it did reveal a number of people who were in the vicinity of Rosalio Gutierrez's apartment during the time frame that the state believes he was murdered and the days after. None of which were tracked down, none of which were followed up on, none of which were investigated. And at a minimum, even if this wasn't somebody who would have committed a murder, it could have been, but even if it wasn't, people that would have witnessed, heard, seen something. And why didn't they follow up on that? Because they had their sights on Zachariah Anderson and him alone. By the way, if, as Mr. Gravely says, Zachariah had really traveled to Kenosha to stake out the property, they would have been able to do some geofencing to determine that. In fact, if Zachariah Anderson had been at Rosalio Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, they could have done geofencing to determine that as well. And that was not done. Frankly, people that we know it would be possible to track down people who were at the scene during the time in question, and it is utterly shocking that that was not followed up on. Now, Mr. Gravely didn't talk a lot about it in his closing, but he was very adamant to point out that there was all of this marijuana activity going on. And you've heard an instruction from the judge that talks about how that was admitted for a very limited purpose. And really the only reason that the state offered that was as it related to the cross-examination or the direct examination, rather, of Zach's girlfriend and how much she knew about all that. But in the process of that coming out, we saw the photograph of the many, many bags that are claimed to be soil left over from some sort of marijuana growing operation. And if you look at the picture, they appear to be the same black bags that were purchased at Walmart. One thing Mr. Gravely is forgetting when talking about somebody going to the bank and taking out cash is that, according to his own evidence, if there's this drug activity going on, which again, that's only for the purpose of impeaching or the credibility of a particular witness, wouldn't it make sense that it was somehow involved in the drug growing that Mr. Gravely wants you all to know about? Now, if he took the money out to flee, why didn't he? Why is he still doing normal stuff and hanging around and picking up his taxes and working at a job site 2 days later and 3 days later? We heard no evidence that he was trying to purchase plane tickets or packing things up, getting ready to go, saying his goodbyes to people, no evidence of any planning. If that money means that he was on his way out of town, why didn't he go?
The color changes over time, has no relation to which
we
level
also
you're at.
heard about the GPS tracking items, and I'll point out these things that were looked up on Amazon and these actual GPS trackers. There wasn't any evidence produced that they were actually used at all. He's asking you to guess that they may have been because they weren't found. Now, Mr. Gravely brought out testimony from Marquand, Washington, about how GPS items can be used to track packages. Now, if this is one of the details that he says only someone who would have confessed to Marquand, Washington would know, I'd suggest to you that the expert on transporting drugs in this case is Marquand, Washington. He's an aficionado at being a big-time drug dealer, so that adds nothing to the credence that he has. Now, for the ease of explanation, I'd like to go through a summary of what the electronic evidence shows in this case.
We have a timeline. Let's take a look at it.
This is the timeline for
Elmo, enhance.
May 17th. We know that at approximately 7:42 p.m., Zach Anderson's phone pings in Mequon. That's the starting point. At 8:24 p.m., Neridia Macias texts Rosalio that she's leaving her house, and we know that the trip takes 37 minutes. At 8:33 p.m., Rosalio texts Sadie saying he's going to Mike's. At 8:49 is when the phone call between Rosalio and Kim Lavora starts, and we hear that that was a rather lengthy phone call. At 9 o'clock p.m., and remember, there was two different versions of this. At one point, Lene Douglas said she heard a scream on a different date, but when she changed it to say that it was this date from apartment 1B, the time frame was approximately 9 p.m. Also, 9 p.m. was the time when Neridia was supposed to meet with Rosalio. At 9:01 p.m. is the logical time when Neridia would have arrived, which is 37 minutes from 8:24 p.m. At 9:06 p.m., the phone call ends, and Verizon records establish that Rosalio's phone is at or near or in his apartment. And at 9:24 p.m., we see that Rosalio's cell phone is unlocked. At 9:43 p.m., Neridia Macias texts Rosalio she was there, and there's no response. At 10:10 p.m., Neridia calls Rosalio for the last time and gets no response. Then we see at 10:10 p.m., there's the landscape change from Rosalio's cell phone. At 10:18 p.m., Neridia Macias leaves. Between 10 and 11 p.m., Marissa Swanigan hears a loud thump. It's closer to 10 p.m. At 11:19 p.m., we know that Zach Anderson's phone pings in Mequon. So a couple things about this initial timeline. First of all, we heard the testimony from Neridia Macias about how when she went to the scene, she went to go meet up with Rosalio. She went there, she waited, she tried to call him, she tried to text him, she wasn't getting a response, and she waited there for quite some time. And in her initial statement that she made to police, she talked about the fact that that was how she remembered things going on. Many, many, many months later, Mr. Gravely went out to the scene with her. And after that meeting, after they had a discussion about what happened, Ms. Macias then came to the conclusion that she must have been at the wrong address. And we showed you information about the fact that on an Apple phone, it can take you one place, but on an Android phone, it has the capacity because of Google Maps to take you to a different location. But remember, Neridia at the time took a photo, a snap, of an Apple Maps direction that took her right to Rosalio's house. So, incidentally, the fact that Mr. Gravely thinks that because somebody is not doing anything on their phone between 7:42 and 11:19 makes somebody guilty. God forbid you turn your phone off, you're recharging it, you put it on silent, or you take a nap. Yeah, don't do those things because you'll look guilty. Let's look at what happened on May 18th. At 12 a.m., we know that Zach has a phone call with his girlfriend at Pings in Mequon. At 4:18 a.m., Zach does a web search, looks for Lowe's, Menards, different hours. 4:19, another search, Home Depot hours. 4:58, Walmart hours. Again, remember, this is when some stores weren't even open. Stores that were normally open 24 hours weren't open because COVID had changed things. 8:17 a.m., Zach arrives in the parking lot of Saukville Walmart. 8:30 a.m., Zach leaves the Walmart parking lot. Then we see it pinging in Belgium at 8:45, 11:28, 11:41, and then by 11:48, it's pinging in Port Washington and Grafton. Again, it's pinging at 12:23 p.m. in Port Washington and Grafton. He does a search of the Milwaukee weather at 12:39 p.m. And then, depending on which version of statements that Lene Douglas made, her first statement was that she heard an argument coming from apartment 1B on the night of the 18th, not the 17th. At 1:30 to 4:15, Zach's phone pings in Mequon. And at 4:16 p.m., there's a Crime Stopper report. Somebody saw a white female with dark hair on Rosalio's patio. At 4:52 p.m., again, Zach Anderson phone pings in Menominee Falls. That's when he was going to pick up his taxes.
That's what he was doing when he got his pick up his taxes, he said. The break's coming in 40 minutes or 39 minutes. Hard stop, I think.
Let's talk about some other things that are admitted into evidence. This is Defense Exhibit 280. This is texts that were between Sadie and Junior, who we know to be Rosalio Gutierrez. Sadie says, "Papi, no snitch." Junior is saying to Sadie that he knows the address. 6813 Highland Road, Mequon. That's Zachariah Anderson's address. Further down, they're talking about from Rosalio to Sadie, "I don't want to make things worse for you. I just wanted to make sure if it's still the same price." Sadie says, "Thank you for that." Junior says, "For the record, only if you say it's okay." Further down, Sadie says to Junior, "What texts?" Junior says to Sadie, "Then delete those texts from your phone." Further down, Sadie says to Junior says to Sadie, "That's what I'm going to do. I've already reached out to old friends. I could be hands-free from this situation." Defense Exhibit 281. Junior's talking to Sadie. "No, he can't be shitty to you either." Sadie says to Junior, "Like he can be shitty to me, but he has no reason to go after you." From Sadie to Junior, "If some chick did that to me, I'd go check that shit too, honestly." Kind of saying it's not any big deal. Sadie says to Junior, "That crosses your boundaries." Sadie says, "I'm out of it now." Junior says to Sadie, "There needs to be consequences for his actions." Junior says to Sadie, "I care about you and don't want to cause more problems, but I think I'm going to pay him a visit." Rosalia says to Sadie, "I want him to know exactly who beat his ass up." Rosalia says to Sadie,
between
"He
Sadie
can have all my
and the
info."
victim.
From Rosalia to Sadie, "I'm not worried about it."
Yeah, this is a bad exchange. It looks bad.
So Sadie says to Rosalio, "I'm effing pissed he removed your personal information from your car." Rosalio says to Sadie, "Really, I'm not worried or questioning." Rosalio says to Sadie, "Ava found it the other day when she was riding in the back seat." Junior says to Sadie, "LOL, I have no clue and don't really care, LOL." Let's go down to Junior. "He has a letter from the last owner of the car, exclamation point." From Sadie to Rosalio, "Including this letter, so he definitely was here." Oh, and he says to her, "LOL, that's funny. So that note was in the passenger side backseat pocket."
This guy could do a better job reading the messages, I think.
Sadie says, "And still has them." Or Junior says, "And still has them." Then Sadie says, "I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car." Then Sadie says, "He took your vehicle registration and a note from DJ. When he left today, he said, you know, that effer doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ." Then Junior says, "Did you record more?"
He's almost mumbling. I'm not sure if the jury can hear. We barely can.
On Defense Exhibit 279, Sadie tells Junior, "Zachariah Anderson lives in Mequon."
He's reading an exchange between Sadie and the victim. And this is the back and forth. It's a bad exchange. It's where he threatens to break Zach's legs.
It's on Defense Exhibit 272. This is where Rosalio says, "Well, I guess if he has your information, you should has. I guess if he has your info, you should have his." That is a text sent to Rosalio from Sadie.
Yeah, they're selectively reading information, just like their timeline was very selective of what they showed. You know, it wasn't the complete list of evidence for that timeline.
All right, so that gives us a flavor, and that's where we're talking about the interactions and who is being harassed, who's being afraid, and all those other things. Now, again, when we're talking about these burn pits, remember there were two that were looked at. There was no evidence tied to the crime in either location. There was some clothing items. There were no bones, no body parts, nothing, just some stuff that was perhaps from some clothing items. We know that from the testimony that more than one person would throw stuff into the burn pit, especially the one at Zach's house. And by the way, if you're going to burn evidence of a murder, why would you do it in your own yard of your own property? That makes absolutely no sense. And it also explains why they only found some remnants of some random clothing. Now, interestingly, when Mr. Gravely's talking about how odd it is, all these funny coincidences and all this lack of luck that somebody would have, he didn't point out the fact that when these two individuals came to Zach's house and they figured out where he was, and they said they were looking for Rosalio, that was the day when Zach called the police. If this happened after the murder, why would he do that? And that's something that a normal person would do when there's people coming on his property and asking questions and things. Let's talk about a little bit more about Marquand Washington. This is a guy that, by coming in, he's got absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. I know that Mr. Gravely told you that if it turns out he's lying, then he could get into trouble for that and there will be no deal. But let's use some logic here and let's figure out what he's doing here. He's testifying for the prosecution. He's testifying about something that he supposedly overheard. He is in a big bunch of trouble, and if he goes down on the charges that he has without doing something desperate to get out of it, he's going to have to do at least 10 years and maybe more. So who decides in that context whether he's telling the truth or not? People from the government, both the state and the federal government, have to get together in order to make this motion that we heard about. It can only come from a prosecutor in order to reduce the possibility of that 10-year sentence. So if Mr. Gravely thinks that Zachariah Anderson is such a conniving, plotting, careful, meticulous, well thought out genius of a murderer, why on earth would he be blabbing his lips in a jail cell to Marquand Washington when it just so happens it's a Christmas present for Marquand Washington? Just so happens that is his get-out-of-jail-free card. Now that's some incredible luck for Mr. Washington. Did you also hear the way that Mr. Washington described this when he said, "Die, die, die, MFer"? Sounds like something out of a movie or a TV show. It sounds silly, frankly, that someone would be in their sleep and they jump up and say, "Die, die, die." It sounds like a fantasy. He knows he's here hoping to reduce his sentence. Now, when we were selecting the jury and we talked about who's heard things about this case, most of you, or at least some of you, knew that there's been media coverage of this case. There's been details about the investigation. There's been details about what's been going on in all forms of media, print, news, etc.
The judges even played it
and there
in the
have been
courtroom.
details in there that anyone looking at them could easily have gleaned enough information to be able to pretend that they had a private conversation with Mr. Anderson. We also heard evidence of the fact that there was this issue with the Discovery USB drives that were used at the jail, and that people would go and review the Discovery, and at one point Mr. Anderson had reported it missing, and it later turned up under mysterious circumstances. It's easily the kind of thing that Mr. Washington could have looked at and could have incorporated into the, frankly, the minor amount of detail that he put into it. You know, interestingly, if this is such a strong case for the state, why did they have to bring in a jailhouse snitch that is, frankly, incredible, unbelievable, and adds nothing to their case? It shows the desperation on the part of the state to make this fit. Mr. Gravely talked about how these trackers, this whole theory that, hey, they didn't find it. They didn't find any trackers, so it must have been used to track. The absence of evidence, the lack of people finding anything. Well, there was no data or registration of any of those devices or any evidence of that uncovered in this very detailed investigation.
If his dad is here,
he talks about, again, Mr. Anderson being off the grid and how unusual that is. He's making the absence of evidence seem like something significant, So if you're not doing anything on your phone, that's apparently evidence of guilt. He talked about this cell phone that, again, as he's revealing to you what he thinks the murderer would have been thinking, putting the cell phone into the freezer as part of this very elaborate scheme to cover one's tracks. Remember, there was evidence that there was a trace allele of DNA on that cell phone that we know does not match Zachariah Anderson.
Those are some big Post-it notes. Just pause.
Mr. Gravely talked about how for OA that it would be impossible for her to say the same thing as she did in 2020, basically explaining away why there were these inconsistencies and why there were these changes in what she said. And I'd agree that there is something impossible about that. If you go through your testimony over and over again, meet with the DA's office repeatedly, it probably would be impossible to remember what you said back then, and your story probably would change. And another thing, that I heard Mr. Gravely argue that Mr. McAtee's lawyer was standing here in the courtroom, and when he asked if there was a deal, the answer was no, and that's correct. But what was being talked about was whether there was a completed deal, whether there was something that had been signed and put into place. What Mr. McAtee was talking about was that there was an attempt to see if he would be willing to cooperate. And what he did is he came in here and said he's not. Now, Mr. Gravely also portrayed this process whereby Zach would have had to go down to Kenosha, commit this murder, do a bunch of things, wrap a bunch of stuff up, get it out of there, and hightail it back to Mequon just in time to immediately talk to his girlfriend and say, sorry, I was having a nap. If it was done that quickly, and if there was an expediency involved, where he had to get back to make sure that his so-called alibi, as Mr. Gravely likes to call it, he certainly would have passed by places where there would have been video surveillance if he's trying to go the quickest way, not take back roads, whatever he's trying to do. There's been, in spite of a massive search of any evidence, that Zachariah Anderson went to Kenosha on May 17th, looking at all possible sources of evidence. There is none. And the only explanation for that is that he went off the grid.
I think it's like a 3.5-year penalty for stalking.
Now, another thing that's interesting about this case is that we heard Mr. Gravely talk about stuff that Zach said during the course of law enforcement people talking to him, and they were saying, what car do you normally drive? Which one is, how many cars do you have? And he's saying, oh, he was saying all these things that were misleading. Well, was it misleading to say that there are 2 cars that are driven and that one is an Audi and one is a work van? And we didn't hear a recording played of how that actually happened. We didn't hear a body camera. We didn't hear anything specific about how it was worded, how the question was asked, how it was answered, or what they were specifically talking about. But to make it fit so that it appears that he's trying to be disingenuous, it's just sort of repeated that way. Folks, this is not a case where we should be relying upon possibilities or conjecture or guesswork. We have the highest burden of proof that exists in the world applicable to this case. That is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And this is exactly the kind of case where that burden is so very important. We heard about the massive amount of effort and resources that were put into investigating and prosecuting this case. All of those resources are at the disposal of the government. We did hear some issues about how, well, it got to be burdensome or a bit time-consuming or hard. They put limits on how many items we could process, so that's why we didn't do everything. I guess that's understandable, but in a case of this significance, you'd wonder why. But the burden of proof being so high is important because in our society, in our country, in these United States, before anybody's freedom is impacted by a criminal conviction, it must be when the government produces evidence that rises to that very high level. And in the process, must eliminate all reasonable hypothetical possibilities. All. This entire case is built on possibilities and a series of what-if questions. And it's an assembly of guesswork. And the tragedy is that the real killer has not been caught. If, in fact, Rosalio is dead. Now, again, the way that this works is that if after hearing everything and after you go through your deliberations and you have discussed your view of the facts and what the state has or has not proven, if you come to the internal conclusion that it's possible that Zachariah Anderson may have committed these crimes, that means not guilty. Possible means not guilty. If in the process you come to the conclusion that it's very likely.
Objection. This is not proper argument about what the different scenarios are. You can talk about the instruction, but not conclusory words and what they would mean, and if they're not in the instructions.
Common sense, Judge.
Well, the difficulty is with the scope of the word possible. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis, which is consistent with the defendant's innocence, then you must do so and find him not guilty. Go ahead.
And that pretty much summarizes where I was ending up with this, and thank you, Judge, and that's precisely what the law is. So if it's looking a certain way or if it feels a certain way, that's not how this works. And there's another instruction that deals with you are not to base your verdict on sympathy, emotions, or other things that stray you from an objective look at this evidence. And when you do that, there is only one logical conclusion as to all of this evidence that has been presented after this long process of presenting everything to you. Zachariah Anderson is not guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. You
Judge has
have a
20
maximum
minutes.
of 10 minutes, Mr. Gravely.
10 minutes.
Oh, Ms. Krizarek.
Oh, there.
I told you before we started how long was available, and I'm not singling you out. I told everybody.
Oh, my God.
And I said the division doesn't work out if you talk more than 75 minutes, and Mr. Gravely talked for 95.
Wow.
Talk for a little less than 90, but Judge, I will get it done.
Thank you.
Okay, short summation.
Growing up in Wisconsin, my mom used to always tell me, if you hear hooves, think horses and not zebras. And that's what this case is. For parts of the defense's closing, it appeared we had watched and listened to 3 weeks of a different trial. Because what you were essentially told is that DNA is not DNA, and you should disregard it for a reason I'm still not sure of. Let's be very clear. We heard from 3 separate people from the crime lab. I got a little fatigued with the number of crime lab people who came to testify, and they all said the same thing. I am a professional. This is what I do for a living. My specialty is either in DNA testing, or it's in crime scene collection, or it's in peer reviewing other people's DNA testing. And they all gave you the same opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. What was found in that van was blood. We zoomed in on it. To a layperson, it also looks like blood, but to 3 professionals, it's blood. Doesn't look like any other form of DNA. And that DNA belonged to Mr. Gutierrez Jr. They could not have been clearer. There was no hesitation. There was no but and X, Y, and Z. It was, this is DNA, this is blood, this is the victim's blood. So let's clear that up right now. There was absolutely no other way to hear that testimony from 3 witnesses with over 70 years of experience. The next thing I want to talk about is this whole theory potential of Mr. Gutierrez was going to go mess with the defendant's stuff in some way. Number one, there is no message regarding doing anything to a van, a truck, a car, anywhere. So when Mr. Aubert cites that, it doesn't exist. Look through all the messages. It doesn't exist. But number two, and more importantly, the state proved to you through GPS that the victim was never, Mr. Gutierrez was never at the defendant's residence. He did Google or put into the Waze app the residence and look up where it was. But when he was doing that, his GPS has him at his home for a 12-hour period. He was never there, which means his DNA was never there, which means no one messed with any vehicle of the defendant's. So that explanation for this DNA also doesn't hold water. They talked briefly about Olivia Anderson and why she, the daughter, and why she can't be believed or why she shouldn't be believed. But what you saw her do up there was, I think, the toughest thing she will probably ever be asked to do, which is to come into a court in front of a bunch of strangers, but more importantly in front of both of her parents, and tell some of the worst things she's ever been asked to do. Say words like, I was my father's spy. He would have me record my mother, and he wanted it when she was angry or there was an argument going on. And she tells you those things not knowing about all of the digital evidence we've reviewed. And that's what's important here is she gives a statement May 19th, and she talks about these different things. Being his spy, looking through the windows, dad is recording, all of these pieces. And then the digital evidence backs her up every single time. Are there recordings on the defendant's devices? Yes. MSI laptop, 36 at least. 36 recordings, and they're a collection of, according to evidence, collection of the defendant and Sadie Beecham arguing, Olivia recording some arguments that are going on, and the defendant and Olivia talking regarding different things going on. So she tells you something, she declares it, evidence backs her up. She talks about work boots. She talks about all of these pieces that are then confirmed in the actual evidence that was presented to you. And the same with Sadie Beecham. Sadie Beecham tells you on the 19th, in her first interview, he's tracking me. I found a phone on May 8th, and he was tracking it. She doesn't know that we're going to go into the MSI laptop and find snapshots tracking her from Oak Creek all the way to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. She has no way of knowing that. What she knows is what happened to her, what she found, she reports it, she's confirmed. Same with May 13th. She tells you, convincingly, that he was tracking because he literally repeated to me what Mr. Gutierrez had just said. So on May 19th, when she says that, she has no way to know that what we're going to be able to do is verify with phone records, verify with cell tower data, verify with his GPS directional things we find on the G6, that he did indeed track her down from Mequon, arrived in Kenosha, and was sitting outside of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment when she makes that claim. So when we look at believability and credibility, we have to look at what is backed up by the evidence. And every single time, the daughter, Sadie Beecham, and all of the digital evidence on Mr. Gutierrez's phone is backed up by what the complaint is here. There was some talk, briefly, about how Miss Beecham wasn't harassed in some way by what the defendant was doing. I don't know how she could have been clearer in the different recordings you heard, in her testimony, in essentially all of her text messages. But the recording that spoke to this the most was the one from April 25th. So it's later on in the afternoon after she finds out the defendant has violated her home in the way he had, videotaping her through curtains. The recording that I played for you said, Sadie Beecham, I told you, and this is in regards to breaking up, I told you, I was honest about it. You don't want to hear it. You want to hear it a different way. That's what this case is. This whole, God, were they, won't they, will they get back together? It's very clear. They were never getting back together. Sadie Beecham was done, and the defendant wasn't. And he was losing control and jealous, which was, I think, also reflected by almost every piece of evidence presented via the text messages. She wasn't texting him the emotional ones about, oh, I love you, oh, I miss you, oh, all of these things. That was all him. That was his jealousy, his loss of control, which manifested into an obsession with both Miss Beecham, but in this case, more importantly, Mr. Gutierrez Jr., because in his mind, that's who was breaking up their family. The defense talked about how, well, no, they were open and honest with each other. The defendant and Sadie, no, open and honest. She was in a new relationship. They talked about it. No, they didn't. She didn't want to talk about it at all. She told you. The only thing she ever told the defendant about this relationship was essentially that she had a friend. That was it. Other than that, the name, what they would do, when they'd be getting together, literally everything else was stolen from her by following her, by using the daughter as a spy. She didn't tell him any of that voluntarily. And you heard her say that. It's backed up by the messages. So this whole, gosh, we were both moving on and it was so great, not borne out by any of the proof. There's also talk of how it's normal that when someone in your life is seeing someone new to do these little things. And I think to a certain extent that could be. If you wanted to CCAP, your ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend, sure. I guess that could happen. You want to look him up on Facebook, also could happen. I think you might even get away with, I just wanted to confirm that maybe she was really moving on, so I drove by the house and saw someone else's truck. Sounds like a bad country song to me, but I think you probably get away with it. What you don't get away with is taking it those steps further. Bringing your daughter with you in the middle of the night to her mother's house. Getting out of the vehicle when you see another vehicle there and approaching the house. Recording the activity. None of those things are anything other than stalking behavior. And we have it here many different times in many different ways. And the only definition for this is stalking. Sadie Beecham was more than harassed by what the defendant was doing because he wasn't just watching her, he was taunting her. He would watch something, he would then contact her about it. Every moment she had from April 1st on with Mr. Gutierrez was always clouded in, is he also watching this? Is he listening right now? No moment between the two of them was ever their own because the defendant was always there. And that was the point. He was interfering with her relationship even if he wasn't there. That is stalking. The question was then asked, was Mr. Gutierrez really being stalked because he had some anger towards him? But I submit to you, on the night of May 17th, when this defendant showed up at his house and blitz attacked him and struck him with a blunt object at least 6 times, that Mr. Gutierrez, without a doubt, felt harassed, felt tortured, felt fear for his life. And it's something he ultimately paid for with his entire life. So to say that he didn't have these experiences, these emotions, is disingenuous, but also not based in reality. He was murdered by this guy simply for having the misfortune of being the first guy that his ex-girlfriend moved on with. The timeline here becomes really important because it fits. We know it takes just about an hour to get from here to Mequon, and we know that the last time anything has been done with this phone, when it's set on its side, is 10:10. It gets him back to Mequon. It gets him back in touch with the world in every way that matters. If that was the only piece of evidence we had, I think we would be in trouble. But when you add that to the stalking behavior, the jealousy issues, the verified time that he had previously been to the victim's home, and everything else, it's one more checkbox that fits. It's one more thing that corroborates every witness that testified regarding who is the perpetrator in this case. There was talk about the defendant not having injuries. Well, it was a blitz attack. It's pretty clear that that attack started in the hallway. I don't know what anyone expects Mr. Gutierrez to have been able to do when he's hit immediately upon his door opening and at least twice out in the hallway. And then at least 4 more times in his residence. It's a blitz attack. This wasn't a fair fight. This wasn't, let's meet at the corner and fight this out. That's not what this was. This was, I will lie in wait, I will knock on your door, and as soon as you open it, I will carry out my plan, which is to murder you. Mr. Gutierrez didn't have a chance. So the fact that he didn't land a blow or didn't somehow scratch the defendant, especially if he's wearing gloves, matters not. He did not have a chance. You saw a Walmart video. It was pretty obvious that it's pouring rain, as it was kind of hard to see at times with it coming into the camera lens. But the defendant did park incredibly far away from the door, in the pouring rain, in the way that's been implied. And I think that does matter, because what does he have to hide? It's what's in the van. What is left in that van that hasn't been cleaned up yet? There was talk of what he purchased and how it was COVID. He didn't care about COVID. He was, first of all, walking around Walmart without a mask, so clearly step one. But further than that, you saw his house. I mean, it wasn't exactly well kept, we'll say. This wasn't a place that was routinely being Clorox wiped or cleaned or organized in some meaningful way. These were specific tools he needed at that time to take care of a specific problem that was still in that van. Just one more check mark of the fact that you know the defendant is responsible for this. There was a little bit of talk, and I'll briefly cover Susan Brown Williamson. When she mentioned carpet on the stand, I think you saw the surprise from a certain table in this courtroom, because that was such a focus of our case and in terms of talking to her. And that's something obviously she had never offered before, given the surprise. But here's what's more crucial. Not that it was a new piece of information, but that what she said was not that that piece in the back was gone. She said all of the carpeting was gone, which once again you know is categorically not true based on pictures. So it's yet another witness who offers up something that they've never said before, but that one's not backed up by anything because you've seen the van. You know exactly that suspicious piece of carpet that's missing. So her now inventing a new reality about the carpet being gone makes no difference, because how she represented it was all the carpet was gone, and we know that's not the case. Ms. Macias testifying. I don't think she could have been clearer. She went to the wrong building. She pointed it out to you, I think, probably 4 or 5 different times she was asked to get up. She showed you which building she went to. She talked about how she pulled in. She talked about where she parked. She came voluntarily to the police station. She gave them all of the messages she had. She did everything you would ask a citizen to do, and then she testified exactly what she did. And for me, the most telling thing, and I ask you to consider this, is when asked at the end of all of her testimony, now knowing that that's not his building, can you even pick out which one belonged to Mr. Gutierrez? She said no, because she never made it to his actual building. So is that someone who's lying, or is that where her GPS took her for the first time she had ever come to Kenosha to meet with Mr. Gutierrez? I submit to you it's pretty obvious that she was telling the truth, and all she ever tried to do here was answer the questions posed to her. That's not suspicious. That's just someone being a good citizen. Lastly, we're going to talk about burn pits just briefly, and then I will wrap it up, Judge. Burn pits by themselves are not suspicious. I agree with that. You know, people burn things. I grew up in the country, or you guys here call it the county, the country. We burned things, you know, we burned wood, we burned different things at our house in terms of, you know, fireworks, things like that. But it's in conjunction to what is going on in this case that makes it suspicious. 7 inches of rain fall over a 3-day period. And in this fire pit that's still smoldering to the point that the fire chief has to come and help put it out, or the deputy chief talked about the remedial measures they had to take, was everything that you would need to get rid of to try to cover up a crime in these circumstances. Bleach. Well, we know bleach was used in the car. You saw the stains. You have clothing, specifically jeans, at least 1 pair, potentially more than 1 pair, which, as Mr. Gravely indicated, makes sense here because you both murdered someone but then also had to clean up that scene. Socks, underwear that match yours, steel-toed boots, which that's not something that I've ever heard of being burned before, but apparently it can be done given what's in the fire pit. And that's why it's suspicious. Having a fire pit's not suspicious. What you're burning in the middle of a rainstorm is. You're getting rid of evidence you never expect to be found. So in totality, what we have here is a defendant with the means, the motive, and the opportunity to commit this murder. He's the only person that was even talked about in this case that had any sort of motive against Mr. Gutierrez. and Marquand Washington was actually the one that gave it to you the cleanest way. Sadie Beecham was happy. Mr. Anderson was pissed because Sadie Beecham...
Don't use that language in the court.
I apologize. Because Sadie Beecham was happy. You saw Becky cry, her friend, Becky Jekyll, cry about how happy she was for her friend to have moved on. And that was what made her emotional when she was talking about Sadie Beecham finally finding something that was positive.
Now
and
he's
it was
gonna cut
making
her
her
off.
happy. And that's what the defendant couldn't stand. So what I'm asking you to do is consider all of the evidence here, focus in on both the physical evidence, the DNA specifically, because there is no explanation for that that should have any doubt in your mind that this defendant murdered Rosalio Gutierrez, and he needs to be held accountable for that. I ask that you return guilty on all verdicts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kazarek. Members of the jury, the time has now come when
It's
the great
charging
burden
them.
of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision in this case
This is it.
will be placed wholly with you jurors selected for this most important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duty steadfastly in mind and as upright citizens to return just and true verdicts. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequences of your verdicts are matters for me alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations. It is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count of the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other count. This is a criminal and not a civil case, and therefore, before you may reach a verdict which can lawfully be received, it must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. That presiding juror's vote is not entitled to any greater vote than that of any other juror. If you need to communicate with me while you are deliberating, you must send a note through the bailiff which has been signed by the presiding juror. You must communicate only by a written note. If you have questions, I will speak with the attorneys before answering, so that may take some time. In that event, you should continue your deliberations while you await an answer. I will answer any questions in writing, orally here in the open court, or by the speakerphone up in the jury room. When you have agreed upon your verdict, it should be signed and dated by the presiding juror. Would you bring the tumbler and put it before Mr. Anderson, please?
Mr. Anderson gets to choose.
He needs to draw one of the names out.
He's the bingo caller for the afternoon. This is one name. That one name that's drawn out is going to be the juror that's excused, that is, or held in reserve, depending on how they do it. That will be the alternate.
Take one out and show it to your lawyers, and then give it to the bailiff, please.
Yeah, we're going to have a couple polls here.
And this juror will be excused.
B17. No, just kidding. I believe it will be. I believe we'll have a verdict today. I really do. I think we'll have a verdict today.
Rebecca Stresch?
So much for anonymity,
Lord,
Rebecca.
do you have anything upstairs, Ms. Stresch?
Dozen
Can you
eggs.
go up and get it, please?
Go grab your dozen eggs and your water bottle and whatever else you brought, a bag. Rebecca's out. Don't know what the makeup is of the jury now. Not that it matters truly, but it's interesting. We're going to hold tight just for a second. I do have my second lunch. I had my first lunch already. I have a second lunch. My son made me another little pan pizza. in celebration. I don't know of what, but I'm celebrating whatever it is. Ivan's birthday. I'm celebrating Ivan's birthday. And who else had a birthday today? I forget. Having a second pizza for that. Let's see. The polls on here never show the bottom third option. Why is that? You have to scroll down, Carol Martin. It's difficult. You have to scroll down for some reason. I can't post it any higher, unfortunately. It's a YouTube thing. Some devices it shows up better than others. I'm celebrating 8,500 subs. Yes, we did have a bunch of subscribers here. Let's see. She's out because they had 13. They had 13 jurors sitting there listening to the case. They only need 12 to deliberate, or they can only have 12 deliberate. The alternates are generally picked at random, so it's normal polyparticipants that they choose an alternate this way. Sometimes they'll choose the 12. They'll do a drawing for the 12 that will be on the jury, and sometimes they'll do the drawing for who's the alternate. So how they do it isn't very important. I think that them involving the defendant, having him choose, was a nice little touch. Because if he's not happy with it, whose fault is it? He should have chose a different one, right? Not that he knew which one he was grabbing anyway. Blame Ivan, yes, for my pizza. Just for the calories that I'm consuming. It's Ivan's fault for the calories. Yes, I showed off the can koozie and the pen as well. Let's see. Savas Gunn just gifted 5 memberships. I know we had another one there in the middle that I clicked on the screen, but everyone was we were listening to deliberation or the closing statements, so I could not talk during that. Judge is ready to go right now. He's about to log out of chat and head out the door. Looks like Selena Cellardor got a membership, as well as FRG3, Woo Queen B, Jared T, and the giant rat that makes all the rules. Thank you very much, Savas Gunn, for the gifted memberships, and congratulations to all the winners. How do we get the memberships? You have to turn on the enable gifts on this channel setting, and that to do that you can type !gifts in chat, and my little bot will respond with this link. You click on that link. You might have to go there in Safari and change the setting to enable gifts, because YouTube won't let you become a member against your will. So if you're here and you absolutely hate it, YouTube's not going to give you a membership. You have to manually say that you want to receive memberships on this channel, and then you can receive one. She got mad at the swear word. Yes, it was a British swear word too.
Taking it easy.
I was kicked back, taking it easy. It was a surprise, but it was not a word that had been brought up in court. And this is like in contrast to the fact that the judge played the die MFR 15 times in court. We all heard that.
All right, jurors, you may now retire to consider your verdicts.
Okay. The judge is 6 minutes late.
Yeah, the bailiff too.
Did he read the individual charges of guilty, not guilty? Like, on this charge, you should, if this, you should check this. If this, then you should check that. I don't remember that part. And I'm not sure if it's required, but... oh my goodness, Texas, that's awful. Shooting in your town with the teen that passed away.
There's some tissue there, if you like.
Okay.
Right. The statutes say I'm to dismiss you at this time. There have been some rare cases, but very famous cases, in which jurors who have been excused have been returned to the jury. That's, I don't want to create a sense that that's a likelihood, but it is a possibility. And for that reason, if you'll continue with the injunction that you not discuss the case with anyone, or read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial,
in case they need her.
We'll keep you on call if you can leave a number with the bailiff, and we'll continue your princely rate of pay as long as you're available,
Princely
and we'll
rate of
notify
pay.
you if and when a verdict is reached, or otherwise ask you to come back. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. And I apologize that you put in a lot more time than expected, and then.
Didn't get to,
All right.
to vote.
Judge, you have to swear the bailiffs.
Thank you.
Whoa. Oh, my
where is the
goodness. Did you see that? He's pissed. He's pissed.
You want us to be seated?
You may be seated.
That was not a thank you. That was a you.
Do you and each of you solemnly swear that you will keep all persons sworn on this jury together in some private and convenient place, subject to the court's direction, and that you will not speak to them or permit anyone else to speak to them concerning the state of their deliberations or the verdicts upon which they have agreed? So help you God. Thank you. All right. Discuss the exhibits, and if you can reach an agreement, just put it into the record. And it's unlikely I would disapprove of it, but if there's any dispute, then you can, the clerk has my number and can call me. Sorry, I have to dart out of here.
You guys keep working. Continue your courtly things as I leave, says the judge. Oh, my goodness. Why is it? There we go. Okay. We are now in jury watch. We're in verdict watch, I guess. We're not going to actually watch the jury. The judge was not happy with being told that he had to swear the bailiffs in. That was fantastic. Okay, we have a poll up right now. Hopefully, it's working for you. We'll turn the sounds up as well because we're waiting now. Because I've got my pizza ready. I've had one bite of the second pizza. I haven't been able to start it yet. What she said to him, Baby Bear, was she said, "Judge, you have to swear the bailiffs." And he turned as sharply as I've ever seen him turn and said, "Thank you," and just glared. And you could see he was like, he was seething. He wanted to say more. She was right. He has to swear the bailiffs, but he did not like being told what to do in his courtroom. Possibly because yeah, that was a wild ending. Because he's frustrated that she went late. It's late because of her, and now she's reminding him there's another thing he has to do before he can leave, because he's 10 minutes late to get out to his appointment. We have a 2-hour break right now.
Are we going to address subject matter?
We have a minimum. That's until the judge comes back. It's going to be. Oh, hang on. I'll turn this one off here. Sorry, got other courtroom stuff happening. Looks like not even sure what it is. It's from another court. The feed just cut. So, all right. So we've got at least 2 hours, and we're on verdict watch. As far as how we know that that this moves forward, we're watching all fronts. We're watching on Twitter. We're watching for a verdict announcement. This particular court does not have a high number of cameramen, of news reporters, and everything who've been present throughout the court, and so the court has not been really mindful of the press in their timing and what they do. They haven't been considerate of that, whereas in Alex Murdaugh's case, that was much more present in the court. So I doubt that the court will come in and say, "Hey, we're going to give the press time to get ready. We're not going to give a release and just let them know, hey, heads up, there's a decision." So this verdict might come in suddenly. The first thing we hear might be the jury filing back into the room as the cameras come on and the judge is like, "All right, you have a verdict." It might be one of those cases. Because of that, we're probably going to stay with it, at least partially, as we continue throughout the day after the break. So we're going to have a short break here. We're going to talk about things a little bit. Then we're going to take our lunch break, which will be about an hour. I'm going to eat my cold pizza, and then we'll come back and be waiting for the jury, which I think will be a quick verdict. I really do. I think it'll be quick. That was a wild ending. Okay, let's see. I'd have to say that properly doing his job is more important than an appointment. Yeah, it's a time crunch. You saw how frustrated he was when one of the witnesses, I believe it was for the state, the rebuttal witnesses, couldn't make it any earlier because he had his daughter's volleyball game or something to go to, and he was frustrated with that, interfering with his court schedule. Well, his personal appointments, or his wife's personal appointments with the doctor, have interfered with the court case in so much that the defense had to rush their closing. And he says he told them, but he did not give them time limits. He specifically said, no time limit. I've got a hard break at 12. and we'll have a 2-hour lunch. But I did not hear in there, and it could have happened off camera. I did not hear that we will be done with closing arguments at 12 or 1 o'clock in my time. Let's see. Shouldn't the judge have given more instructions to the jury? There were more instructions the previous day. He did that before the closing statements. That was the trial's "don't be brazen with me" moment. Yes, probably the same tone, exact same tone. That was a reaffirmation. Thank you from Judge Schroeder, not anger. Pam Jabs, you think he was just like happy about that? Because that look I've only seen a couple times during this court case, and he's never been happy when I've seen that look. The judge will just link everyone to Recovery Addict Stream as his announcement when a verdict comes in. That would be nice if we could just go live from the courtroom. Jury deliberations begin at 1:10 Eastern Time. Yes. Well, right. Okay, so that's when they began. We're just marking the timestamp. Thank you very much. As far as closings go, I think both of them did pretty well. I think they covered the material pretty well. Defense sort of didn't have, they don't have the burden of proof, but they also didn't have like an alternate explanation for things. And so for problematic evidence like the DNA in the back of the van, they just said, you expect us to believe that one DNA speck in the van is enough to prove it? Well, yeah, they do, because that's something it's not like a doctored photograph. DNA is a little harder to fake.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. I'm not a camel. That was the judge's fed up version. Yes, he was. Watching the Paltrow trial opening, I promise it's already a fiasco and will be worth a watch next. That's supposed to be a shorter trial. If I remember correctly, that happened in Utah on the slopes of the ski resorts. I forget which one. Basically where the Olympics were held many years ago. And it was a crash on the hillside. And it's like it's a person to person. It's not a criminal court case. It's like a lawsuit back and forth, right? I don't know. That's what I remember. It happened a while ago. What is the word that was objected to? She said they were pissed off, and he said, don't use that language in the court. Or they were pissed that, and that in England, that's a really bad word. I've said it on accident, and I got corrected very early on when I was over there. The lawyers in the Paltrow trial are terrible at presenting their cases on both sides. That might be fun to watch. Paltrow is literally suing for $1 and lawyer fees.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
The Delphi case, that's I'm not sure if that's going to be televised. The Delphi case. Let's see. Okay, we're about to close out our poll here right now. I haven't seen the results yet, so give me just one moment. We're going to end the poll, and we chose. Let's see. The question was, what will the jury decide on the murder charge? And ZA is guilty is 64%, not guilty is 18%, and hung jury is 16%. Obviously, anytime we don't have 100% on one or the other would mean a hung jury if we're representative of what the jury has. But mostly on the guilty side for us here, 64% on guilty. Please turn notifications on so you're aware when we've returned from lunch. Yes, and YouTube's been having some problems. Yesterday we saw that as well, where we'd go live and it would show that we hadn't gone live yet. You actually have to click into it even when it says upcoming, and we've been live for an hour type of thing. So just be mindful of that if that happens again today. If you expect us to be live and it says that it's coming soon, you might want to just click in and watch just to see if YouTube hasn't updated for some reason. We did see during that last little bit that as Knoxville agent points out here, Judge Boyle has ruled that they will not seek the death penalty in the Vallow case. So this is for Lori. For Lori Vallow, they will not be seeking the death penalty. So maximum penalty for her is life in prison without parole.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Let's see. What happens if there's a hung jury? Then they can retry it. And it's possible the jury could convict on some charges, as we heard from Matthew Harris earlier, convict on some charges and not convict on others. So they might convict him for stalking and be hung on murder, or they might convict him on murder and be hung on stalking. In that case, they probably won't retry the stalking trial on its own. But if they get hung on the murder charge, that's more likely that it'll be retried.
Squirrel!
Squirrel! I've been cussing all along, and I never knew it, says Juniper. Pissed is not a swear word, but it is foul in the U.S. too. Yeah, it's not a swear word here. It's crude, is all. What do I think? Guilty, not guilty, or mistrial? Carrie, I have a hard time getting over that DNA.
Mail it, Murdoch stole it.
We have no evidence that was presented in this trial that explains how the DNA got to the back of the van. Zero from the defense. The only scenario that I can see, I mean, blood, I think of the places my blood can be found, okay? Even places, cars I frequent, things like that. You're not going to find my blood in them. It's very few places that my blood can be found. And in the back of somebody's van that's accused of killing me, it's I don't know. I can't, that to me is a reasonable inference that something shady happened to get my blood in the back of the van the same time that the bleach was used and the carpet went missing and the fire pit happened and, all this, preceded by all the stalking that led up to this. For me, I think I would vote guilty, and I would not hesitate, which I believe is the threshold. There's no reasonable doubt that would cause me to hesitate to act in this case. The state has proven guilt of murder with DNA evidence. I think Lori deserves to live with her actions for the rest of her life. Sorry, not sorry. Here in the UK, pissed means drunk. Pissed off means angry. I believe she said she was ordering them lunch. The judge is ordering them lunch, yes. Let's see. Okay, so here's what we've got. I'm not sure if we need to do, how much is bleach wipes going to clean up? Bleach wipes themselves are one thing. He also had bleach already. We know there was, in his garage, there was a full bottle of bleach still that wasn't used. And we hear that there was remnants of a bleach bottle burning in the fire pit. So we've got several different bleach type items. I know the wipes, people have said they were bleach-free wipes, which may be the case, but the bleach bottle was probably not bleach-free.
Bring the jury.
Just knock on the door and see if anyone's home. The DNA did it for you, said on a globe. Thank you, Richard. Let's see. I never get notifications. I'm sorry, Michelle. You just have to always be logged in. The DNA spot bothers me because of how we do know. How do we know there was enough to accurately test? Stephanie, it didn't bother me. I realized they weren't able to do the test to confirm it was blood. And there are two tests. One was they say, hey, there's a spot there. I wonder what it is. Well, let's spray it with luminol and see if it changes to purple or just see if it changes color. And if they did that, there would be nothing left because the spot was so small. So they said, let's skip that. Let's just look at it. Let's take pictures of it, really good pictures. Let's analyze it. And let's skip that step and say, if it was blood, what we would do is we would test part of it. And it was like, oh, it's blood. The next step is to test it for DNA. And they do it. So they did the DNA swab. And on that swab, it did bring back a strong DNA profile that matched the victim. So they did skip the let's see if that's blood step and went straight to the, okay, this is blood. What do we do next? And so that for me is enough. And the multiple experts that looked at it and said, yes, that it had the appearance of blood, looked like blood, and it tested as if it was blood. We need the judge's thank you as a soundbite. That was a good one. Guilty to me, DNA isn't everything. Is it still on the table for Daybell? I believe it is. I believe that decision has not been made. Chad, in that case, has waived his right to a speedy trial, where Lori has not. So Lori's timetable, even though this has been like 3 years, Lori's timetable is moving faster than Chad's at this point in that case, and they're separated now. How long will the jury go with the hung jury? Is there a time limit? There's no hard and fast limit, Tabitha. They're basically, as soon as they reach a point in their deliberations where they determine that we have people on both sides, guilty and not guilty, and they're not going to budge. That's probably when they send a message to the judge and say, look, we've tried to talk this out and nobody's moving. And the judge is going to issue the dynamite charge and say, get in there and get her done. Try again, rethink this. And he can't force them to change their opinion or change their mind, but he can give them a really stern talking to and say, hey, you've got a job to do. See if you can come to an agreement. And then if they still are not able to budge, whatever that time limit is, the judge will declare mistrial. Okay. Not guilty on all counts, says Sandy. On all counts, even on the The stalking charges. That surprised me. I can see a not guilty on the stalking for Leo. That was the toughest sell for me. And when the defense argued this in their directed verdict motion, I believe it was, that for me, it resonated. I thought, they've got a point here. There is so little evidence we've heard that and strictly, I realize we've got the trackers, we've got the cell phone and the maps and everything else. We've got all that stuff, but I'm looking at the language of the law in Wisconsin and the statutes and what's required, the different elements of the charge that need to be met. And it's pretty strict. And even though we have, the photographs and the spying in the window and everything else, it still does not meet those elements of the charge, I think, in Leo's case. So it would not surprise me at all if the jury, even if they convict him of murder, says not guilty on stalking Leo, just because there's no evidence of that. Guilty on all charges, all proven, says NG. I expect a guilty verdict, even though I'm not sure he did it, says Stephanie Willis. It would have to have been confirmed as victim blood for me to buy it. I see a big appeal issue. It was confirmed as victim DNA, Marcia, and it could only have come from the victim in either tissue or blood. Those are the only two ways that profile could have been achieved from the back of the van. Meaning that's the profile they got limits the type of material to being blood or tissue. It couldn't have been, anything else that contained DNA. Let's see. Stalking on children is enough to sell for felony. I think his prior acts are really what is going to stick in the jury's mind, even though they're not supposed to judge him on that. I think we're going to open up the new caller, burner phone line. If you guys would like to have a chance to talk on the chat. I think we're going to go ahead and open that up so that everybody, it doesn't matter if you're a subscriber or not, literally, as long as you have access to the burner phone number, I'd consider answering your call and ask that you just be considerate and polite on the chat. I do have my finger on the mute button in case somebody gets on and decides to go rogue. But you can, in chat, if you type the burner, who's going to do that? Samantha did. Thank you very much. The burner number is right. Wait for it. Wait for the bot. It has to think. There. Here we go. There it is. That's the burner phone number. That will reach me directly. And if you have a thought on this case, now that we've had all the evidence, now that we've weighed it all, the jury's out deliberating or eating lunch and then deliberating, while the judge is out in his appointment, I'd love to hear what's going through your mind, what you're thinking about this case, what convinced you, what didn't, what doubts you still have, or as well as any questions you have about the case. If I can answer them, I'd be happy to. We also have a couple legal experts in chat. I think Nicole Goodman, Matthew Harris. You're also welcome to call at any time. Let me know. But let's see, how long is lunch? This is going to be a 2-hour lunch. So it started at about 1 o'clock, and it's going to go till 3 or 2 o'clock Eastern. So we have a little bit. Let's see who we have here.
Call from Michelle.
Hey, Michelle. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm going to need you to turn down the volume on your TV so we don't have some weird time warp stuff going on in the background.
How's that?
That's great. Thanks for calling in. What are you thinking now that the jury's out deliberating?
Well, I'm up in this area. I'm 15 minutes away from where it happened and everything, watching the trial, the first trial, when it was declared mistrial, everything, watching this trial from the beginning. Mm-hmm. And I don't believe he's 100% guilty in his involvement, per se. There is guilt there, I believe, as far as the cover-up. But did anybody think maybe his daughter had a little more involvement in this?
The 12-year-old? I said when she was testifying, I said, I think she's seen more than she's saying. But I would be surprised if she has like guilt type involvement. I think she knows more than she's been asked, and she's kept quiet about things that, quite honestly, I think she doesn't know how to talk about. So I think she's probably seen more than we've heard from her.
I think both sides. There's more being pushed under the rug from both sides than has been allowed out in court. But you know, just from the testimony, even when you had court TV showing Zachariah Anderson, you know, hushing his lips towards her when she was testifying.
Right.
That could be, you know, say nothing. I mean, there's more to this family than I believe is being led on to. They were exes, yes, but the type of relationship, I believe they're tighter knit than is being led on to. And
the internet died. My camera says it has no battery. I think something hit our power. And we're sort of back. We're sort of back. Hold on one second. Let me fix my screen. There we go. Earthquake in the studio. Now it's fixed. Can you hear me? I apologize. We are back. We're back. Sorry about that. We had like a power surge or something happened where everything went down at once, except for my phone. And the power came back fast enough that my call with Michelle, who was on the phone, stayed up. So I kept talking with her, going on. I'm watching, and my internet's telling me that everything was going scawampus. So we ended it here. Sorry about that. The internet's back up. It's rebooted. I have the worst luck with power issues. It's mostly the internet, and soon we'll have the fiber internet installed. They say they should have it in the next month installed here. I'm excited about that. I did not agree with Michelle about the daughter's involvement, but I appreciate her calling in, as always. You know, that's just great. I love that she's willing to call in. My chat is not working right. Let's see. Refresh the screen a little bit. Go live. There it is. Pop out chat. Okay. I think we're back. I think, yes, I can hear you. There we go. And maybe sound effects even. We'll try those. Limping over the finish line. Thank you for your patience. I think, yes. Why am I hearing myself? Because I hit the wrong button. That's why. Hold on. Pause that there. There we go. Now the sound effects might be working. Let's go ahead and get ready for lunch. We continue talking amongst ourselves. Thank you, Rando. I can count on you guys to be nice while I'm gone. The judge, not so much. I mean, he tells the attorneys to be good and keep working, but I don't think they are when he's not there. If anyone else does not know, you had to refresh. Thoughts on the outcome? I think we're going to have a guilty verdict. I really do. Only because we've got prior acts admitted, and it's so hard for juries to forget prior acts. It's there's the sound effects. Yes, sorry, little miss. I apologize for that. I need a UPS for the stream equipment. I need a UPS for my whole house. I think DMB. That's not in the budget, so it's probably not going to happen. So many comments, so little relevance. That was what's that regarding? Let's see. Oh, the not relevant. That's it. Your audio is bouncing in and out. Check 1 2, test 1 2, testing 1 2, up down. There. Seems to be okay on the levels on my side. Is it anyone else having problems with the audio? So you mean when I talk, I'm not supposed to hear myself? Says Picky. Let's try another call. Let's see if maybe if Weather Watch. I see you there. Do you want to call in and give us your information on the on the case about what's happened? Let's see if that works. Man, why is this not? Okay, that's the Gwyneth Paltrow case. Sounds good. Awesome. Thank you, Tammy. Appreciate it. We're on verdict watch, but we also are on lunch break and verdict watch. So I don't want you guys to work through lunch, and then not have a break. We did a poll briefly about the guilt. We had about 64% say that they thought it was guilty. Let's see, I just got a message here. I'm not sure who this is from, but it says, one thing that doesn't make sense for me, where does the state suggest he actually dismembered Leo in the trash bags at Leo's? I haven't heard that.
From? P-Fog.
Hey, P-Fog, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. How are you?
You know, I'm doing great. I appreciate you being in chat here with us today, as we've got the jury off eating and deliberating, like over pizza. They're discussing the fate of Zachariah Anderson. Have you come to a conclusion yourself?
I mean, it obviously doesn't look good. I mean, I think he probably did it, but still, like, I always keep bringing up Jose Baez. It's like, if it's not proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, if you still have questions, then that's it, you know? And I think, and then the defense not having Ms. Mueller do the closing, I think, was a major mistake.
That surprised me. She is such a good speaker. She can think on her feet. She can put things together.
I know.
But yeah.
And honestly, I think what it was is, you know, what you weren't wanting people to comment in the chat about, and apparently they were all over the Long Crime channel commenting on that, and I think that was literally a last minute decision. What about you?
I think they would have planned it out a lot further in advance than that, but that could have definitely been a distraction. Generally, the attorneys know, you know, closing is a big thing. They've probably been working on this for days, is what I'm thinking. But yeah, I hear you. It was interesting. I thought he did a pretty good job, although it wasn't somebody we were familiar with from the case as much as with her. But P-Fog, thank you so much. Appreciate you calling in.
Of course. Appreciate your time.
Yep. We'll talk to you again soon. All right.
All right.
Bye.
Call from to accept. Press.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who do I have on the phone?
This is Ricky.
Ricky, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How is everybody out yonder?
We're doing great. Ricky, are you a lurker, or do we know? Can you share your name in chat?
Oh, I'm Ricky Watson. I apologize, sir.
Oh, you're good. Ricky, what's on your mind with this trial here today as we go into a verdict watch?
Well, you know, you keep asking about if he's guilty, not guilty, and then somebody brought up your body language, which, you know, I spent 22 years in law enforcement.
Okay.
And I do not like the body language that he presents.
What was it about his body language that sort of set you off, or you know?
I mean, he's like too squirmy, and that's just the way I'm going.
So he set off your radar as like something's not right, right? Something's just not.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will say the police officers I've hung out with seem to have a sixth sense for things like that. When you're around people that are committing crimes, they seem to develop an ability to see when something's not right. And so I would trust you on that. It sounds like you have enough experience there behind you that that carries some weight.
Yeah, sir.
Yep.
But you know, I've been retired for almost 11 years now, but you just I've spent so many years in law enforcement that it's still stuck in my system, and I'm sorry.
No, that's great. That's awesome. I appreciate your service. Obviously, being on the front line of the tip of the sword, it's something that not everyone's able to do, and so I appreciate you doing that.
Oh yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Ricky. I appreciate you being a fan of the program and for calling in. Everyone's saying they love your accent, fellow Southerner. They were saying. So, what part of the country are you calling from?
Oh, I'm in Plainview, Texas, sir.
All right. We have some great people out there in Texas as well. So wonderful. I've got family down there myself, but they don't quite have the accent that you do.
It'll get there sooner or later.
That's awesome. Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate you calling in.
You bet.
All right. Bye-bye.
And I hope everybody's got a wonderful day coming.
Oh, appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You bet.
All right.
Yes, sir.
See you.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love that. Anthony's like, his body language is horrible. He looks away a lot. He looks like he dozes off. And when they brought up things about how the crime happened, he opens his eyes wide. Yeah, he showed a lot of surprise. He responded to a lot of things, talking about, obviously, the defendant here. Let's see. He looks bad because, who said that? He looks bad because he's sitting between two lawyers. Christy. We like to poke fun at lawyers, but we have a couple favorites here as well. Ivan says, "Oh man, if Squirmy is a sign, I'd be screwed. I can't sit still for 5 seconds. My steps vouch for me." Ivan does. He shared his step tracker with me as an incentive to get me up out of my chair and moving, and he puts me to shame. Even when I shake my hand to try to get the Apple Watch to start counting my steps, I can't keep up with him. Awesome. Thank you very much for calling in. If there's anybody else who'd like to share some thoughts, let's see. Somebody just texted and said, "Did you catch when the DA said the murder happened on May 17th and his body found on May 19th? Kind of strange to say when they supposedly don't have a body." I know they arrested him 2 days later. I thought they had the body, or they knew about it sooner. Well, Yeah, now I'm questioning my own memory. Break out the transcript. We'll have to see. Let's see. Matthew says, "Ricky, I'm just down in Lubbock. Howdy." Weather Watch is in Plainview as well. Some good friends over there in Texas there. Does ZA have a criminal record? I believe the answer was yes. We heard it was yes. It might be related to his unregistered gun in California. I'm not sure exactly. Something just crashed outside. As Texas says, "I'm a New Jersey and Floridian, moved to Texas in 2009. I don't have the accent. I have a hard time picking up accents where I go. What evidence did they have to arrest ZA? Probably the same circumstantial evidence they had here. Accusations of involvement. The friends that showed up at ZA's house saying, "Hey, so Leo's gone missing. We're looking for him. Where's Zach?" There was talk about that pointed to him early on. Let's see. I think it was 2 days before they found the scene, and based on Sadie's words, they took in Zach immediately. Bring the jury. Let's have some more Southern accents, please. Love it, says Lisa. We like the British accents as well. We get a few of those occasionally on the burner phone. Those are wonderful. An Australian as well. RA, how long do you think before they reach a verdict? I think it would be 3 to 4 hours. If he gets not guilty, will be released or held for other charges. He does have other charges. I don't know what the bond status is on those other charges. He has some drug charges that are still pending that have not gone to trial yet, so he could be held over on those.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Anything happened in the last hour? Not much, Jojo. Just the closing statements, and we started jury deliberation. That's it. Sees a pizza guy, opens the door and say, "Wrong number." Was that the pizza box thing? What was the pizza box? Somebody said something about a pizza box. Yes. Not guilty. Yeah, Puppy Dog. If you want to call, the burner phone number is going to pop up on the screen any second now. Oh wait, you have to do it again because it just popped up a minute ago. It takes 20. It only pops up once every minute at the most. Justin Walker says, "I average 25,000 steps." Man, you're walking a marathon every day is what you're doing, Justin. You're putting the rest of us to shame. Let's see. Guilty verdict by end of day. Not get out of jail at all this time says a lot. Yeah, his bond was really high that he couldn't hit. Something that struck me, and this is just plain theory, just like throwing things up in the air and seeing what sticks. Him having a lot of cash and him having the weed operation, it's possible that the cash was a cover-up for something else. So if he took out cash to pay them, he may have thought this in advance long enough to have cash available and then take out cash and still have it on hand so it didn't look like he paid someone. What if someone else was involved?
There's a lawsuit.
What if some money exchanged hands, because he did have a lot of cash available. What if some money changed hands and he paid some people for their involvement? Suddenly it becomes a lot more easy to envision that happening as far as the carrying the body or removing stuff. Those drug charges were filed based on the search for the murder crimes. If he's found not guilty, would they have to drop those? Curious as heck. Melody, that would they'd only have to drop those charges if the search itself was not valid. So the warrant was valid. It was a valid warrant, search warrant, and so because they found the drugs, the charges come as a result of that. So I don't see any way that those charges would be dropped, even if he's found not guilty on all 4 of these charges. I hit 25,000 steps. You guys are impressive. Meanwhile, I ate 2 pizzas. So how does that compare? Backyard Garden says, do you think he carried a 270-pound man out by himself because that's how much my fridge weighs? Yeah, it seems hard. Try this. Have somebody play dead weight, right? A full-grown adult, and just try to pick him up. Dead weight is hard to move. It's hard to pick somebody up when they want to be picked up and held. Imagine, the awkward, the long body rolled in a carpet, supposedly. Carrying that is not easy. Out across the grass, opening the van, putting him in the van, everything. That is not easy at all. Bite Me says, I mentioned that earlier. He did have sufficient cash to pay a couple of drug thugs to take the body out. I do think that he was involved. Because if he was not involved, if he had planned this out and was not there when it happened, I think he would have had a much more solid alibi for the time frame of the events. Like active phone use in a city away from there. I think that would have been a better alibi for him. Let's see. I've actually picked up a comatose people as a nurse. Not easy. Let's see. Gosh, that's like someone call. I've been ignoring the phone. If somebody called, how will we know when verdict is in? I will tell you. For one, I'll probably tweet something about it, and we'll go live again after lunch, and we'll probably be live when it comes in. That's my thought. Seems like CA has earned a lot of time served credit, right? If not a convicted murder, will he have to serve more time, or does he face federal charges on the weed? I don't think he has any federal charges on the drugs. Possibly could. It was like 4 to 10 pounds of marijuana. I'm not sure what the level is for that. I haven't heard of any federal charges. Time served will generally be applied to the time of the sentence. If it's a life sentence, that might not make much of a difference. Oh, here we go. Let's see. I think this is Joe Ellen. Let's see.
Call from
Nana Geek Joellen.
To accept.
Hey, Nana Geek, this is Recovery Addicts. How are you doing, Joellen?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Let me mute my TV.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing just great. How are you doing today?
Okay. I'm doing okay. I'm sorry I don't have an accent. I apologize.
You can fake one for us, right? Just pretend.
Nah, that's all right. Okay, no, because I'm originally from Brooklyn and I hate that accent.
All right. Well, give us your take anyway. Yep.
Okay, well, I think he's guilty. I watched the whole trial, and the reason I think he's guilty, and I'm an average person, so I would be somebody that would be on the jury. I'm not a cop. I was never a cop or anything. Okay. I think he's guilty because of the blood they found in the car, the fire pit, with what they found in the fire pit. And believe it or not, the daughter's testimony really got me.
Okay. Was it the end?
Even though,
the end of the testimony? Or just...
No. Actually, all of it. And I think when she first spoke to the police, she was petrified.
Yeah.
Barbara Christina
I think she
sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Sorry, we just got a super sticker there. Go ahead.
Okay. Wow, you got $3. Okay. Anyway, awesome. But she was scared. I mean, it was her dad. And at the end, when she said that she was threatened with the gun, that really got me because we don't know exactly what happened. And I think even though the person that was questioning her, the defense that was questioning her, she should have been nicer.
Yeah. Yeah, it really looks bad when you come across attacking a child. The jury, even if the kid is lying, or even if the jury thinks you're lying, it's a kid. An adult against a kid, it's not a fair fight. It's not. No. Even if it's just a match of wits, and coming and attacking the daughter, just looks bad. And just like the defense, I think it really looked bad when they sort of blamed the daughter in their closing statements. I think that was a bad look as well.
It was, and she was a woman. She should have known better.
Yep. Yeah.
It was a woman speaking to a young girl. She should have known better. At 14,
yeah.
I would have freaked out.
Yeah.
And at the end, she did, because she was scared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think that how she ended her testimony was very impactful, even if it wasn't related to the case, and the judge says it wasn't, gave the jury the instruction. That has to resonate in their head. They have to be thinking that. Every time they think Olivia, they're thinking, or sorry, I should say, the defense, prosecution said her name multiple times.
That's why I keep on saying the daughter.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Every time they think of her, they think of, she says, I was threatened with that gun. That's what comes to my head. The first time I think of the daughter, I was threatened with that gun. And I don't know how they cannot keep that in their head, but crazy.
And you could tell that was an honest response when she said that.
Yeah. Yep.
Because she was starting to well up. She was starting to get really, really nervous about the gun.
Yeah. Well, they broke her. She just burst out crying on the stand. That was how her testimony ended. They pushed too hard. I realize sometimes you have to ask, innocent victims in a crime some tough questions. Unfortunately, that's the way the legal system works. It's painful. I think it should be done as delicately as possible and as minimal as possible.
Thank you.
They push too hard, and I think they're going to pay the price as a result. But thank you, Nana Geek. Appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Without the accent. Bye.
All right. Bye. Thank you, Nana Geek. That's Joe Ellen in chat. Nana Geek Joe Ellen. Wonderful. Phone line is open. We have all of the one phone lines available. Looks like it's not anymore. Let's see. Ivan. It just failed. Call failed. We'll try again. It's Ivan's birthday today, so I guess if he calls in, I have to sing to him. Is that the requirement? Let's see. They're not back. The judge is gone right now. The judge has gone to an appointment. So we are waiting for something to happen. Let's see. This is live. Okay, let me switch things up here. For some reason, my video feed jumped to another crime. Hey, guess who this is? Amber.
What's going on?
Hello. We managed to get to this point of the trial without being subpoenaed, both of us.
Holy crap, man.
There was a time when I thought that
we were going to have to take a road trip.
I know it. This is Amber, or Clipson's Vixen, in chat. She's one of our great mods. I appreciate all the hard work you're doing today, keeping everything happy. What are you thinking about the case as you look at it now?
I think they have a lot to consider. Mm-hmm. Regardless of which side of this you fall on, you've got to at least admit they have a difficult case to decipher. Regardless whether you think he's guilty or not guilty, they have difficult things to consider here. Where do I personally stand?
Party popper birthday cake. Happy birthday at Ivan Victor.
It's
birthday
only fair that
cake.
you
Party
get this
popper
back.
confetti ball.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Ivan. Thank you, Sunshine Sunflowers.
Happy birthday, Ivan. Yep. I think he's guilty of sin. I think he's not a very clean person coming from somebody that works in medicine and has probably an arsenal of cleaning supplies. I would look horrible.
You would look guilty on a shopping trip, is what you're saying.
But I'm kind of with you on the speck of blood / DNA that was in the van. I don't understand how that can be explained away being in his van. There would be no plausible reason for that to be there if he was not somehow involved.
Yeah, and the defense, the way they addressed it was like, you really think that that's enough to convict one speck of blood? Like,
I do.
It's a DNA match. It's a straight DNA match is what they have. I mean, that really
Right.
is something to convict. That is hard evidence.
I mean, it's not like, and where it was found.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember where it was found in the van, it's not like the kids could have transferred it had they met Leo. There's nothing in my mind, because I have kids, as many of us do in chat, transfer or touch DNA. I understand how that could happen. Kids getting in and out of the car. Oh, mom got a paper cut in her finger and it started to bleed before they got in the car. Now, one of the kids has touched mom's hand when they got in and they touched the seat. I get that. But it wasn't found up where seats would have been.
Yeah.
It was in the back. So I'm trying to even explain away in my head how it could have possibly gotten into the van by the kids, perhaps. And it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's a tough explanation. Really, it has to be a reasonable doubt, and all the things I can come up with how it would get there, and everything that's been presented. I haven't heard anything reasonable that explains it, other than
I haven't either.
He loaded a body in the back of that car. That's it. That's the only thing I think that's a reasonable inference from the evidence we have, and
right.
I think we're gonna have a quick verdict. I might be surprised. I've been surprised before. So.
I'm not sure if we'll have it as quick as today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'd be surprised one way or the other if it was today. I don't think it's going to come in until at least tomorrow.
Okay.
Personally.
Cachette asked a question in chat. I was wondering if I can ask it to you, Amber.
Sure.
The judge, he was rude at the end. Why?
I think the judge is at his wit's end with this case and these attorneys. And as soon as Judge Schroeder kind of snapped back, I went, yep, he's just done. I think it was something he knows he had to do as far as swearing in the bailiff in charge of the jury. He knows that's something he has to do. If you've watched any of his cases before, that is one of the absolute last things that he does before he leaves the courtroom.
Yeah.
I think his appointment this afternoon was also kind of pressing him, but that is ADA that kind of wrapped everything up on rebuttal. She knew the time constraint too. Yeah. I also think that was a defense move as well, running the clock as long as they possibly could to make sure that they didn't have as much of a rebuttal argument to put on. I think that was also a defense strategy.
It's all a giant game of chess. Every single part that happens is for a reason. So, Amber, thank you so much. Appreciate the good work you're doing in chat. I realize you're working hard today. It's quite a crowd, but you guys are doing fantastic. We love you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right. Spread the word to all the other mods. I know you're in there in the chat mod. Let them know. I really appreciate them. All right.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, Amber.
They hear you too.
Oh, good. Good. We'll see you. Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, phone line's open again. I realized some calls were coming in that I was missing. Let's see. My birthday was on St. Patty's Day. Who was that? Still hooked on your channel. I'm trying to see who is that is. Oh, Ronnie. Ronnie's birthday was St. Patty's Day. Oh, my goodness. Ronnie's like a lot like JB, but a little farther south. Let's do a couple more phone calls.
Call from.
See what we've got.
Rebecca.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
I'm trying to accept, but I want to accept it. Can you hear me? Okay, it's not accepting for some reason. Try it one more time. Who said happy birthday? Roxy says happy birthday to Ivan. Ivan, you're getting lots of birthday wishes on here. I realize you share that with another member in chat as well, so it's exciting. My mom would bleach everything when she cleaned the house. That's just what she did. As a result, I do the same thing, but I don't buy my bleach at the murder aisle in Walmart. Here we go. Here's Ivan.
Ivan Victor.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2. Call from
Rebecca.
Ivan, every time I do this, hey, Rebecca, are you there?
I'm here. Are you?
I am. I was halfway answering Ivan's call, and it's transferred over to you. I'm sorry, Ivan. We'll get you through eventually. It's his birthday. We'll get him. But Rebecca, you're here now, so let's talk to you. How are you doing? Is this Bite Me, Rebecca?
No.
Okay, a different Rebecca. Okay.
I have not ever called before, and I've been trying to get a membership, but I don't know how to do it. So,
oh no!
But
all right. Well, you don't have to be a member to call. So let's answer your questions. What do you have? What do you have to share?
I just have a question. I'm an older viewer. I'm going to be 75 next month.
Congratulations!
But, thank you. I spent several years studying court reporting and going to trials and things, and things have changed a bit since then. Mm-hmm. But I worried about the fact that people are so accustomed to having forensic evidence that they might not consider this as adequate. And, in the old days, it was a he said, she said kind of thing. Yeah. But what you think about now about people relying so much, or juries relying so much on wanting the physical evidence.
Yeah, this is true. You bring up a great point, Rebecca. It wasn't that many years ago where,
my sister Tammy for Down
Syndrome
Awareness Day.
Roxy Moser, thank you very much for the super chat in honor of your sister. Rebecca, how many years ago would you put it that we wouldn't have DNA? We wouldn't be able to do the forensic cell phone data that we have, or even the computer history data that we have. This is all relatively new to courts, is what you're saying, and we're so spoiled with being able to say, oh, a crime happened. Let's just go back and rewind time digitally and take a snapshot and see where everyone's cars were, from the space images we've got, or whatever it is that we're pulling up. We've become so reliant on them that there were many, many, many years, decades of convictions where that wasn't available at all. So yeah, we have it's changed the landscape as far as that goes.
Right. Even fingerprints weren't scientific evidence until I believe the late 1800s or early 1900s. Yeah. And so things have gone quite a ways in the last decade especially. But DNA was in its infancy in the 70s and 80s and wasn't really accepted in courts until after the turn of the century. So I just wonder if people are willing to make a judgment without, A, B, C, D, and DNA.
Yeah.
And of course, in this case, we have the DNA. It's just how did it get there?
Yeah. It has changed things a lot, and that's a fascinating way to look at it. I mean, you go back as far as like the Salem witch trials, and you think of the evidence that might have been presented at these trials, and it's entirely he said, she said, right? There's nothing else to go off of, and we were convicting people, condemning people to death.
It was just she said.
Yeah, just she said a lot in that one apparently. But Rebecca, thanks for bringing that up. That's great to think about. I'll have to put some thought into that. Because we are so, as a jury, as members of the jury or prospective jury, we're expecting to be convinced, right? And maybe our level of the proof has changed over time, even though the wording has not changed in the law. The level that we think that the prosecution has to reach has increased, and there's much less of a reasonable inference on the part of the jury.
That's true, and they don't take things like body language and that kind of stuff into conditions, that might apply, and or they see it on TV and they aren't there in the courtroom, so they can't feel the electricity or lack of it.
during a prosecution or a defense statement. But I just wanted to wish you, and I am glad I found you, and I'm going to become a member once I find out.
Well, you don't have to. Just you being here is enough. If you need some help, we can try to get you some help to get you that way. But I'm appreciated that you're here and spending time with us and calling in. Thank you very much, Rebecca.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Right. We'll see you. Bye. That is such an interesting viewpoint to have seen the courts with her experience and how they changed over time with the differences as evidence. As Amber says here, cases from the 90s and 2000s are now being solved with new technology. It's been within the last 20 years that things have really developed scientifically. Now we're getting Ivan. Ivan, sir, happy birthday to you.
We have launched and we have message received.
Awesome.
Howdy from the Northwoods.
Sorry, I cut you off there. How's your birthday going today? Are you going to get a verdict?
Hey, not so bad. Birthday verdict. I'm guessing so. I just think I think that honestly, I think this trial was over after the daughter testified. Whether that should be, or whether that's just, or whether that's right, I don't know. But I think that was the nail in the coffin, even before the defense even put a single witness up there. I don't know. We always hear unringing the bell and all that, this and that. And but now I'm not going to lay into a 14-year-old girl, because I think that girl has been through more than any child ever should in any lifetime. But we all heard different inconsistencies and different sort of confidence levels when the DA was questioning her, as opposed to when she was having to answer questions that she necessarily didn't want to, as you have pointed out.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to rip into a minor. Honestly, I don't think that the DA should have ever put her on the stand. I think that was sort of sleazy, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. She couldn't offer anything to the murders. All she could verify was the stalking story, and that is the lesser of the charges by a mile. So I think it was sort of, I don't know. I don't like the DA doing that. I don't think he had to do that. My opinion is if you have to put a minor on the stand to convict the person, then you need more evidence. And that's just my opinion. Like some may disagree, and that's what makes our country great. But
yeah,
this is what I want everybody to do. This is my one big point about him doing this alone. No, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
I want everybody, next time you're in a Walmart, I want you to go to the dog food aisle, okay, wherever they sell dog food at your local store. I want you to go to the 50-pound bag of dog food. I want you to pick it up and try to put it over your shoulder. And then I want you to times that by 4 or 5. And then I want you to consider that dog food is evenly dispersed weight. As you have mentioned, dead weight on a human is not even close to a bag of dog food, which is all evenly dispersed and, contained. I want you to times that by 4 or 5. And then I want you to consider dragging that through an apartment or out a sliding door into a van without making... That's what I want you to do. And say, how could one man do this? Now, this doesn't mean he's innocent, but I just do not understand how people can think adrenaline is one thing. I get it. I have done some incredible things with adrenaline behind me and knowing I have to move fast and all that. But there are just some things that the human body can't do. And so I just want people to do that. Go grab the heaviest bag of dog food and times that by 4 or 5. You know what I mean? So...
Yeah, that him carrying the body it's a tough thing to picture. It's
right.
Easier for me to assume or to think that maybe he had help with it, but there was no evidence of that. So
right, exactly. Well, and the other thing that I was talking, where you've got pizza boxes from, me and Rando were talking about. My biggest beef is, why does he open that door? Do we know if there's a peephole in that door? Did we see? I can't remember. Is there a peephole in that door?
I don't think there was. I don't recall one. But we know that there was a female friend that was supposed to be coming over sometime that night.
Okay, late Sunday night. Maybe even if you have a booty call showing up. Late Sunday night. You don't say who's there with a knock on your door? And if he did know it was Zach, why does he open? That's why I don't get this, by this whole blitzkrieg. It wasn't a blitz attack. Now, maybe he opened the door and got whacked, but I'm not blaming him, but it wasn't a sneak attack. You know what I mean? It's not like he was hiding behind a corner. You know what I mean? There had to be, so the balls, or the as the judge would say, the brazenness of him attacking counting on him opening the door. What if he doesn't open the door? Then he's just standing there like a dummy with a bat in his hand. You know what I mean? Like, and so I don't know, like these apartments, I don't know the exact layout of the apartments, but I know that traditionally apartments like those, the walls are paper thin. That is, you are counting on a whole heck of a lot. And the last point I'll mention is this wasn't a defendant that was strapped for cash. Why didn't he just go buy a $3,000 junker vehicle, or heck, $500 junker vehicle to throw him in? And you know what I mean? Why did he use his work van? Like, what sense does that make? Why doesn't he take the clothes and put them with the body since they never found the body? Why is he burning clothes in his backyard like some kind of maniac? I don't get it. You know what I mean? There's so many strange parts to this. Like, he had the money to meticulously plan and schedule out this crime if he wanted to. But anyway.
Interesting thoughts. I'm with you on most of them. I do differ on a couple, but I appreciate, as always, Ivan, you go ahead and offer your opinion. And happy birthday to you, sir. No one deserves to have a better day than you.
Thanks for that. I appreciate all the well wishes in the chat. Like I said earlier this morning, as you can imagine, I'm not the kind of person that just runs around screaming it's my birthday. So the wishes I got in the chat are 99% of those I'll receive today. So thank you for that, everybody.
That's awesome. And give Rebel a pat for me. Give her a little extra
I
dog
will.
treat.
She's sleeping right now as usual. She sleeps, walks, and eats. That's her life. What a life.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ivan. Happy birthday to you, my friend.
Ta-ta for now.
All right. See you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Awesome to catch up with Ivan on his birthday here. Yes, Ivan is very, very passionate. Love that. I love that he's so passionate and so open. He's shares just some great opinions. I don't always agree with everything he's got, but he definitely has a perspective that makes me think about the ones that I don't agree on. Let's see who we have here.
Call from.
It's Jenny Says.
Jenny 5? Is that who I'm here speaking to?
Jenny Says.
Jenny Says. Okay, I was going to say, you're going to have to turn the volume down on your device because it's going to be a little confusing here.
Turn it down?
I'm hearing an echo.
Oh, I don't know why. It's quiet in here.
Okay.
Maybe it's just my connection.
Okay. Let's see. Is that any better? There we go. Okay. It was me, I think.
Okay. Hi, JoJo.
Jenny Says, what are you thinking about the case here? What's your prediction?
So I know that the defense doesn't have like a burden to show proof, but have they planted really any seeds of doubt? Like, there's no other, like, they haven't given any reason for somebody else to want to kill the guy.
Yeah, I don't think they have. There were a couple things that they tried to sort of plant confusion a little bit. Not really a doubt as to anything. And where the key points that I think they should have addressed, like the DNA in the back of the van, we really have nothing. So basically, their whole theory of the defense was that the state did a poor job investigating this, similar to Alex Murdaugh's trial, and that had they done a proper job, they would have A, probably found the body, or B, found the person who really did it. And all this is just circumstance, and you can't prove anything. That's where they went, and I just think there's too much evidence and too much circumstance to really say that this is a nothing burger when he looks pretty guilty by a lot of his actions.
Right, I agree totally. Like, if there was if he was a bad person or was into gangs or something, then that would have came out during the investigation. But everything led to Zachariah, so that's why I think that he's guilty.
Yep. Crazy. What do you think as far as the jury deliberation time? Are we going to be here all night, or are we going to be, surprised with a quick return on the verdict?
So we don't know if the jury actually started deliberating during lunch, or if they got the 2 hours off and then start deliberating. But if they got to deliberate over lunch, then I think we'll have a verdict at the end of the day.
Okay. End of the day. We can take that. That would be great. We'll watch for that. For some reason,
sure.
we've had a lot of verdicts on Wednesday nights. It would be nice to not have that because that's the one night of the week I have a meeting I have to go to. So hopefully the verdict doesn't come in during my meeting Wednesday night again. But Jenny says, thank you so much for calling in. What part of the country are you calling in from?
I'm in Canada. Do you hear my accent?
It's faint. What part of the Canada country?
I'm actually I live in a border city, so I kind of get a lot of American channels. So my accent's like a mix of Canadian and American.
I'm
really, and I also wanted to say happy birthday to Ivan, and I think it was Judy's birthday too. And this is my first time calling in, so I also wanted to say thank you to you, Scott, for starting all of this and creating all of this, and good for you for getting your voice out there, and you're getting big and everything. So don't forget about us little people.
Oh, I am the little person. I cannot forget. I'm one of the little people. So thank you, Jenny.
You're going to surpass everybody. I know it.
Oh, man.
And we're all here to watch it.
It's so much fun to be here. Honestly, this is the best community I've ever discovered on the internet. And you guys have been so welcoming to me and encouraging. It has been amazing. I love watching true crime with you guys and just learning and hanging out. So it's like family, and it's a blast. So thank you, Jenny says. I appreciate you. Stay safe and warm up there in Canada, and we'll hear from you again soon.
Yeah,
hopefully.
it's getting warm.
Good.
It's getting warm. It's like almost in the 50s today, so that's warm for us for this time of year. That's
we'll
great.
take
well,
it.
Thank you
we'll
so
take
much.
It. First day of spring.
Have a great day.
All right, we'll see you, Jenny. Bye.
Bye.
Love it. Love hearing from Jenny says. Didn't know she was in Canada. I didn't realize that. Wonderful. Let's see. Most felony convictions prohibit admittance to the bar. There's a character and fitness evaluation that law students have to go through. Well, maybe we can get the record expunged, Ivan, for you for your birthday. And we can, now that we've got an in with the judge, we get the expungement taken care of, and then you can practice law to your heart's content. Love the accent, says Matthew Harris. It was great. Let's see. I'll take a couple more calls if anybody would like to call in. I realize we've missed a few, and I apologize. I can only have one person on the call at a time because, it's just one burner phone. I don't have a burner phone bank, which would be a little easier. But we'll try that here. If not, we'll take a lunch break because we've got, let's see, an hour and a half. Is that right? How long until the judge comes back from lunch? Is it only half an hour? Time goes so fast. Love that word, expunged. It's a good word. Let's see. I'm not sure if Matthew can call in or Nicole. They're both welcome as well. Thank you, Rev Minister. Good to see you here. I love the emoji. Didn't know that one was an option. Do we have a background on Junior? Very little. And Christy, an interesting side note that I don't think is directly related to this case, but interesting is I'm hearing from some people that Junior has a family member, I think his father, that also just disappeared, that just went missing. And I've got to dig up some more data on that because when I heard it, I'm like, are you serious? Is this would, I mean, how tragic, first of all, for the family to have two family members that just disappear without a body, without a trace type thing. I believe from what I heard, the father apparently, it wasn't any sign of foul play, just disappeared. But Lisa says, I need a voice note system. You're getting too famous. I probably have to upgrade from my free burner phone to a paid version that has a few features for it. We're shooting for no lunch. Judge is back at 3 p.m. our time. So we have half an hour. Let's see. I feel bad because I had the internet outage there in the middle, which I hope does not occur again. Can't call in the moment. Might be able to zoom in later. That sounds good. Let me take a little bit of a break because I have not had a break yet, and I do have one break that I earn a day. Whether or not I deserve it, I don't know. But I do take one break a day, and a half hour should be plenty. Then we can. Well, the phone's ringing, so we're going to answer this one, and then we'll do a break after. Hang on.
Call from Julie Weaver.
Hello, Julie. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, yo. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing just great. How are you doing today?
I am excellent. I'm so happy I found your show.
Oh, I am happy as well. What
I'm
what
so
makes you happy
It's
today?
better than live cross. Go ahead.
What makes you happy today about this trial?
Well, you know, it's just really interesting to see the attorneys fight with each other, you know, just go back and forth. And the judge. I love the judge the most.
Yeah. What, you know, when you get older in life, as you go through all those years, there comes a point where you just don't care what people think about you, right? It's like, you know, I'm going to say what I think. I've earned that. And I think the judge is at that point. And so he sort of speaks his mind when he feels like he wants to and doesn't really care what people think. And I think we saw that today just a little bit, but it's been awesome. As far as the verdict goes, are you leaning one direction or another?
Oh, goodness, it's so hard because there's just, with the buttons, it's, you know, in the fire, the steel toe, it wants to take you there, but it just doesn't do it. And the blood, and I just can't pick. It's really hard because I want everyone to be innocent. It's horrible.
Yeah. I don't want to think that anybody did any crime. Unfortunately, we have a missing person and a lot of blood somewhere. And so apparently somebody died. So we've got to do something.
My daughter always says I'm way too positive. Mom, you're too positive.
Yep. Oh, Julie, what part of the
hey, I'm glad you found your show. I'm glad I found your show.
Yes,
and I hope you have an amazing lunch, yo.
Okay, before you go, you have to tell me what part of the country you're calling from, or what country, as the case may be.
I am calling from the U.S. of A. I don't leave from here because I'm scared.
All right.
I'm in Reno, Nevada.
Reno. Wonderful. I've been there for a time or two. Used to cover that area as a sales rep for a metal building company many years ago.
Well, my daughter named my YouTube channel, so I'm Luna, and I don't even know how. So
you're stuck with Luna.
But my name is Julie.
Well, Julie, thank you so much for calling in. Good to hear your voice. Appreciate you finding the show.
Hey, and appreciate everyone on this show, your mods and everyone, because you guys make the chat so just such a good experience, and nobody's rude to anyone. And I just wanted to say that I really appreciate that.
They are amazing. I am so grateful for them. They're so wonderful. I'm lucky to have them, and I'm lucky to have you guys here. Seriously, you guys.
We're lucky to have you, yo.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you,
have
Julie.
a great day.
See ya. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. I think now we're going to do a quick lunch break. Give me 15 minutes. That's all I need. 15 minutes. I need to go refill some water. I'm probably going to find a treat somewhere in the fridge because 2 pizzas were delicious, but now I'm ready for my third lunch. Let's see. I have to take my union break. So we're going to end it right there on that. We'll be back. I'm going to make a new, during the lunch break, while I'm not busy, I'm going to make a new thumbnail to show that we are in verdict watch, and we'll be able to begin verdict watch after this. So we'll probably have open phones again after the lunch break. So if you have a thought or you have a message that you wanted to share, just hang in there. We'll probably hear from Matthew, maybe on Zoom. We'll see if we can get him on with us at the same time. That would be fun. I think that's it. I think that's everything. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live in about 15 minutes, because that's what we do every day. Appreciate you guys being here. I'll see you in a little bit.